My most important role here is as a stillbirth parent of my son Wilder Daniel, who was stillborn 25 years ago at full term with no cause found, as many of you know. And on that note, as a stillbirth parent, I also urge all of you to please, after this wonderful symposium day, to please also join us at the Remembrance and Appreciation Ceremony, which is just in the courtyard outside this building. So I'll now read. Given that the Salt Lake Valley has always been a gathering place for Indigenous peoples, we acknowledge that the land that we're on right now, which is named for the Ute tribe, is the traditional and ancestral homelands of the Shoshone, Paiute, Goshute, and Ute tribes, and is a crossroads for Indigenous peoples. The University of Utah recognizes the enduring relationships between many Indigenous peoples and their traditional homelands. We are grateful for the territory upon which we gather today. We respect Utah's Indigenous peoples, the original stewards of this land, and we value the sovereign relationships that exist between tribal governments, state governments, and the federal government. So I'm very honored to introduce you all to Mr. Ernest Begay, who is a traditional counselor for the Utah Navajo Health System. And Mr. Begay has also worked as a traditional practitioner for the Navajo Department of Behavioral Health Services and as a traditional healer and counselor for the Indian Health Services. He has been performing ceremonies for 50 years and will now perform a traditional blessing for us as we open our Stillbirth Symposium.
Grass and white sage.
Do you need that now?
Yes. The sweetgrass is mainly to share the environment, the atmosphere, the place of any I don't like the sweetgrass. This is the one that is used to clear the atmosphere of any negative energy. That's what it's used for. And then the white sage is used to bring in good thoughts and good understanding. And it is always good to be upon Mother Earth because she's the most important in all of this. And then Father Sky. And then the sun, which rises in the east, is our Father. And then the crescent, which happened not too long ago, forms in the western skies at dusk. That depicts the beginning of the month for our calendar, Indian calendar system. So we are amidst that forward. And then, of course, we have the earth and then the fire and then the water and the air that are labeled as elements, but we Indian people call them mother, father, grandpa, grandma, so forth and so on. So that's how that we believe we are part of nature in that way. However, there is one that is really talked about today, and believe it or not, it is termed as the fifth element that we have to live by today, and that is Abraham Lincoln, the penny, and Thomas Jefferson, the nickel, and so forth and so on, meaning money has become an element in many things. So that is also respected. So in that way, then I'm going to be in making those motions and just be aware that this is the cleanse. And negative energy always follows us. Laziness, stupidity, running the red light, that's stupidity. And then there's forgetting. Then there's being boastful. There's envy and jealousy. There's being pouty. Then in society, there's gossip and there's greed and there's poverty. Then individually, we face sickness and then a bad diet. And then we have bacteria. So those are the 12 that I just named. And in the American Indian perception, those are the main enemies that we have that are there that we have to deal with. So it is to clear them away so that we can have some good exchanges here today. So that's that. Meanwhile, the positive side to bring that in is being active and then having a good memory and then being mindful and then being careful and having a good a self-positive concept and then furthermore to hear good stories and then to share that and then to be conservative in that way and then to be healthy and then of course to have a good diet. As you can see, I don't, so that's where it comes from. But I have to be mindful of that. So I will go into my prayer in that way. There's always the east, the south, the west, and the north. That's how I'll be making my rounds, and I'll be talking, and I'll be praying. Don't get comfortable on going there. And the news is going to be that an Indian named Ernest. Ernest goes to U of U. Humor is good medicine. Who knows? Today, what's wrong with it? The other is Jamuna, Tahuna, Ayo, Kato Tandina, Shinto Ku Jitina, Edo Kuno Sweden, Edo, Edo Chart, he progresses the Ku Yapa by Yaki, Belachla Yon Nini, but Saha Edo Kodo. Don't distribute language to great out and no by it. A who Egypt that by it. And now that a yogurt, what would she that a no fishing is in to yat a she a yogurt. Quag a yaku Saha chance yat a can no that. Not ayat a. Inayat si hasiyat kun fanno daru lash laitan this so ingeno in the igiyat eto in sekes iyat eto otaba adinosi even the ghetto ayo the who eja ipo tagish tezi go ka again this so we can then okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Begay, for honoring us with that beautiful thing. And I'm so happy to be here today. My name is Jamuna Jones. I'm a therapist and well-being specialist in the Resiliency Center here at the University of Utah. I'd like to introduce my colleague, Dr. Jake Van Epps, who is also a therapist in the Resiliency Center. We want to thank Dr. Leisher and her wonderful team for inviting us to this opportunity to be with you all today. Today, we are going to be talking for a few minutes on fostering a culture of wellness. This is a really painful, difficult topic that we're here to discuss today. We want to encourage you to really take care of yourself in whatever way that feels right to you today.
So right from the beginning of the planning of this conference, it was requested that it be framed from a perspective of taking care of yourself and taking care of each other to do this work and to make it more meaningful. And we work at the Resiliency Center, and so it sounds a little bit cheesy, but we did want to present on the concept of resilience. According to this definition, we're kind of focusing in on the second definition. Resilience is growth that's achieved by learning through a difficult experience. That's represented in this graph. We are going through our daily lives, functioning as we normally do, and then we get hit by big incidences that have a big impact on us. And it's hurt and we struggle and we get through it. But if we're learning through the process and we're intentional about taking that learning and doing something with it, then we come out on the other side stronger and more resilient.
We often think about injury as something physical, something that we can actually see. But the more research that has been done on stress, we know that stress can have a significant impact on our bodies and also, of course, psychologically. So we want you to think about stress as actually being an injury. So there's 4 different types of stress injuries that can happen to us. The first is trauma. This is, of course, traumatic childbirth. This impacts everybody involved. This obviously involves the family. This involves the providers, healthcare staff. And we also know from the literature that trauma literally stores in our bodies, and very, very important to be able to address that. The second is loss. Grief and loss is considered an injury. And we know from the literature reading that healing is not linear. We know about the different stages of grief. We don't necessarily go through each of them in a linear fashion. We can go all the way to even acceptance and go right back to sadness again. And so being able to recognize loss as an injury. The third is moral injury. And this is when we are witnessing the behaviors of people that are not engaging in behaviors that are aligned with our values. So think about being treated with disrespect, right, by a healthcare provider. Racism, sexism, all of the isms is considered a moral injury. And then also moral injury can show up as not having the desired outcome that we were planning. And then lastly is wear and tear. And this is when we are getting hit from stress from all over without sufficient time to recover and heal. This is one of my favorite Khalil Gibran quotes. Out of the suffering have emerged the strongest souls. The most massive characters are seared with scars. We'd like to introduce to you a framework to be thinking about as we're going through this day for recovery and healing.
So the framework that we're proposing for today, we refer to it as the 3 R's. It stands for recognize, recover, rebuild. Recognize is really just acknowledging what you've been through, checking in on how you're doing, noticing how much you've accomplished even sometimes. But it's important to kind of notice when we have these stress injuries, when we have this impact, because if we don't recognize it, if we don't honor it the way that it deserves, then we're not going to be intentional about taking steps to address it and to try to recover. Recovering is carving out time. When we go through an emotionally difficult process, people don't tend to give it enough credit, how much energy it takes, how much time it takes, how much of your attentional and cognitive functioning it takes. And so we need to carve out time to give ourselves permission to go through it. We need to identify what feeds ourselves intrinsically and develop interventions that promote well-being. And lastly, when we reflect on those experiences, when we try to learn from that experience, we can take that learning and use that to rebuild a stronger future. We can identify the parts of our old normal that weren't working. We can take action to create healthier, more sustainable, and equitable futures. Dr. Vivek Murthy is the U.S. Surgeon General, and he was also the U.S. Surgeon General under the Obama administration. His number one kind of public health focus, his personal passion, has been combating chronic loneliness. And why is that? It sounds like an awfully fluffy subject for a U.S. Surgeon General to be focusing on from a public health perspective, but that's because the research is really clear. When folks who are chronically lonely have the same decreased mortality as smoking 15 or more cigarettes a day, has worse health outcomes than obesity or excessive alcohol consumption. So not only does it have as bad, if not worse, outcomes than all those other leading health indicators, it's also more prevalent in society. So really, and we see this every day on a personal level, healing comes through community. It comes through connection. And so, bringing this diverse group of folks together, researchers, caregivers, parents and family, and working together to try to address these gaps in access to care is such a beautiful way to promote healing.
And so in front of you, you each have a Post-it notepad. We're going to be doing a note card activity today. So each of the three R's are going to be on flip charts at the two stations in the back of the room. We really encourage you to reflect on the 3R processes and write things down that are coming up for you today that feel true to you. We're going to then post the notes on the appropriate stations or the appropriate tabs across the room. And for the rebuild sticky notes, reflect on ways to close the gaps on stillbirth and care. So some questions that you may want to consider for the flip chart. Recognize, acknowledge what you've been through, validate how you're feeling, validate your own feelings, very important. Recognize what experiences made it more difficult. Recovery, what do you need to recover? What has helped in the past? And then rebuild, what has been missing? What did you learn for next time? And then also, how do we close the gap on stillbirth prevention and care? Dr. Leisher is going to kind of remind you about these different instructions a little bit later. But we also encourage you, if you'd like to take a picture of these questions, so you can have them fresh in your mind. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. So I'll give you just a second. I'll take a picture. Thank you so much. We really hope you enjoyed your conference today.
Thank you so much to Jamuna and Jake for providing this wellness framework as we begin what is possibly a very challenging day of talking about stillbirth, which is a tragedy, but also how to take action to reduce inequity and injustices in stillbirth prevention and care. So we do have a very packed agenda, but we wanted to do our best to give everybody space and opportunities to share your thoughts. So as you listen to our speakers talking about many different aspects of stillbirth equity and injustice, please do use the Post-it notes to jot down your thoughts, your observations, questions, and suggestions. We do have two stations at the back of the room, just outside our semicircle. So put your Post-its up on those flip charts during the breaks throughout the day, or you can use the markers that are in the baskets at the back of the room to write directly on the flip charts. Each of the stations has three spaces, one for recognizing the barriers to more equitable stillbirth care, one for recovering by stating what we need to heal and grow, and finally, one space for rebuilding through action. We'll have some time at the end of the day to come back together and hear some of people's thoughts and input. So now I am very pleased to invite Val and Ernest and Kate, wherever you are, please come up to the front of the room and sit here if you would. So in the United States, stillbirth rates are much higher, as Dr. Finlayson said, in American Indian and Alaska Native families than they are in white families. So that's 7.2 per 1,000 total births compared to 4.5. This is similar to inequities between First Nations families and white births in many other countries. We're going to hear now about some ways that First Nations communities come together to address stillbirth. And to start off, I'm very happy to introduce Dr. Kate Cohen, who is the clinical director of the Fort Defiance Indian Hospital on the Namba Nation. This is the little speaker there that you
Hi, I'm Kate Cohen. I'm the chief of OB/GYN at Fort Defiance Indian Hospital in Fort Defiance, Arizona, on the Navajo Nation. I've been there for just over 5 years, and it has truly been one of the most rewarding experiences of my life. I got involved in the Stillbirth group when, in the beginning of 2024, we started to see a really disturbing uptick in the number of stillbirths in our community, and it was really devastating to the Fort Defiance women. And so I was lucky enough to be connected to the University of Utah, and so that's how I join you here today. That it is, as San mentioned, a huge problem among Indigenous communities. And I'm so grateful that we have some representation here today. And it is my true honor to introduce these two people sitting next to me, Valerie Chee and Ernest Begay. I'll just do short introductions and they'll do a better job introducing themselves. But Valerie is an Indigenous research midwife at the Center of Research Excellence in Stillbirth in Brisbane, Australia. Her research is focused on Aboriginal maternal child health through a lens of cultural strength and resilience. She's worked locally as a midwife in multiple institutions, but has also gotten to experience the healthcare system multiple times. She's a mother to 6 boys and now has 6 grandbabies. Mr. Ernest Harry Begay, we got a little introduction from him, but I was speaking to him briefly last night, and just the years of experience this man holds is truly impressive. 50 years doing traditional medicine, bringing healing to his community. He's currently a traditional counselor for the Utah Navajo health system, but has worked in so many facilities. You were naming so many different places you work, and really bringing traditional wisdom to heal his community. So with that, I'll hand the mic over to Valerie for her presentation. Thank you.
Hi, I'm studying. Now need to do from 9 birds. Now still and Catholic. Now Catholic or now Catholic. Needed on farming. None of us can need for Catholic. So I just would like to say that I am Valerie. I'm a bin-driven Bulku woman from Western Australia. I'm a long way off my country, but I'm really happy to be here. I'm my daughter and a sister and a mother and a grandmother, and I also bring my mother and grandmother's wisdom here with me so that we can all learn from each other. Before I start, I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land upon which I stand. I recognise and honour the fact that this land is the traditional and ancestral homelands of the Ute, Shoshone, Paiute and Goshute peoples and has been for millennia. I further acknowledge all other First Nations people who live in Utah and want to pay my respects to elders past and present and acknowledge and celebrate their ongoing connection to country, culture, language and family and their intergenerational strength and resilience. I also extend that respect to First Nations peoples here today and everybody else. So this is the Stillbirth CRE Indigenous team, and we couldn't do it without this wonderful team with the backing of Becky Finlayson and the Stillbirth CRE. So Dina Stewart Butler is our Indigenous lead, and she's an amazing outcome woman from South Australia. And then there's myself, and then we have Rupert, who is an industry fellow and an all-round deadly project manager. Megan Weller, who's sitting up the back there, who does amazing work with us as well. Megna Bumman Departy, who's our research assistant. She's a bit camera shy and so is her cat. The Indigenous Advisory Group made up of 14 amazing Indigenous women who support everything that we do. So just take a moment of silence for the families of those babies born sleeping who came but never got to go home, only in the hearts of their loved ones. So it was really interesting that the Symposium today was called Closing the Gap, because Australia actually has a national program called Closing the Gap. And this program started in around 2005 after Professor Tom Calma did a social justice report on the health and wellbeing of Aboriginal people in Australia and Torres Strait Islanders. And from this report, they realised that the life expectancy between Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples and other Australians was just not acceptable. And so closing the gap came out of this report. There were 6 identified targets, and one of those was infant mortality rates. So it was over 25 years. There's not been a lot of movement on these targets, but government actually acknowledged that to actually be successful in closing the gap, it had to be underpinned by the belief that when Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people have a genuine say in the design and delivery of policies, programs and services that affect us, then better life outcomes are achieved. It also recognises that structural change in the way governments work is really, really, really vital and critical to close the gap. It also acknowledges that we ourselves must determine, drive and own the desired outcome alongside all government. It has to be a top-down and a grassroots up approach, otherwise nothing's going to change. We know that it has to be our way of knowing, being and doing because we have the solutions to our issues. And this way of working requires governments to build on the strong foundations of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people have through our connection to family, community and culture. So I just wanted to put up a map of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander nations. There's over 500 nations with 250 language groups, and it's very, very diverse. You're going to have differences wherever you travel throughout Australia. We have metropolitan in the green, regional, remote and very remote, but of course there's also rural, which I forgot. So the green, I've done my home state of Western Australia because Western Australia is the largest state in Australia, and it's quite diverse in that it's got a lot of country towns down south, and the further north you go, the more remote you get. So Perth is there. And then I've gone up to Port Hedland, which is 1,627 kilometres or 1,010 miles away. And then we go up to Broome, Fitzroy Crossing, which is 2,416 kilometres or 1,501 miles away, really specific. And then we go up even further to a very remote community right at the tip of Western Australia, which is Columbaroo. And that's 2,906 kilometres or 1,805 miles away from Perth. So these are all way from Perth. So, of course, the more remote you get, the less access you're going to have to really, really vital services. And the logistics of transporting pregnant women off country is actually quite intense. If you planned it, then there's a way, you have to bus it to Broome or possibly a chartered flight to Broome, and then you get an airline flight to Perth. Otherwise, you get RFDS, so the Royal Flying Doctor Service, which is a national program as well. So yeah, that's just a snapshot. And of course, rural would probably be thinking maybe Geraldton, which is just around about here. And this is where I'm from as well. So why are we doing what we're doing? So this graph shows in yellow non-Indigenous Australian women, and 6.8 per 1,000 births. So that's the snippet at non-Indigenous Australian women. For Indigenous Australian women, so Indigenous women all over Australia, it's 13.1. And if you remember the remote with the red, really remote, so this is Northern Territory Indigenous women, which is up the top of Australia as well. And those statistics go up to unacceptable and shameful to 18.8. So beginning in 2020, the Stillbirth Equity and Diversity team, led by Dina Stewart-Butler, Carolyn Lewis and Sky Stewart, those 3 lovely women there, consulted with community through Stillbirth CRE and interviewed Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women to culturally adapt the safer baby bundle into stronger mother born, a more culturally safe and even more importantly, a more culturally relevant way a relevant suite of resources. So the team also worked closely with the Indigenous Advisory Group to ensure the process was rigorous and safe. And these resources adapted to 5 elements you see on the left. of the Safer Baby Bundle and made them culturally reflective by capturing the diversity between Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women, sharing health information in ways we could relate to, and more importantly, gave us strategies to reduce our risk of preventable birth. So the key principles that were identified was sorry business, and sorry business in Aboriginal communities is simply when somebody has died. The whole community gathers around, they close off sometimes to mainstream Australia, and they do what they need to do to get through that loss. And so when we talk about sorry business babies, it's simply losing our babies, whether through stillbirth or as a neonatal. So sorry business, birthing on country, our ways of knowing, being, and doing, yarning, which is, so Aboriginal Australian culture is an oral culture. We didn't have a written language, and everything that was taught, everything that was learned, everything that was done was around language, and the passing on of that language was always an oral tradition. So yarning is really important to us. It's how we tell our stories, it's how we communicate, it's how we teach our children, and it's how we learn from our culture. And then stories for education. So all of these elements were embedded in the resources to prevent sorry business babies and to support women to have safer pregnancies. And these resources also had to be reflective of the diversity between us. Because we come in all shades of deadly, we come very fair people, we come in very dark people. And that has no input on our identity. So these resources were done as booklets, but they were also done as video resources that were going to be embedded in waiting rooms in Aboriginal community-controlled health organisations, as well as mainstream hospital waiting rooms as well, for women to just view them as they were sitting and waiting. As we know, the public health system's right under the pump, so some of them have a lot of time. Part of the feedback from community was ensuring that the strong above-and-beyond resources were also underpinned by non-Indigenous maternity healthcare providers to reflect on their own knowledge around caring when they were caring for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women. And we wanted to ensure that the lens in which Indigenous women were seen was from a strength-based one. And because that influences how we're treated in the health system, from a strength-based or rather from a deficit-based one. And that's always on top of a Western dominant biomedical healthcare system. So the Healthy Yarning Guide talks about what birthing was like pre-colonisation, thousands of generations. We talk about traditional midwives. We talk about our political, social and economic power, that we were womb bearers and life givers, and we talk about women's business, which birthing had. We talk about what birthing looks like now. Post-colonisation. We talk about loss of autonomy, how we were disenfranchised as mothers, we were exploited and abused, we were excluded and segregated, we were disconnected and isolated from the country. And that beautiful lady is Dean Stewart Butler's great-grandmother, who was a traditional midwife. And we also talk about how trauma can present when Indigenous women have culturally unsafe bedding. We talk about the trauma responses that a lot of non-Indigenous health professionals don't necessarily see. And then we talk about the behavioural response that is triggered by those trauma responses. And so we're really working really hard to make sure that all health systems are culturally safe for Aboriginal people, because it's so important. Our way of doing is very holistic. It's including our family, it's including our culture. And if we can't be on country, then this is even more important. So we also talk about social determinants of health, which is, really important. We talk about the obstetric risks, and we talk about the social determinants of health as well, which is not specific to Aboriginal people. But through the process of colonisation, it has become more impactful because of the way that Australia was colonised. We also talk about the cultural determinants of health, which buffer those social determinants. We talk about our beliefs and knowledges, our expression and continuity, our language, our family, kinship and community. So important to keep us healthy, because that's what keeps us healthy, our connection. And we talk about what birthing now looks like. And when I talk about deficit-based practice, it's seeing our Aboriginality as a risk, which is why in the stresses column, it's right up the top because it sort of informs everything else. And when we talk about our strength, we see Aboriginality as our foundation and everything is up on top of that and is built up on top of that. So this is just a quick snapshot of the work that we still have to do, because we know that culturally unsafe care, racism and discrimination actually really impacts and stops us from having healthy pregnancy. And those hormones that course through our body when we are confronted with unsafe care actually affects our babies as well. And that effect goes on for generation. So this is just a quick snapshot of culturally safe care and what it should. And like I've really just shot through this. The healthy yarning guide is actually a half-day workshop. So you always have to acknowledge and understand the impact of colonisation. It's so important. There's no point saying that it's not going to be good for us, because we need to come to an understanding that this is what happened and this is why we have issues. We didn't live in a vacuum for 236 years. It has to be strength-based and trauma-informed. Everybody deals with trauma in a different way. Everybody carries trauma in a different way. And it's just about getting to know the person in front of you and making sure that you know what they need, letting them actually say that. It's respecting our ways of knowing, being and doing. If an Aboriginal woman who's been evacuated off the country for 32 weeks to have their baby isolated from family, if she wants to bring a jar of dirt, try and get baby when it's born, that's okay. You don't have to understand why. Just have to advocate, so that's it. So our storytelling, our yarning, our ceremony and all, it's be respectful of Indigenous government and protocols. There's no point having policies that impact on Indigenous women down here. Those policies weren't informed by Indigenous lawyers and Indigenous people. It's just not going to work. Individualised and responsive care, always bringing elders and community into it, include family. They are our biggest support. Continuity of care and carer, Indigenous workforce, health teams and midwives, and cultural safety needs to be valued as much as clinical safety. Because if you are, and I'll just give you an example, if you are looking after a woman who has preeclampsia, no matter what you do, if she's in isolation and in isolation from everything that makes her healthy, she's going to go home to them. She's going to go home and die. But the impact of that is possibly a mum who's already has been re-traumatised because of the way that she was cared for. So it's just about valuing the importance of cultural safety for our health as well. So these three, so Jinder Marwa, it literally means star baby in my language, and Carolyn Lewis, who was a part of the Indigenous Advisory Group, she's living in Western Australia and she's doing her own research project, and I'm going to talk about this a little bit later. So star baby is for babies who are born sleeping, babies who are born still, and she's doing an amazing project over there trying to find out from Aboriginal people, doing interviews and yarning to see how it affects communities in Western Australia. Wominda is an amazing organisation. It's going to be the first freestanding birth centre in Australia for Aboriginal women, and it's actually going to prove that Aboriginal women can birth outside of hospitals really safely, you know, when they fit a risk criteria, because we know that the birthing is a lot risk based. You know. And then we have birthing in our community. So all of these are so Wominda and birthing in our community are amazing maternal programs that are the gold standard in Aboriginal maternity practice, because they have Indigenous staff. They're doing our ways of knowing, being, doing, and they are continuity of carers. And it's so if you wanted to look that up, I've left the information on there for you. These two are QR codes to the Stronger Bubble Born website, and we're also excited to have recently launched Stronger Bubble Born Healthy Yarn Guide online as well. It's not as intensive as the workshop, because the workshop facilitates two-way learning and it facilitates discussion and yarning, but it's still quite still really good. Thank you very much. So, Sky Stewart, who was one of the women who did the cultural adaptation, she went and did Jibba Peppermint's Star Baby. And it's I call it a map for Aboriginal parents to understand what happens after their baby is born still. And it gives them ways to process it. And it does it in a very good way. And I've got copies if anyone would like them. Thank you.
Nejona. Can you all say that? Nejona means Ne is Mother Earth. And from there, everything is beautiful. That's the word that is used, Nejona. And then we also, she's probably heard this, Yate. Yate is a greeting, but the first word is Ya. That's the sky. Yate, everything is fragile coming down, like the rain and all of that. So that is a greeting. Nejona and Yate, that's how we go about talking to people. Now, Shgalenishla, Kinzachini, Bashishchin, Anasana Edashichin, Kinya Ani Edashinala. I just mentioned that I am Mescalero Apache on my mom's side. Red Dwelling Clan is my dad's side. The Interwoven Clan is my maternal grandfather. And then the Tarwing Dwelling Clan is my paternal grandfather. So in that way, we believe that we have 4 blood cells. Red blood cells, your clan. White blood cells, your father's clan. Turquoise blood cells, your maternal grandfather's clan. Black blood cells, your paternal grandfather's clan. So that is who I am. I am a husband. My wife is Heleine. Her dad is Ashini. Her Chee is Kachini. Her Nali is Batani. And we've been married 43 years. And our first child we lost was in 1985, and that was a miscarriage. Again in 1987, another miscarriage. And then finally we got our son, who is a graduate of U of A, civil engineering. He was born in 1990. And then another daughter in 1997. She also graduated from U of A. And then we have a son who graduated a couple of years ago, and he's at NAU, not U of A. So that was a big decision. That was different. So we make them make their own decisions. So my children are 7 years apart. The other 2, they are in the spirit world. And in Navajo, where do we go after death? Nobody knows. It is just the oral traditions that we have that say that we go back to where our plan was made. So my clan, Mescalero Apache, Nashgale, Zifga'a, that's the top of the mountain. So I like this mountain here. I like this mountain. I like the University of Utah Hospital. 3 years ago, I woke up in the hospice room, University of Utah Hospital. And our peers there, they helped me make it through. So that's why I like University of Utah. I work for the Utah Navajo Health System, clinics in Montezuma Creek, Monument Valley, Navajo Mountain, and Blanding. That's where I make my rounds like a provider. That's what I do as a traditional counselor. I think that's what I do. There's one thing that I really like about Utah. Utah is the only state that has passed legislation that will allow reimbursement, Medicaid reimbursement for traditional services. Utah did that. And I hope Arizona follows. And the Fort Defiance Hospital and I were working on that. But over here is that now this, what you're all starting to do. So as an elder looking at that, Utah is really helping all of us, not just the Anglos, not just the Blacks, not just the Asians, but all of us. And that is what we need to do. My grandfather told me that there are 7 bands on this planet called Earth. There are the white people, there are the black people, there are the yellow people, and then we have all these Indian tribes that are the brown people. And we all have diagnosis power, our sight, our smell, our taste, our hearing, all of that, we have that. That's where diagnosis it comes from. And we all have that, and we all go along. We all drink water, we eat food, and we have our own cultures and our ways of belief. And the thing to do is to be aware of each other in that way and to get along in that way. Get along in that way. That's the goal. And as you know, sometimes we drift far away from it, out there. And it's the negative energy that causes that. So in Navajo, they say that there are 4 ghosts. Yee, ya, Halloween. Yee, ya is kind of like a scare kind of like word. Yee, ya. And a lot of times Navajo teachers, they will say that, yee, ya, doja, no, don't say that. Don't do that. Those are basic teachings. And that's where Yi Ya comes in. So that way, then, there is the red ghost. And that is, yes, Satan. He's there. There is the gray ghost. That's why Navajos, they believe it goes around as a coyote, as an owl, as a bat. It goes around as a mouse. It goes around, and all it does is it's there to trip you or to just cause a few problems there. And then there is the black ghost, which is the ghost that is that goes along with death. Negative energy called death. That's where the black ghost comes in. And then there is the white ghost, that's Casper, the friendly ghost. There is a good ghost. So that's what we believe. So in that way, then, as time goes along, there is stillbirth, there is miscarriage, and nowadays, sadly, there is abortion. That's out there. So in Navajo, it is believed that we call ourselves the net. When we say the net, many of our words have come down to just be small in net, but it's really the Nahoka, the net. That is the long version of our name. It means the holy people on earth. That's who we are. And many times you think, Ernest Harry Begay, I'm a holy person. But that is the standard that we have, that was there once upon a time. Along the way, somebody separated that thought from us, a separation from the holistic way of life. So that happened along the way. So that's where we are. So then, in that way, then, we are so holistic that we can make a baby. Male and female can make a baby. That is holistic. That is power. That is powerful. So that way, that is also sacred. Life is precious. Marriage is sacred. Parenting is of utmost importance. That's what we say when we are at the Utah Navajo Health Center. That's what we tell our patients. That. So then there is no time for ideations because the result will be negative ideations. At any time in history, in a person's life, there is no room for ideation. There is no room to say that I don't know what I'm living for. I'd be better off dead. Those words cannot be said with real intent, with real meaning, because the end result will be something that is tragic. And that's where stillbirth and miscarriage come in. That's where they come in. And when you actually go through that trauma, what happens according to our people is that it is the black ghost that comes in. And that's why we always say that our body and our soul are put together at birth. Our body came from Mother Earth. That's why that when we die, we are buried. And then our soul goes back to where our clan came from. So here you are on earth, and these things happen. What happens is that long before death, your body and your soul go their separate ways. Your soul gets incarcerated by the black ghost. That's where it goes. And then your body is over here. Okay, now I'm talking about the healing part of the corrective ceremony for stillbirth and miscarriage. So the first thing that has to happen in a ceremonial setting, in a ceremony, which is what I do, is to bring that soul back from the place where it's incarcerated, the home of the black ghost, bring that soul back into the body, into the physical being. So that is the first part of the ceremony. Now, as long as this body is here without the soul, you can do all kind of things, and it's not going to help. It's just going to be good for a few days, then same old, same old. You'll fall right back into that. So that's what we tell people that's what happens. And you are then just going around in circles this way, counterclockwise. The basic teachings is all good things go clockwise. Negative energy goes counterclockwise. So we are told to always be careful as we turn, to always try to turn clockwise. So that is a teaching that we have. So that way, then the first part, that soul is brought back into the body. 2, the holy ones are informed of the stillbirth or the miscarriage, because they are the ones that are aware. Mother Earth is aware when pregnancy happens. Father Sky is aware. The sun is aware. The moon, the basis of our calendar, when the crescent forms in the western sky at dusk, if it is standing, that depicts that a boy will be born that month. If it is laying, that depicts that a female will be born. So in that way, then family planning comes in. You watch the moon is what a young couple is told, traditionally on parenting. You watch the moon. You don't just jump in bed when you want to and go at it. Be careful with it. Be careful. Family planning. So in that way, that's what happens, and that is why the moon is so sacred. We have that in our ceremonies. So then they are informed that there was a stillbirth, a mishap, and then a miscarriage. And third is that fetus, if it's a miscarriage, that child is then laid to rest properly, given back to Mother Earth. And the sacred prayer is that you all know about these traditional jewelry that we have. There's white bead, there's turquoise, there's abalone shell and obsidian, there's even crystal. We have that we use to wear. We use that to wear. So in that way, then the prayer would go that the bones and the teeth will return back to white bead, in time as they are laid to rest. Hear this, their nerves and their veins and their plasma and their blood will turn back into turquoise. And some of you probably read some Apache books, and in there they believe that turquoise is the blood of Mother Earth. So then that's what happens. Then the toenail and the fingernail will return back to abalone shell. So there are so many teachings, even on the fact that don't paint your fingernails. All the natural, beautiful colors are in them. And that's where then they would say, only people that practice witchcraft and Halloween and all of that, they paint their nails with blood and all of that, and they go out. So don't do that. That's what they say. So this teaching can be offensive today to our people back home. They really get hurt by young ladies, young people. That's what happens. But it is what it is. That's culture. That's our belief. The eyes and the hair will turn back to obsidian. The brain will turn back to crystal. Can you believe that our brain, our mind is as clear as crystal? So that was the prayer. And then the skin will turn back to dirt and sand and sacred corn pollen and all of that. So that is the prayer that is done, proper burial. Then they talk to the soul of the child, the stillbirth child, the miscarried child. Told him, child, there's a mishap that happened. There's tragedy that happened. There is something that happened. It wasn't an intent. So that's where then abortion is tough. But it's what it is, and it's to be dealt with by people like myself at home. So then they are told that there's some negative energy that caused this, but go over to the spiritual world where you can originate, where a plan originated. So that's where they are. So then in that way, we believe that we are born to live to 102 years of age. 102. I am 66 years old. So that means that I have 36 more years to live. And in that time, I have to give this information as much as I can. There's no stopping for this person. That's why when I was called upon to come here, I said, okay, I'll work it out somehow. And we made it. And I made it here. And I really like what's going on here, what we're all doing to talk about this issue, an undiscussed issue, an unfocused issue. That's what we're talking about. So we're all here to help one another. And that is the traditional side of it. Those of you that deal with American Indians and Navajos, that is how I take care of this. And believe it or not, it is the one issue that is there that causes so many problems that are called social ills today. Substance abuse, altered sexual behavior, all these negative energies, they're there. That's what it leads into. That's what it leads into. So that is why the corrective ceremony has to happen. So in that way, then the child is told. So then, those two young babies that we lost in 1985 and 1987, 36 years from now, when I get back to the mountaintop, the spiritual world, they'll be running to me. Daddy. That is what I live for. I would have had 5 children. I have 3 today. But then I have a brother that died, and he became an alcoholic. And when that happened, then he left his wife. He was married to my wife's sister. So I have 6 children over there. So I always say that I have 9 children. I have 4 grandchildren. 2 of them that came forth this summer. So that is who I am. So in that way, then my mother is an orphan. And she had no guidance. And she had a miscarriage of a child ahead of me. So then in that way, into traditional diagnosis is that you're supposed to have herbs to cleanse your womb, uterus, and your whole physique. That is one of the other things that is there to help these people. We have herbs for that. And I have to go over there, maybe often get those herbs. And that's what they use to cleanse themselves. So when that doesn't happen, then the traditional medicine man puts it as that I was born in the graveyard. That's what happened in that years. So then it has its effect on me. So then I have to get cured from that. So there's that part. So, and it affected me till I was about 13 years old when I had a medicine man help me out and got me with that. Navajos, we have the Nahatali Association, which I'm a board member of. The Nahatali Association is like the American Medical Association. We provide licensure to all these chanters, to all these medicine people, herbalists and counselors, and educators. That's what we do. And we also talk about a lot of things, like right now, the northern lights are the issue. And red is dominant in that. And that is bad news. And we take that, and then we provide our protection ceremonies. Something's going to happen because oral tradition says that before the Spaniards and the Belagana they came, it happened in red sky. Before World War II, according to our grandparents, that's what happened. Before the Twin Towers went down, that's what happened. And now they see that. So we have to get that word out to our people. So that's the Nahatali Association. Another part of that is the system of governance that we have. The executive, the judicial, and then the legislative. In traditional ways, American Indians, we have that traditional branch. And we are there as that, is what we tell one another. But the thing is that they don't understand that. So that brings forth the US government. There's 3, but what happened to the 4th? It came from the Air Force, right? But what happened to the 4th? But that's that, okay? So in that way, then, the traditional healers, the Nahatali Association, we go forth, and that is one of the main reasons that we got this legislation passed. So that's that. But the issue of healing, self-awareness, and then self-respect, and then self-help, and then self-care. That's what happens. So in that way, then the healing is spiritual, goes to the mental, and then to the physical, and then to the heredity, emotional first, and then physical. So that in a nutshell is how we view stillbirth and miscarriage and how to take care of that and why it happens. So we all have to think good and we'll all have a good mind.
speak. I have a lot of voice. Does anyone have questions for either of our speakers? Comments, thoughts? I had a few questions that came up, and just practically from a clinician standpoint, what we can do to decolonize the discussion around stillbirth. What your recommendations would be? Either one.
Yeah, I think that we are on track for that. I've always been a proponent that there needs to be a traditional counselor in the schools. Traditional counselors that can help the behavior of our traditional students. I've always been a proponent that there should be traditional counsel in health facilities to explain a lot of things. Like diabetes is something that's not clearly explained. What metformin is for, all of that is not clearly explained. And then even this part that I talked about is not clearly explained. So I've always been a proponent that needs to happen. And in Navajo, I think that we are slowly getting on track with that. Just that need to help our people. And it's good that, and I'm grateful for the clergy in hospitals, because that's where we got the idea, and then that's where then we got traditional counselors, traditional practitioners in health facilities. So that's where we're at. Another part that Utah is doing good is in San Juan School District, they have implemented a program where there are 2 school-based traditional counselors that go Montezuma Creek, Bluff, Monmouth Valley, and then Navajo Mountain, and then Blaney. They're making their turns, and as they go around, they're making their rounds. I help supervise them, so that I think is one of the ways to help.
Thank you.
Oh, never mind. I can talk loud enough. Yeah. Look, I think Australia is in the process now. We've come out of a. I think hello. Yeah. Is that working?
Yes.
Yeah. Cool. I think there's lots of movement happening in the decolonisation space, and it is really important because not only is it a process of colonisation, but was also a process of institutionalisation. And so when I talk about loss of autonomy for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women, that is something that we are now starting to reverse. Waminda is an amazing, like I said, gold standard. They have, they're in a little town called Nowra, and they've been fighting for 40 years to actually have their own birthing place. And I think that if they get it, when they do it, that is something that can be hopefully replicated all over Australia for all First Nations communities. I think we're 3% of the population. The population of Australia is like 26 million, I think, at last count. And we're only 3%. So, and we have about probably 400 Indigenous midwives in the whole country. So we also need to talk about, getting more Indigenous midwives happening, more students coming through, because you cannot underestimate the value of First Nations workforce in these institutions, and purely by their existence in institutions, they make it culturally safer. And I think, Ernest, as well, we also are dealing with fatigue because we're not only working in hospitals, but it's a 24/7 role, because we're always accountable to our communities, and if we get it wrong, we'll soon know. So we're actually the buffer between institutions and communities. So we do get fatigued, and we have to think about self-care. But for me as well, as a mum who birthed 6 children in the system, I didn't realise I had any voice. I didn't realise I had a choice, and that's part of that process that I'm coming out of now. So for me, it's also about education. It's about health literacy. It's about making sure that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women know that they have rights, and know that coercion is not acceptable anymore to get, to do what they want us to do. So it's about education for me as well.
Yeah, and going off that, just a huge thank you for both of you being here. I know you've had incredibly busy lives back home doing good work, so thank you. So, Sarah, was there a question? Yeah, last question.
So thank you very much for your presentation. I think one of the challenges for those who are trying to plan health system is to understand how homogeneous populations are or heterogeneous they are. And I think it can, my question is so when we're thinking about First Nation peoples, how varied are those populations? And there's a real sense that we can get trapped in saying, this is a First Nation person, they're going to think like this, and actually not appreciating the variation that there might be within First Nation peoples. And so it's really about how do we, I guess the principle that I've taken from what you're saying is actually it's about personalised care and listening to, which we should be doing for everyone. And actually, if we just take that back, but I guess it's just that variation between people and how do we avoid falling into a trap of just saying this person's from that group, they're going to think or behave like that.
Yeah, that's a really fair point, and we get that a lot. We get a very generalised view of Aboriginal people, and I think it's becoming better. I think we are spreading the word that we are different from each other. We have a shared history, but how we process that history and how we carry that history is very different from community to community. And the diversity is not just from community to community. It's actually, and I'm talking about women. It's about women in the same family, in the same community. We also have different things from my sister, when they were pregnant. But to me, it's actually about cultural safety, yes, but being culturally responsive to the person in front of you. It's about actually letting them tell you who they are, what they need to birth strongly and birth safely, and to just go from there. It's about deep listening, and it's about individualised care, absolutely, but also acknowledging that the trauma that many Aboriginal people carry is really important, even though it might not be obvious or they might not be manifesting it. Because in the Healthy Yarning Guide, and I talk about this as well as the hospitals, the relationship between Aboriginal people and hospitals, and how they are also a place of death and sickness and illness. And Ernest is talking about the negative stuff, all that stuff. So for us as well, it's about how do we go into places where our elders have gone and never come back from, where our families have gone and never come back from. So it's also about that as well, and changing a system to be responsive. Yeah. I think we have one more question.
I think we're starting to speak to this a bit, actually, but I see a lot of parallels in the Latino families that I support, with the beliefs that they have around stillbirth and why it happens and how. And what I would like you to speak a little bit more to is how can we respect and uphold cultural traditions and beliefs and rituals while also working towards prevention and encouraging the application of science and research and evidence-based practices.
I believe it goes back to those nationalities, as we call them, different people, that some of them be enlightened about what we're doing, and then the interest pops in them, and then they come forth, and then to give them this information, and then they utilize what they know to talk for their people or to educate their people, and begin to work it from there, involving them. And I think that at Navajo that we have these providers And these providers that come, even the nurses, they're all under a creed, under a practice of the ethics of what they do on how to treat people. So based on that, it's already there. And then to understand that there are different cultures there and to have people enlightened there about what's going on. And then you can have them be the ones to go back and teach to help the patients. I think we're getting there.
I'm really sorry to have to move us along. This has been a very amazing panel, and we're very grateful. So can we please show our appreciation? What said at the very beginning of her talk about cultural safety being as important as physical safety in the care that we all provide to parents and families is manifested in what we heard today from this panel. We're moving right now to the heart of equity in prevention and care, which is parents and families. So I am very honored to introduce our panelists and invite you to please come up now. If you would be able to. So I am introducing Heleine Wolfgramm, who is the mother of Makalani Wolfgramm, Ashley Hone, who is the mother of Kingston Ryan Hone, Guadaloupe Aguilera, who is the aunt of Sophia and the sister of Maria, Celeste and Keisha Namba, who are the mothers of Koji, and Stacey Fletcher, who is the mother of Benjamin.
Not say enough about these amazing people who are here to speak. So I want to give them all the time that we have possible. And so please ask you to start and share your stories.
Okay, I'm Ashley. I'm so grateful that I get to be here today. I'm going to try really hard to stay composed, but I'm going to talk to you guys about a very sensitive topic. It's already starting. Okay. Thank you. First of all, I work as a bereavement support specialist at one of the healthcare organizations here in Utah. I get to cover 4 different hospitals in Utah County. And I'm going to kind of tell you how I started, how I got into this line of work. So my story starts back in 2009. My husband and I were told we would never conceive naturally. So we went ahead and did in vitro. We got 2 embryos. We transferred both of them. By the grace of God, they both stuck. We were pregnant with twins, right? We were living this beautiful American dream. It was perfect until it wasn't. We went in for our 20-week ultrasound. We found out we were having a little boy and a little girl. But we also noticed that our little boy had some severe anomalies. So we got to maternal fetal medicine. We did the amniocentesis and it was confirmed that he had trisomy 18. If you're familiar with that, it is a diagnosis that is considered incompatible with life. Obviously, we weren't going to terminate our pregnancy. We had a very healthy little girl still inside. We wanted to give her the best possible chance of a healthy life. So I carried to 33 weeks and my body just decided it was done. I ended up going into labor. My husband was not there. And so I'm trying to call him on the phone to get him to the hospital as soon as he can, trying to decide if I'm going to deliver vaginally or cesarean, just trying to make all these decisions so quickly. And again, by the grace of God, my husband made it there in time. We chose to do a C-section, which ended up being the right choice for the circumstances. Both of our babies were born alive. We felt so grateful. But we had spent the last 13 weeks watching our son Kingston slowly decline. And so we knew that the right choice was to not intervene. And so we did just let him pass away peacefully. He lived for 73 minutes. Really hard to have a lifetime of love into 73 minutes. But we're so grateful that we got that, because I know not everybody is so lucky. So through all of this, I was able to work with the Angel Watch program, which is here in Utah. It was a social worker and a nurse, and they would come to my house every month and talk about, how do you want to plan your funeral? What do you want to do? What's important to you at the hospital? What's important after birth? And so I had made a list of everything that I felt was important. It was the simple mundane things that we take for granted. Putting a diaper on my child, dressing him, and giving him a bath were at the top of my list. I wanted to be his mom. Sorry. So through the Angel Watch program, not only did they help me make this list of what I needed and wanted, they were there in the hospital when I delivered my babies. They were there with a camera. They took photos. They documented everything. They made hand and foot molds for us. They did prints. They brought the clothes. Kingston was born at 2 pounds, 2 ounces. There are no clothes made for a 2-pound baby. They had everything I needed that I didn't know I needed. It was so monumental to my healing that it shaped the trajectory of my life. It led me to where I am today. I knew from that experience that I needed to give back. I needed to be in the hospital when parents gave birth or shortly after, so that I could provide that same peer-to-peer support. I wanted to be that advocate for those parents. I wanted to be the voice when they couldn't speak up. I can go in with a clear head, just like somebody did for me. That was important. So that is what I do. That's how I got into this line of work, is working for a bereavement support specialist. I get to share these most intimate parts of these families' lives with them. I will never take that for granted. But some things that I just want to mention that will always be important. Like I said, giving that child dignity, letting those parents parent their child. We don't look at it as products of conception or a fetal demise or tissue. It is their baby. It is their child. And we want to make that important, very important. We will walk in, and the first thing I will ask that family is, what is your baby's name? I will refer to their baby by that name the whole time I'm there. I don't want to refer to it as the baby or your baby. I want to refer to them as Benjamin or Koji, whatever their baby's name is. That is so important. It's important that we recognize that they exist, that they have a name. They are important. They're an important part of that family's life. And then just the peer-to-peer support, I feel is so important. We can understand them in a completely different way. We can empathize with them. Like I said, we can go in and we can be their advocate for what they need that they don't know they need. And of course, it's going to be different for everybody. And I'm going to respect their choice and their culture and their beliefs, but that is something I'm continually trying to learn and grow from. And I think I will just keep striving to be better every single day. Thank you.
Thank you.
They didn't help us with Wolfgramm. My family originates from the islands of Dawn, first generation in America. I work for UPIC as a community health worker. My story starts Halloween night after we were done doing the festivities. My water broke. I was 36 weeks. I went into the ER. The nurse was having a hard time finding the heartbeat. She mistaken my heartbeat for his. Living in a small town, this is currently in Vernal, Utah. The nurses were all my friends, playing volleyball together. I could tell there was something wrong in their faces. They just couldn't tell me. So I had to wait for the doctor to come in and tell me that they couldn't find a heartbeat, and that because I was only 36 weeks along, they'll just let my body naturally push him out. Currently, at the time, my husband was in New Mexico working. We were in the oil field. And so I'd call him and tell him, like, come home. That happened. And then, gratefully, my body didn't go into labor. Gosh, sorry. When I did this panel as a practice, I just was blurting it out, not getting emotional. Sorry. He rushed home, and luckily my body didn't go into active labor until he got there. He later got fired for leaving his job to come be with me, but the rains of course. I was afraid to hold him by myself. I was afraid to go to labor by myself. So went to labor. The doctor thought because he was 36 weeks, he'd be small. But I had gestational diabetes. And so he came out 24 inches long and at 11 pounds, 3 ounces. He wasn't able to get him out. First he got me all the way open. And he still couldn't get his shoulders out. So he had to push him back inside me with both arms, break his collarbone, and then pull him out. And when he was pushing him back inside me, that was the worst pain I've ever felt in my life. At the time, my shoulders and my neck was hurting so bad because I was shaking so bad. And I was begging the doctor to tell me. I was begging the doctor, like, please knock me out. I can't take this anymore. Please knock me out. The pain was way too much. I never really screamed in pain, and that day I screamed for a long time. He came out, it was silent. I asked if he was okay, even though I knew that he wasn't. Even though he was gone, I still wanted to know if he was okay. But I couldn't really dwell on that thought for too long because I was in so much pain. I did have an epidural, but that wore out quick. I had hemorrhaged twice. The doctor that was on call at the hospital that day, he was my doctor for my first baby. And when I was finally able to stop shaking and breathe and not be in so much pain, I looked over to my husband and my sister in the room, and they were both crying. And I was wondering, why are you crying? And then I remembered that it was my son. The doctor on call was so upset. He asked me, why didn't you come to me as your doctor? And at the time, my insurance has changed, so I had to change doctors. And he asked me about my doctor's visits, and he looked at my chart. He said, when you had me in your first pregnancy, I had you on insulin. And your doctor now didn't have you on insulin? I said, no. he only had me on metformin. My friends in the hospital called these angels to come and take photos of him. It's a nonprofit group that came and did photos, had his feet molds. They had blankets for him and for me. I was in the hospital for a few days to recover. They had stitched me up, and then the morgue came. He said everybody was amazing. Everyone was gentle and kind. But the guy from the morgue had told me, like, you have to have this funeral fairly quickly because she was deteriorating really fast. I got out of the hospital a few days later, and then a few days later after that, we had to bury him. So a lot had happened so fast, I didn't have time. I only had a few hours to hold him. I didn't have enough time with him. And I wish I had known that, about the cuddle cot where they could keep him cool for a little bit longer so I could hold him longer. I'm just sharing my story to bring up awareness. I wish I knew more how to advocate for myself and do better for my son. I just did what the doctor said because to me he knows better, and I don't want anyone else to go through what I went through. I understand now how important that small window of time I have with my family. I would have done so many things differently. I'm so glad I had friends who knew who to call. And I hope everyone has the same options I had when I went through this. I'm now painfully very aware of how crucial prenatal care is, because when you know better, you do better. And that's all. I really appreciate that I had the time to talk about my son, because talking about him is real in my life, and he really is. Thanks.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here with parents. I'm not a lost parent, but I have a sister and a niece that were stillborn. And so what does this mean? It means that my mom and my living sister both experienced a stillbirth. When I was about 1.5, my mom experienced a stillbirth, and she went on to have 2 other children. Fast forward a couple decades, my young sister lost her first child, but continued on her family building journey with her partner through the ups and downs of parenthood. So echoing some of what we've heard today and at last night's welcome event, my first message today is about this perspective of individuals and families being on a broader fertility journey when they experience a loss. We have a lot of published research that speaks to this point, for example, about the association between miscarriage and stillbirth, maternal health, and health outcomes in subsequent pregnancy. For those with lived experience, statistics do not sufficiently portray what it means to be on a family building journey when pregnancy loss or stillbirth happens. And so to carry the extra mile within our healthcare systems, my first message is about this broader family building journey that individuals and families may experience before and after a loss. When my niece passed, I was in grad school and I was doing various different research assistantships, one on an evaluation study of home visiting programs. And so the natural question came about why doesn't this exist for lost parents? So for me, this family building journey includes parenting after loss. My second message is about the range of who experiences stillbirth. We're very close within my family of origin, and the losses that have happened are in part what connected us so much over the years, including at an early age. Although they are now citizens and permanent residents, my parents are from another country. So growing up, we had an added layer of relying on each other in ways that are likely common among other families of different nationalities with language barriers. And so when I say that my second point is about the diversity and the range of experiences of stillbirth, this is partly what I have in mind. In published research, stillbirth is sometimes referred to as the silent loss or invisible death, because a loss is both a birth and a death, and as a society, we don't have norms around what to do. Parents often suffer alone, though this has thankfully changed at a rapid pace at least since my mother's loss. I'd like to push us further to be fully aware that people may have added layers of isolation in various realms of their lives. For lost parents that are born outside the US, added layers of isolation could mean the logistics of literally having nobody to take you home from the hospital. In the hospital setting, language barriers may be remedied with support from an interpreter, but so much gets lost in translation in terms of emotion and the ability to process the trauma of a loss. Social isolation could also come from a stigmatized pregnancy, for example, a teen pregnancy or a single mother undergoing IVF, and so on. In partnered losses, social isolation may be experienced differently by each parent. For example, in cases where all the paperwork and clearing the home of the baby's things are left to one parent with the intention of protecting the emotional well-being of the parent that carried the pregnancy. In many cases, parents don't make it through their family building journey together. As a researcher, I lead a project called Stories of Support After Stillbirth among immigrants and refugees. And the topics I've touched on today are reflected in these stories. I lead this project from the perspective that potential added layers of I lead this project from the perspective that despite potential added layers of social isolation among those born outside the US, people find a way to move forward in their life after experiencing stillbirth. My work is broadly motivated by the experiences in my personal life, but also through my research as a social demographer, where we know that large percentages of all deliveries among some subpopulations in the US occur among the foreign-born. And this is not necessarily about risk, it's just about the numbers, which for me has implications for long-term care. So far, participants' socioeconomic backgrounds are skewed towards English-speaking, higher income, and higher education, including bachelor's, master's, and doctoral degrees. And they tell strong stories of support that exist through this robust network of peer support. However, many are missed by this network. Some preliminary common themes for other sources of support include affiliation with religious or spiritual leaders, casual walks and talks with friends, long-distance conversations with family members in their home countries, and therapy, including connecting with professionals in their home countries. They also described missed opportunities for meaning-making, not always through mementos, but through honoring the birthing process and honoring rituals around death, including burial of the placenta or funeral proceedings in their home countries. And so to wrap up, stillbirth is both a birth and a death. And this part may seem so obvious, but the processing is not. So in sum, my two messages are, first, when a loss happens, there's a broader scope of support to consider throughout the family's family building journey. And my second message is to consider the range of who experiences stillbirth and to work towards flexibility in supporting all different types of families.
Celeste, Namba, this is my name, Keisha. I'll primarily speak today, but I have Navajo, so I wanted to introduce myself in Navajo. Gat a Celeste Nambi and Shep, Kiami Nishnep, Bishwichahi, Bashishin, Nanish Tachi Dashichi, Ilagana Dashinale. And I just introduced my 4 clans, so traditionally I'm related to Ernest. His 4th clan is Kiani, which is my first clan. Not sure what the relationship is, but probably something like grandpa. So I appreciate this opportunity to have this space. I just wanted to share a little bit about our story. So Keisha and I have known each other for 17 years. I've been a couple for 15 and a half, 16 of those years, and we were only able to get married in 2014. So we'll be celebrating our 10-year anniversary a little bit later this year. Our family building journey started a long time ago, probably 2 years into our marriage, and we were kind of hurdling a lot of different things with family building as a LGBTQ couple, and dealing with fertility issues on top of that. So when in 2018, when we got pregnant with the first time we got pregnant with our son Koji, we were just ecstatic. Things were going really wonderfully. It felt like we were kind of like climbing this mountain of different things that we were trying to navigate in life to build our family. And shortly after kind of announcing it, we felt like we had gotten past the early stages and had finally announced on social media and got a lot of support from our family, friends, people from the LGBT community. I went into early labor, didn't know I was in early labor. And by the time I realized it and we got to the hospital, I was already fully dilated, and Koji was born 4 months early. So he was at just before 23 weeks gestation. And he was born at 1 pound, 3 ounces. And we decided to go through the intervention route and see if we could rescue him. We did receive a lot of support from the healthcare professionals, and but the decision to make, it was a very, life altering, our world turned upside down decision. We were able to spend 8 days with him in the NICU, and I just wanted to share some of the things that went really good and what could have gone better for our experience. So I'll start with the bad and then with the good. So the things that could have gone better, sometimes there would be professionals that would come into the space with us being next to our son's isolate, and it always went better when we were asked what our relationship was instead of the assumption being made. When the assumption was made, it was very often the wrong relationship. Sometimes they thought that we were, mother-daughter. It was sometimes really awkward.
Grandma.
We were asking if Keisha was grandma to baby, and so just making that space to allow us to introduce ourselves or not make assumptions would have gone much better in those circumstances. We had to do like different types of paperwork for the birth certificate and things like that. And a lot of the hospital paperwork is specific to heteronormative couples. So it was sometimes hard for us to figure out how to fill out the paperwork. There wasn't really any resources for us to go to see how should we fill this out. Weeks after everything happened, we got a phone call from the hospital asking us like why we chose the options we did, because they didn't understand their form. So Keisha had to be entered on the birth certificate as the father who was not male. And
I had to explain that to the hospital staff what that meant.
And so
I'm like, it's your paperwork, but I have to explain it.
Yeah. So that's something that as a lesbian couple, it would have been easier if someone was there, or if there was like paperwork that was specific to our relationship. The other thing that we kind of ran into that was really difficult to deal with was, after the 8 days of being with him and deciding to stop interventive care, is getting a phone call from a different department in the hospital asking, doing the mom baby check. We had just experienced a loss and got the phone call maybe a few days after. How's mom doing? How's baby doing? And we had to tell them over the phone, sorry, but we were not able to bring our son home. That would be good to have notated in your system so you're not making those calls to us. The things that did go really well were the support and care that we got from the staff. It was truly amazing. They were always making sure that we were taking care of ourselves during that time we were at the hospital. We even had a nurse, advocate for us without us knowing that she wanted us to stay at the hospital so we could be close by, especially when things started to turn for the worse with his health. The other thing was the congratulations that were given to us, even though we were in a tough predicament. That offer of congratulations about your baby, and I know for some families that might not be appropriate, but it really helped to change the perspective that we were in when it was like our world is turned upside down. But there is some joy and happiness in this moment. At the time, we didn't share the same last name. I hadn't changed my name over from my maiden name, so on all the paperwork, our son was under my maiden name. And one of the staff members asked, what is his name going to be? And so when we told them, they made a little name tag with what his name last name would be instead of Baby Ludlum. It was Koji Namba. So that was something that was really touching. Just the little things that they did for us. So, working with the doctors, and they always kept us informed about what was going on with his health before, we decided to stop care. After our loss, the things that went really well is swift intervention from our primary care physician. So instead of asking us to or waiting for 6 weeks for a postpartum checkup, she called and had me schedule it 2 weeks after. And that appointment that I had with her, they did a mental health check, and they were doing everything that they could to support. Another big thing that was really helpful was family support, peer support. So in the times that we were not feeling like we were getting enough support, we were reaching out to find support groups online. We got connected with an organization in Utah here called Share Parents of Utah, or other lost parents who lost children. And that really helped to bring a sense of this isn't just me being targeted, that this loss and grief is happening to me. Unfortunately, it's shared by a lot of people, and having that space to share was really important. So yeah, I just wanted to thank everyone for this opportunity. I really appreciate the opening ceremony being a part of this, because it really brings a sense of calm and collectiveness to the moment. I also wanted to thank healthcare professionals like Dr. Cohen. I'm from the reservation, so I was born in Fort Defiance where you work, and just knowing that we have that support, it's making me realize that if this is something that's prevalent, I haven't connected with other Navajo women who have gone through loss, and it's showing that there's still gaps to be filled. So thank you so much for the work that you do. I also wanted to remind any lost parents that grief is unexpressed love, and as much as you can find works of service to do and find ways to express the love for your child that you no longer have with you, just know that you are doing great. Remind yourself to give yourself grace, because anytime you feel grief, it's that love that you were not able to give to your child. But thank you so much.
These like this is why we're here today, right? I mean, we could take their stories and spend the rest of the day coming up with an action plan on how to do this different and going forward. So thank you. I love the diversity of story and all the stories of this group. I mean, I'm an English person, I'm a storyteller, and I love the diversity in this group. And so I want to ask you, I know you covered it a little bit, but you have a room full of clinicians and researchers and parents. Like, if you could give them one piece of advice from your perspective moving forward, just a couple sentences, like, this is what we need to do to be in a better place next year. For people just like you, what would you, or what have you learned being on this panel? Are you ready for one more question? Okay.
One thing that I sincerely appreciate from my provider that delivered my twins was, it's been 14 years, and every time I see him, because we're now technically colleagues at the hospital, he'll still refer to me by my name, and he still remembers my story. I don't know how, but he has made that a priority, and it has meant so much to me. So even if you can remember just a teeny tiny little piece of something, the baby name, the mom saying, whatever it is, this little tiny piece of their story, it is so healing and so validating. If there's something that
Final words on what you want to say to all of you in the room to make it better for other families, like that's.
That's a loaded question. I think for me, because I was living in a predominantly white area, Vernal, Utah, I think my thing I would like to change is like to try to remove biases if you have it subconsciously or unconsciously. Because at the end of the day, like, those are our babies and they deserve better.
I think being in this space has really gave me a new perspective of, I do come from biracial background, and not growing up traditionally in Navajo culture, I do my best to offer respect for the culture, but I don't necessarily go by the teachings, taboos, or some of the cultural traditions that happen. And so I think there was a question posed earlier that I wanted to kind of address, is that if you're not sure, so do some work to understand the different cultural backgrounds for the populations that you're serving, but then also don't be afraid to ask the people that you're serving, like, how can I support you, or are there traditions that you would like me to follow, things like that, because that would be something that would be really amazing, coming from both Navajo culture and from being in the LGBT community. So.
So a lot of what you said that to try to honor the birthing process and the requests of the parents, and also rituals around death that the parents might request.
Do we have time for any questions? Does anyone have any questions for? You're not running away. You're blocked in.
I know this is probably not a question for the medical community, but I'm absolutely disturbed that your husband was let go from his job in the middle of all this.
Oh, yeah.
That,
It's fine.
yeah, and
You're right, it's not fine.
I know, but we say that like.
They fired me for asking for time off to bereave for my son. They said, well, we're friendly firing you, but we just can't keep you on. And I'm like, well, I'm just dealing with the loss of my son. And when I came back, they said, well, we're offering you a promotion. Is this gonna affect you? Is the loss of your son gonna affect you? And I knew the answer was yes, but I had to say, oh no, it's not gonna affect you. And because I knew the answer he needed. And it wasn't, yeah, this is gonna affect me my whole life. And it might interrupt with my work, but he didn't care. So yeah, they don't care. It doesn't matter.
I don't know how we changed. I mean, that's not a medical issue, maybe more a political issue.
Yeah.
It's like when our baby was stillborn, they gave me we had a 3-day paternity leave. And so it was like, well, but then they give a 5-day bereavement leave. And so I was trying to, it's like I had to go convince my boss. It's like, well, I've had both a birth and a death. It's like I need this time. It's like we're completely messed up. And anyway, I just wanted to tell you thank you for your stories, and I grieve with you, and I hope everything's okay with your husband.
Oh, yeah.
Now as well.
That was 11 years ago. It'll be 11 November 2nd. So I'm thinking that my body's remembering trauma, and so it's like, also I was sitting next to her and she was crying. Like the process of being a bus, and so like I think they're just looking for any reason to let go of workers during the bus, and yeah, that was hard planning a funeral with no job. I mean, there's a lot to my story, but we only get 10 minutes.
I just wanted to say thank you as well. I can't imagine how hard it must be to stand, sit in front of all of us and tell your stories about your beautiful babies. And I just wanted to show you and tell you my gratitude, because this is what makes us work hard in the space, is to make a difference to the parents and the babies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you also to all of your stories. And I want to make sure I get this right. Ashley, sorry, the person to your right. Celeste. I wondered, so probably like 2 years ago, we were starting to talk about pregnancy after loss clinics. And we know that the spectrum of loss goes from, recurrent infertility issues all the way through to full-term stillbirth. And so the way that you walk through the hospital, you go from like the antepartum unit, right, to labor and delivery. And then when you go to the NICU, you walk through another group of doors. And as a mother goes through each one of those doors, she often has to retell her story and educate her care team, because a lot of that critical information seems to not follow through. So I wanted to thank you for the very specific feedback you provided. And secondly, asked you, as you walked through those NICU doors, was your care team in the NICU aware of what you had been going through before you came in at all? kind of answer your question.
I think being in that space for so long, we were there for over a week. As time went on, we were getting the same healthcare team. So if nurses were coming back on shift, they were requesting to work with us again. So because they knew, the Koji's care and how things have changed, and they could monitor if there were health changes for him. But they did really great at understanding our relationship, and it seemed as though, for the most part, new people that they were bringing in to support us were aware of our situation. Every so often, there was a department that would come through, like volunteers, and it was probably mostly volunteers who made assumptions about what our relationship was and our relationship to Koji. So they did really great. I think the healthcare team did a really good job at that, and I know that it would have been harder if it was us having to re-explain that over and over every time we came into that space. So thank you so much for the question.
I have a question. I think that clinicians often see parents like in their moment of grief in the hospital, and then we just drag you all out to tell these stories again. But my message from these parents, and as a parent myself, I hope that you can see past these stories into what we become and what we grow into, and the power that we have to help in research and in clinical care and in peer support, and where we fit in this room. We're just not up here telling sad stories. Like, we need to be embedded in every single person, every single thing that's happening in this room. Take us and embed us, because it's how we heal, right? Mm-hmm. And so I always say, we hear these stories of the parents, but also, like, you never get to see sometimes us leaving the hospital and becoming like kick-ass advocates and pushing this forward. So I want really quickly for you to tell us how your story moved on, and good news about your. So will you just briefly say about where you're at?
So we did try to continue our family building,
both of us,
and biologically we weren't able to carry any more, but we were very, very fortunate to come to the opportunity to adopt a baby. So we've been working with their bio family and an open adoption. Just about, I think she was about 22 weeks along when they chose us, and they were very, very sweet to allow us to come to the ultrasounds, come to the birth, be a part of the birth story. And our son Avid, he did have to go to the NICU, so there was a little bit of trauma in going back to that space, but then we also found a lot of healing. Healthcare team that would remembered us from 5 years prior, remembered where our son, where Koji's bed was in the NICU wing. Just little details that they kept onto that were very healing for us, that knowing that we made a positive impact on their lives. And so we'll be officially adopting Ava at the end of this month.
Floating around here somewhere.
So cute. So our surviving twin Scarlett is 14 years old. She's thriving. After the death of our son, my husband was very determined to get a master's degree in anesthesia. So he applied to 2 programs, did not require the GRE. And he got accepted to both of them. So we chose to go to California. And the month that we moved to California, I miraculously got pregnant. So we call him the California miracle. He's 12. And then his first job out of school was in Arizona. And again, I miraculously got pregnant a few years later. So we also have the Arizona miracle. So I have 3 surviving children, and life is great.
Oldest, and his son, the one, another son. We named him Koloa, and Antonio means treasure. And so, and then I have 2 girls after that. But all my kids know that, like, that boy of mine is like my whole heart. Like, one kid will do one thing, and he'll do the same thing, and he just can do no wrong. But yeah, we have 3 children. After I've had health complications, and so I tend to have more kids. If I could have more kids, I would. I love my man I'm with. So in love with him. So in love with my kids. I'm so lucky to be their mom. And if I could, I would. But I literally not with this body.
Children, 5 grandchildren, one that is just a handful of days old, so she couldn't be here. She's doing grandma stuff. And my sister has 2 living children, and she's doing mother things. She's off at a soccer tournament, and they're both wonderful people in my life, and grateful to have them and to learn how to love from them. And grateful to be here with all of you.
I can't thank these ladies enough, and I will add, this woman is amazing, and her research now and her postdoc is on the effects of stillbirth on the entire family unit, especially siblings, and so it is such a valuable aspect that we need to look into. So she's a hero here. Thank you so much. And by the way, all of these people have said they are ready to share their story and contribute in this community wherever needed. So I can't thank you enough.
Yeah, so the and we were very deliberate in the way that we planned this day to start properly. And I think that we have more to thank for starting this day properly. We know that there's probably a lot of thoughts going on in everybody's minds.
There are post-it pads, remember, in front of you. Please share your thoughts, your own experiences, your questions, your suggestions. And I don't see any, well, of course you've been sitting and listening, but we are now going into a 15-minute coffee break. Please relax and grab a coffee and a snack. And please put some of your thoughts on the post-its up there and come back in 15 minutes. Okay.
Stillbirth per year. In the US, 1 out of 173 birth is a stillbirth. And in the US, actually, we are not doing a very good job overall in preventing and caring for stillbirth. So we rank 151 out of 87 among other countries in the progress that has been made in stillbirth care. Over the past year, actually, we did a little bit better, but we have a lot of work to do and a lot of room to improve. I want to highlight the global map here, and of course, the darker the color, the higher rates of the stillbirth. And we are not the worst, but we are also not the among the lowest country.
So what are the disparities in stillbirth? So there are a few levels and dimensions of disparities. There are racial, ethnic, demographic, and geographic disparity, actually. And when I started on the mission with this great team, I started educating myself about like stillbirth and the mental health of stillbirth. And I, as a psychiatrist and addiction psychiatry trained physician, had a lot to know and to learn. So if we significant, I think it's not enough to say and repeat and like keep hammering the point. There are a lot of disparities when it comes to stillbirth population. So we know that stillbirth rates are higher in rural America when we compare to main cities. There are also geographical disparity where like the Southwest and the Midwest have higher rates of stillbirth compared to East Coast and Northern states. Actually in Utah, and we have been working very closely with our partners for Defiance, and they are informing us that they are having a cluster of stillbirth and they don't know what's going on. So a lot of research finally is being done about like environmental factors, what's going on in the Midwest states that contributed to this, but we don't have concrete knowledge yet. In terms of ethnicity, I like this visual and I just would like people to look at it and see the differences between patient population and the rates of stillbirth. And this is the CDC data from 2020. So we see how the highest rate is among Black pregnancy, where it's like 1 in 97 is a stillbirth compared to the total population, and that's a Native as well, 1 in 94. And we know these are happening in Utah, and this is very consistent with our clinical observation here in Utah and what we have been gathering with our collaboration with our partners in the community and in the Native Indian communities and healthcare systems. So, what about mental health in stillbirth? Now we are going to open this topic. Let's talk about the emotional toll. This is the loss. I was very touched by listening to all the parents yesterday and this morning. I feel it's difficult to talk about mental health experience after I listened to all of you ladies who talked about their experience. So I don't I'm sure I'm not going to do it as genuine and good job as you did, but I'm going to say from a medical standpoint, like what we are seeing medically and what data we have. So stillbirth is a devastating event and it has a toll on mothers, parents in general, and families that are affected by stillbirth. And the mental health effect has two components. There is the immediate one, the initial loss, grief, what happens immediately, and then the long-term mental health outcome. And I want to highlight the long-term outcome because some mental health diagnoses, they don't present themselves until months after the incident. So for example, PTSD is something that can arise from 6 months to 1 year postpartum. And the person who is experiencing their symptom, most of the time they don't know what's going on, why I'm having these symptoms. So just a quick rundown of the rates. We think that up to 60% of stillbirth mother have depression and up to 30% will present with PTSD within the 6 to 12 month postpartum. That's a huge number. We think the duration of the impact is long lasting. I've been listening to all you who are living with this experience, and it's clear to me as a mental health professional psychiatrist that you are still having this experience. You healed in some way, but you are still dealing with consequences. So I want to say it's lifelong, and it's something that we need to work with like in a chronic manner. It's not a 6-month support, 3 month support. So what is the challenges, and I don't know why that's what the challenges in the stillbirth? What is the status now? How are we doing from as a mental health provider and a caregiver with a stillbirth? I think the main things that we can highlight right now, these are not the only, but these are the main thing that we see is the inconsistent bereavement support and care. So we don't have a standardized screening process, standardized bereavement support that can address each and every stillbirth in the same way. And I think a lot of the mother who talked about the differences in the experiences and the kind of and clarity was a main contributor to the struggle moving forward. Shortage in mental health workforce. This is a huge national issue. I think in the whole over the US, there is a shortage of mental health worker, and Utah is not any different. And on top of the shortage of mental health provider, we have also another deficiency. We lack the trained forces, specialized trained forces in stillbirth that can address pregnancy loss. So we having shortage on 2 levels. Limited staff training. Again, we need to educate not just the mental health care provider, but the OB provider, the staff that interacting with these patients in each level during the process, and have unified screening and training. Then give me okay. Financial resources. In Utah and over the US, there is a huge also disparity in terms of like hospital capacity and ability to support. So if you are in a large area, metropolitan area, the hospital will most likely to have some more resources compared to rural. And that contribute to the disparity in mental health and outcome overall. So what is the future of steps in the care of stillbirth from mental health standpoint? I like the idea of the future because Dr. Rappaport, I'm going to use that as a branding now. He was talking about the future, and we should talk about the future. How we in the Stillbirth Center of Excellence are planning to address this. And I hope we can also make this as a generalized plan for our partners and standardize the screening. We need to agree on the same screening for each of these patients and try to be consistent with the screening and care. And then that would come with that consistent services, consistent bereavement support. We must educate the mental health worker, psychiatrist, psychologist, social worker, must receive a standardized evidence-based training that is actually available. And we are intending in our center to start the process doing that. Enhanced staff training. I know that also within this symposium, we are doing the improvement training. We gotta work and bring everyone together, like parents' voice, clinician, advocacy people, and try to gather support for financial and policy changes to make the mental health care is available for everyone. And finally, integrated mental health, like all the new recommendation from SAMHSA, from White House initiative, from actually task force in Utah that published in 2024 a recommendation about advancing mental health in the state of Utah. All of these initiatives focused on integrative mental health care as the solution to tackle the above shortage in workforce and education. So I think we are planning to do that, and thank you for your time, and I will hand the stage to
While the slides get up, so I
Lots of fun faces. Nice to see everybody. I am the medical director of the Super I Clinic, which stands for Substance Use and Pregnancy Recovery Addiction Dependence. And there's a quiz at the end of this where you're going to have to match that up. That's a lie. And it's actually Lauren Thielen who came up with that. That's my trivia that I like. Many of you know she's one of our MFMs. The best I could do was sad and sperm, and we defined that. So we established this clinic 8 years ago with Jasmine Charles, who's one of our PAs in the MFM department. And what we know about substance use disorder is that it affects pregnant people from all walks of life. There's not one individual that is that can get substance use disorder, and it is the leading cause, is one of the leading contributors of maternal death in Utah. And so I have I saw a few of my colleagues here from the Utah Maternal Mortality Review Committee. This is data that's a little bit dated. It's from 2014 to 2016. And in here, so here you see a quarter of the deaths are accidental drug related, 20% are suicide, 17.5% are obstetric complications, and other medical conditions are 15%. But in each of the suicide, obstetric complications, and medical complications, there are drug-related deaths embedded in those because that leads to things like cardiomyopathy, suicide, and many, many other things that is a different talk that we would love to be invited to as well. What we also know is that pregnant people with substance use disorder often put off prenatal care because of the fear of being stigmatized. They are terrified of disclosing their substance use disorders, in part because of the shame and blame that they have for themselves, that they receive from society, and quite frankly, from the policies that we have in place, where they fear that their children are going to get taken away from them by disclosing that. And that's a really significant contributor to this. This is just some data that's very specific to Utah and how the burden of how life-threatening a substance use disorder is. So in Utah, this is Utah specific data from Utah Population Database, 1 in 5 individuals who have opioid and methamphetamine use disorder are at risk of severe maternal morbidity. And this is the bad stuff. This is like, you had a stroke, you had a heart attack, you were knocking on death's door. You didn't die, but you almost died. Or they died, and it's 1 in 10 for meth use disorder alone, 1 in 10 for opioid use disorder. So this is really a life-threatening condition. For opioid use disorder, we have medications that are really life-saving. I mean, these are life-saving medications. Methadone, buprenorphine, and naltrexone is also increasingly being used. And when we present this to our moms who come to us for care, they're terrified that they're doing something bad to their baby if they start these medications. This is really the conversation that we have to have is, yes, the medication is better for you because it prevents overdoses and death. And then we walk through the risks of withdrawal symptoms for babies. And that's, again, a whole nother talk. That these are the things that this is the way in which we prevent death from happening. There are many other things that we do as well, like hand out naloxone. I want to highlight that there's really significant ethnic and racial disparity between who gets medications for opioid use disorder. Some of the best data has come out of Massachusetts, but certainly here in Utah, we see that Native American individuals, Latinx individuals, Black individuals are much less likely to receive medications for opioid use disorder, and that includes in pregnancy. And there are many complex societal reasons for that. So this is the Stillbirth Symposium. So this is some data about stillbirth. I want to really highlight that these are associations and not causal data. And that's a really important thing to highlight that. So this is out of the Stillbirth Collaborative Research Network. That is the baby of Bob Silver, who I see over there getting some coffee. These are umbilical cord samples. And what they found was that nicotine, cannabis, and polysubstance use were really associated with higher risk of stillbirth. What's important about these data is that they're getting pretty old at this point, and we have really different substance use patterns. And even our cancer right now, like I really miss heroin. Heroin was a lot easier to deal with than fentanyl, right? Who says that? Me, right? When I see somebody who's getting heroin, I mean, the heroin is like a premium drug these days. People pay extra to get heroin because essentially fentanyl has taken over, and it's much, much cheaper to buy, and it's much, much harder to convert somebody on to medications for opioid use disorder. And that's a really significant
barrier for us. Methamphetamine is, of our individuals that we take care of at SuperAd, 80% of them have opioid use disorder, and over half of those have co-occurring meth use disorder. So we're really dealing with a syndemic. And nicotine, right? So now, I mean, I don't see people who smoke cigarettes anymore. Everyone is vaping at this point. And so what do we know about that? Not a whole lot. And what is the contribution of that above what we already know? Likely worse, right? These are highly potent medications. And vaping, you can kind of do anywhere. It doesn't smell. So people are probably getting more substances and increasing that risk of adverse outcomes, including stillbirth. I had really fun things to highlight for you, but instead I talked about it. Cannabis, I think, is also something to highlight. This is data from my boss, Tori Metz, out of the New Montague, a large prospective cohort. And what we see is that there is an increased risk of composite adverse pregnancy outcomes with cannabis, including small for gestational age, those indicated preterm birth, stillbirth, and hypertension. And stillbirth is increased, but isn't statistically significant. But likely it's because it's a rare, thankfully a rare outcome. The thing with cannabis that I also highlight to patients is we have such high potency cannabis these days that we're so behind in the data. So people think, this isn't going to kill me. Correct. Like you can do a whole lot of cannabis and it is probably it's not going to make you overdose, stop breathing, and die. But it is probably increasing your risk of these adverse outcomes above and what we knew beforehand. And so as we counsel people who are often using substances to treat, to self-treat mental illness, they're often using cannabis. They're increasing their use of cannabis and they're increasing their use of nicotine when they're trying to decrease their use of opioids and methamphetamine, at least in our clinic. So we do a whole lot of counseling about mental health during our talks with these moms, and really offering a broad spectrum of services for that. This is just, so what do we do in SuperAd? We are a multidisciplinary clinic. Our mission is to keep people alive and to meet their parenting goals. And we take care of pregnant people through a year postpartum, in part because that risk of death is highest in that 6 to 9 months postpartum, where the perfect storm has happened, where the untreated mental conditions, the loss of social support, the loss of insurance, the baby daddy drama that inevitably happens, right? Even my own, right? At 6 to 9 months, I was like, I'm ready to murder you. And we didn't. I am not in prison, but it was when I was 6 to 9 months. I was like, I can really see why this happens at 6 to 9 months, because it's that perfect storm where everything's just piling on top of people. And today we've served more than 1,300 dyads. And we have lots of services that we try to work with lots of community partners, because this takes really a village to move the needle. And based on the data from the Maternal Mortality Review Committee, we haven't moved the needle. We've really the spoiler alert, when our new data comes out, our rates have really increased. So this is really all hands on deck. We're going to budge the needle in this. We really need to move the needle in providing comprehensive care for people with substance use disorders, including those individuals who have miscarriages, who have stillbirths, who have terminations. And we provide care in that really reproductive justice model where we're taking care of people through whether they want to parent or they don't want to parent. And a really important thing to highlight for individuals with substance use disorder, they're at much higher risk of having involuntary removals of their children. And that is the loss of a child, whether that child died or not. They almost might as well have died when they've been involuntarily removed and often then placed into somebody else's custody without a clear path of how to regain custody. And even when they regain custody, that trauma doesn't go away. All right. The other thing I wanted to highlight is placing for adoption, which we have about 5% of our patients will place for adoption, and we work with adoption agencies here in Utah. that is also a really traumatic, whether it's done, that's their choice and we support that choice, it is still complexly traumatic afterwards. And we do a lot of bereavement services. We do a lot of peer recovery support for those individuals because they often feel as if they had a child who died. So this is a very complex population. I really appreciate that the Stillbirth Symposium has highlighted this population. In Subrad, which is the integrated clinic where we do obstetric, mental health, and addiction services all integrated together, we've been able to move the needle within our health system. So we've got in our clinic, 76% of people who have opioid use disorder on medications for opioid use disorder. We've been able to decrease the amount of time that neonates spend in the nursery. We have a 60% postpartum visit rate. So we're really seeing within 8 weeks of delivery, we're seeing our individuals come back to us, which is, that's kind of, we think, our biggest win is that they're coming back to us in that most vulnerable period of time, which is that postpartum period. And we've been seeing a decrease in postpartum hospitalization. We think we save money, but that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is I think we are hopefully a tiny bit moving the needle within our health system, but we really need all hands on deck, and we need Subrad to, or some version thereof, to exist in all parts of our community. This is a quote from Kelsey, who is, and her son Oliver, who is one of our patients who's given us permission to share her story. And the thing that I think that's most important is that when I talk about it, I don't like makes me do this, is they showed me that I was worth saving. And like everyone should feel that way. Everyone should feel that they are worth saving. And I think many, many people blame themselves so much for their substance use disorder, which the things that led them to the substance use disorder, right? We don't talk as much about those things sort of as a society. Every single person with substance use disorder is worth saving. And that is the mantra. We really thank Kelsey and Oliver for allowing us to share their story. Thank you. Anything I went through everything. Yeah, not today.
So now we're going to just take a few minutes and do a Q&A. And so I have some questions for each of the presenters. I'm going to start with Stacey, who presented earlier. And my question is, so we know that inequities exist and they're so varied. Their race, their ethnicity, their income, their urban, rural, frontier. And we often blame the victim for the poor birth outcomes. So I'm wondering, how do you think we shift the focus? And as a bereaved parent, what's needed to address these inequities?
I feel like I'm on the Miss American pageant. That was really complex. I don't have glasses, there's nobody else can. So I feel like a lot of people in this room know my story, but I want to briefly say my son Benjamin was stillborn 17 years ago. I was full term, and although I am like an upper middle class white straight woman, I lived in a medical desert. I lived in central Utah at the time. I had an hour and a half drive to my doctor. There were doctors that delivered, but there weren't OBs, and I drove from Ephraim, Utah to Payson for every appointment. It was an hour and a half. So I can speak to that as well, but I remember after he died that we drove home from the hospital, and I feel like we drove into just isolation and loneliness. Like I did never have a call back from my doctor. We didn't get an autopsy. I'll stand on this platform again. We were told it was $7,000. They were just going to cut up my baby, and they probably wouldn't find anything wrong. So, which is incorrect. I'll just say that to everyone. And Intermountain and University of Utah paid for it at that as well. But So we came home, we had no answers. I was in a little town where everyone knew us. Going to the grocery store was torturous. I mean, I just remember driving around in my car. I would go get Diet Coke and sit in a parking lot because everyone knew what happened. We were the story, the talk of the town. So when I came home, I had no mental health support. The only peer support I received was from other friends who had lost babies who showed up at my door. And so we kind of became everyone's nightmare, right? The plague that you didn't want to talk about or that you thought you were going to catch. And so I feel like we drove into loneliness within this medical desert with lack of physical care, but also mental care. And we had 3 little boys at the time. They were sleeping on my bedroom floor. I was checking their breathing during the night because I was pretty sure they were going to die too. My husband, Brian, bought 16 burial plots at the cemetery because, you know, at that point, everyone was going to die. And I think, as Rana mentioned, the PTSD, like when you leave, you're so in shock that it's a month later, it's 6 months later, when everyone goes back to work, when the kids are back in school, when the reality and the floor falls out from under you. So that's one thing that I can speak to is in these communities, we have to find a consistency of care for everyone. There needs to be training for all clinicians. I know that's my job, but I really think all clinicians, all hospitals need to be trained about autopsy, about what happens to a parent after they go home. There has to be a handoff to mental health. There has to be. If you give me a number and say, here is a therapist you should call, I will never make the call. I won't, and I didn't. And so you need to make the appointment for us. We're not unintelligent. We have brain fog, and we can't make sense of the world after a baby dies. It's an out-of-order death. And so I think that's really important. And so if me, as an educated white woman who had family support and greatness, what happens to everyone else? Like, where are they? And I've been a bereavement support specialist for like 10 years. I've been in a lot of hospital rooms and a lot of mortuaries with parents, and I have served a lot of people who live in poverty. I have served marginalized communities. Ashley and I were just talking about this. These parents aren't at the support meetings. We never see them again. They get something at the hospital. We translate to tell them everything's going to be okay. I'm a mom. They feel it, but they're gone. Like, we don't see them again. And so the big step is, where do we find them? Like, what are we doing? And it's not to go into their communities and say, this is the way that you need to do it. It's to go into their communities and sit next to them and build a program and love on them and check our own freaking biases at the door and think, I'm not here to help you. You're here to teach me how we can work together as a community to support each other. Like, I just think that is the key to everything. So these community members, we need to find, we need to stop judging. We need to not think that we know everything. And again, bias, as you said, it's everywhere. Everyone has it. And until we reach into our own selves, so we have the ability to reach into these communities, people are going to keep suffering. I went home and I went into oblivion. And but I still had privilege. And there's a lot of people who don't have that. So that answered the 17 things on that question.
And build relationship. I think about what you just said is we don't know everybody else's situation. And so walking in the room and building that rapport, getting to know where they're coming from and asking questions and letting them tell their own story. So I think of person and environment, figure out who the person is in their environment. But then we need to make sure that we're educating people in all levels, in all rural, urban, frontier areas. My second question, it's a little shorter. I gave her the really hard one. Dr. Smid, so given the stigma, given the shaming of substance use, how can providers deliver the most equitable care if they don't have a central idea? Like, what's one thing they can do on their way to building the center that you have?
Does that work? I don't know. I don't know. Too loud. Here you go. Okay. I've never been told I'm quiet. That is a great question, and I think there's actually there's a long answer and a short answer. So I'm gonna start with the short answer, and then we'll see how long if we get to the long answer. The short answer, I think, is is person-centered language, is referring to a person as a person with a substance use disorder as opposed to an addict. Because when you define somebody by their medical condition, right, it only becomes about that thing. And I think when we use person-centered language, it forces us to see that person as define them as a person, knowing that they have complexities and nuances, and it's not a monolith. And every single person develops a substance use disorder in a slightly different way for slightly different reasons. So I think we would invite everybody in this room, right? If you've ever said the word addict, or they got clean, or baby who is born addicted, I invite you to really utilize person-centered language. So a person with a substance use disorder, a dyad who's been affected by substances, an unexpected urine toxicology versus clean or dirty. I mean, that's a real concrete thing that when we really make the person centered, even our language is something that you can do that. Everyone in this room can do that moving forward. The long answer is it takes a lot, right? It takes a lot more than that. I mean, the language that we use is incredibly, incredibly important, because often people they themselves don't see themselves as anything but an addict. I'm a piece of crap because I'm using substances when I'm pregnant. And that is a thing that when you voice that to a person who's sitting in front of you and say, the meanest thing that anyone will ever say is what you say to yourself. I mean, that nobody in society can say anything meaner than what you said to yourself. We have and I think Erin Johnson, I know, was at least here. So Erin Johnson is the director of the Elevate Center. We received some NIH funding to do research in reducing maternal morbidity and mortality from substance use disorder in Utah. And one of our big projects led by Susannah, Cohen, and Melissa Watt is really how do we impact providers and how do we do bias training? Because if I have to sit with another module where I click through slides, right, all of us have to do those modules, and that doesn't move the needle. What we're developing is really a human-centered research project that looks at how do we actually move that. And then what we do well in obstetrics is we do simulation really well, right? We can sim a hemorrhage. We can sim an amniotic fluid embolism. So can we simulate a difficult interaction where you are being confronted by a person who has a severe substance use disorder? And can we teach empathy? Can we teach that in a simulation environment using that platform? So TBD, it's a 7-year project. We'll report back.
Thank you. And I think someone said earlier today that we can't really teach cultural competence because we can never be competent in someone else's culture, but we can be humble and we can have cultural humility. And so that client-centered, person-centered language. So thank you for that on the road to building these clinics all over. So another question, and specifically for you, Dr. Josh, from your work with Fort Defiance and beyond other Fort areas, what initiatives do you think need the most concentration right now?
Thank you. I would pick up where Dr. Smid left. First of all, I want to make a quick comment about Kelsey, because Kelsey is a successful case that is a product of collaborative work. So Kelsey was treated at HMHI, that's the Mental Health Institute. She was enrolled in a research study, the RDD, that we started her on buprenorphine, which is Suboxone, which is one of the FDA-approved treatment for opioid use disorder. And she did great during 1 year of research. So, and we monitored her, we treated her, and then we referred her to Dr. Smid at Spread because we know that this is the best place where she would get care, and this is the outcome when people come together, mental health provider, OB, addiction specialist, we all come together and work together, because this is the reality, is just what Dr. Smid said, is addiction and mental health. These are a very complex condition. They are in there are changes in brain circuitry. This is a neuroscience, and we need to start having this conversation with the medical community and with educating people that this is not someone's fault. This is basically, it's like, can you blame someone for having diabetes? Can you blame someone for having hypertension? No one does that. And we're still blaming people for substance use. And the worst of it is, I'm going to spoil an early research result, preliminary result that we did with Dr. Silver, that we looked at the mental health outcome in a small sample, like it's a small sample of stillbirth. And we looked at what are the characteristics of these women who had adverse mental health outcome and had stillbirth compared to one who had stillbirth and did not have adverse outcome. And the main red flag was shaming, blaming, and partner shame and family blame was the main reason, which is the common chord with the substance use population. We gotta stop blaming people for having a complex disease. Like, it needs to be treated, and because it's complex, it needs even no one single person can treat that or deal with that. It needs a village. So stillbirth is as complex as substance use because you have a lot of dimension. So you need the collaboration of the OB who took care of that person. You need early communication, something that Stacey talked about. The moment this loss happened, mental health needs to be integrated in that care, alerted. There might be a grief period, and we can provide support, and then we are like out of the more adverse mental outcome. But you can't just wait until things happen. So having an interdisciplinary approach, bringing everyone together. No one knows mental health has a role, OB has a role, peer support has a very important role. For example, in the early stillbirth, we're talking about how we are going to do the peer support in this clinic. And Stacey and other people with lived experience made this comment. You need to have face, like in the clinic, these mothers need to see someone, because you know what? They are not going to call. If you give them a number, they are not. And sometimes, doctor, we think that we know everything. We don't. So we listen, and we are collecting data about these measures. Did this help? Like, are these measures helping people coming back and retaining patients? Other model that for complicated cases that it's clear that the mental health aspect is going to take the scene. There is major trauma. Warm handoff between doctors, because the main issue in the system in the United States is the fragmentation. We have fragmented system everywhere, so we don't talk to each other as providers. So for a couple of cases that recently I have treated, like when Dr. Silver sent me a quick message, this patients need to be seen, and we created a referral path that is different than the traditional path. Oh, I'm gonna book an Epic or give you a paper, or no, this is urgent. Treat this with urgency based on this specific case. We have been seeing that these moms are coming to the clinic, coming and keep coming. Reluctant at the beginning, because also I want to highlight that after this loss there is a huge mistrust. I don't expect the mom to trust the community in all cases. So you show care, you show proactivity, you show team approach. And I think that's gonna be the next step. And even in research work, treating research as a silo is also, it's need to change. Research should feed into clinical practice. And research and clinical should work together. Research gives us information, and the clinician detect the problem and questions and solve it via research. So also integrating research in clinical practice, which is something that Dr. Smid does in Superad. I know that. And she is my mentor. I'm proud to say that. So embedding research as well with the clinic is another initiative. I think these are the main low-hanging fruit. And we got a lot to learn because again, this is a very underserved, understudied patient population. The data and the knowledge is very limited. Like what I could gather is a couple of papers here and there. We don't know what are the risk factors. We don't know the protective factor. We don't know how to go about this. We have ideas, but we don't have concrete. So I hope.
Just one more thing real quick. I remember after I came home, speaking of mental health, just the exhaustion as a parent, right? There's no way to explain the exhaustion. And I remember people calling and leaving messages like, call me, I heard what happened, I never called anyone back, but I would listen to the answering machine over that people would leave messages. But I can't emphasize enough the loneliness it feels to go home. And so this handoff has to happen because even my closest friends, I wouldn't talk to anyone. And I'm a really social person, so this was probably part of my nosedive. But I remember one time I had a friend that stopped and she was knocking on my door and I was sitting on the other side of the door on the floor. And I knew she was coming, I knew she was there, and I did not even have the energy to open the door because I didn't want to explain everything again. Who I needed knocking on my door was another parent who had been through it because I don't have to explain it. I don't have to go through the whole gory details of everything. And so that is the power of peer support, having someone else. It's just too exhausting to tell your story over and over again. I remember finally when I got brave enough to go to the grocery store, it was all over town what happened to us. And I was in a small town, I told you. And I was just hanging on to the cart, and I got to the checkout and two ladies in front of me who I'd never seen before in my life said, "Did you hear what happened to Stacey Fletcher?" And I stopped, I'm holding on to my cart like a life vest. And I remember thinking, I don't even know who these people are. And they went on about baby died, the doctor did, it wasn't even true what they said. And I remember just it was my first out into the community, and I left my car and I walked out to my car, and I remember just sitting in my car watching them just load their groceries, thinking, you didn't even know I was standing behind you. You didn't even know who I was, And so it's that handoff we have to do, and we have to wrap in people who have been through it because it's too exhausting to do it any other way,
Well, it makes me think that when I've been training and serving families in Kansas, I have to really talk to the physicians and the nurses and say, when someone's had a loss, you can't just give them my card and say, go home and call this. You need to call me because they're not going to have the energy to do this by themselves. And so, and folks are transient now. It's sometimes hard to find them. I struggle every day with, I call the number and the number no longer works and the email doesn't work. And sometimes they're on Facebook, but they aren't in the same house that they were before. So I think the other thing I took from you is we need to integrate care, but we also not only need to meet the person where they are, but we also have to know each other as colleagues. And I look at this panel, I think how you all represent different areas, and we have to know each other so that we can pick up the phone and text and say, hey, I have a client or I have a patient that needs this.
Yeah, because these guys get in the car, they go and find them. It's super rad, they get in the van.
Collectively.
Intervention.
My friend would have, I just remember thinking, open the door, and on the other side, open the door. And they didn't. And that's what Super Rad does so well. So you have a second because I'm getting the eye.
Oh, yeah. I always just emphasize the team approach and team know each other, trust each other, know each other strength and how we can support the patient in each area of their needs. So absolutely, and that's the essence of the peace centers, the Stillbirth Center of Excellence, that you have a team to bring together. So you are absolutely right.
I'll close on saying that Kelsey has also become a person that's informing research projects. And the thing I'll end on is people who have lived experience also need to be compensated for their time. Often are doing it with volunteer time out of the goodness of their heart because they are feeling the mission. But that also this is such a valuable service that is truly life-saving for people, and we need a mechanism to compensate people appropriately for their time and their effort and their passion for this work. Thank you.
Huge thanks to this fantastic panel. We just have a few announcements before lunch. Yeah. Bob.
All right, well, now we have something new and completely different. So we have decided to inaugurate a hopefully annual award to a person who has demonstrated exceptional leadership and integrity in the fight to end preventable stillbirths. And for lack of creativity, this will be called the Stillbirth Champion Award. This year, our inaugural recipient is Debbie Hain PG Vergia. And you all know her story, but really she has put forth just amazing heroic advocacy efforts in every aspect of stillbirth prevention, but most notably with the Sunshine for Autumn Act. And every one of you in this room has probably received at least 100 pleas to contact your congressman for this. So thank you so much, and we just appreciate everything you do.
I'm truly honored to be recognized. Most days I don't feel pressure. I do this work sitting at my desk for 12 hours, 15 hours a day in and day out, because I made a promise to my daughter that her life would be lost in vain. And I never knew what a stillbirth was before I had lost her. And I think the first time that someone experiences this unimaginable tragedy should not be the first time that they hear about it. And so I am profoundly honored to be here with all of you. And I'm hoping that we will see the Shine for Autumn Act passed this year, and it will authorize this much needed funds to do a lot of the work that has been talked about here today. And so stay with me. Don't delete my emails. You keep getting them, please. I wish I didn't have to keep sending them, but we're almost there. And just thank you very much for this.
So on that note, I think we're probably all full.
needing a break, which we have now, and also full of a lot of thoughts and ideas and reflections. And I please ask you to sincerely write some of those down on the Post-its and throw them up or write directly on the flip charts in the back. We do not have time, unfortunately, to talk amongst ourselves as much as we would like to share our stories, but this is another way that we can invite you all to be a part of this day in every way. So we'll break for lunch. We'll come back at 1:15 for the rest of our fabulous program. Thank you so much.
Maybe you can just tell Isaac to advance.
Yeah, you can advance, Josh. Yeah, it started already in 2004. You see here on the left the European Perinatal Health Report, which in 2004 for the first time showed that the Netherlands had one of the highest perinatal mortality rates in Europe. And for our system, which we thought, of course, was excellent and we were the best, that was a shock. And as any grief response was originated, the first reaction was denial. And then, of course, the other reports came, and we had to admit that we didn't do a good job. As a result, of course, as a result, of course, in the middle, there's a report of a government-instituted committee which made a good start, did a lot of recommendations of how we should change our obstetric care to improve and have lower perinatal mortality rates. And on the right, that's the report in 2010. And the good news was we succeeded in getting the rates down. The bad news now is that it is stabilizing, and we're still about in the middle of other European countries we are compared with. But the main question was, of course, is how do we improve our care to prevent perinatal mortality and, of course, better care for parents. First, of course, is what we put a lot of emphasis in is if you want to talk about improvements, you have to talk about causes first. You have to have a proper registration, and you want to know your numbers. And this is just, of course, more than 80 systems of classifying perinatal mortality. But there and there's a huge debate about causes or relevant conditions. Not going into that at the moment. But congenital malformations, placental problems, preterm birth, infection, other are actually let's say the medical things that you can underlie and causes for stillbirth. But what we found, of course, is, and it's hardly mentioned, that substandard care factors where just the caregivers didn't do a good job were at least in 10%, but up to 20% of cases, there were errors made in the care which contributed to or led to the perinatal mortality. And that's difficult. It's more often to contribute. You got risk factors, and most of the time, many small things make big disasters. There's hardly just one particular cause for the perinatal death, and that, of course, is also the origin of the discussion on the different classification systems. One thing is obvious, that all those relevant conditions, including the substandard care factors, are all more prevalent in underprivileged populations. And that there are ethnic groups, but also lower social groups, where we talked about all morning. I show you one slide in the end of the presentation. In the silent seekers in Holland, the perinatal mortality, the complications of pregnancy are up to 10 times higher than in the normal Dutch population. Thank you, Alex, for showing this as well. But I have another arrow there, because in the Lancet series there, we showed that the Netherlands had the largest reduction in stillbirth rates over those years, and we're very proud on it. And the obvious question is, what did you do to achieve these numbers? The honest answer is, I don't know. To be honest, because of the committee and the recommendations, there were several. There were up to 15 recommendations we had to work on, and it's always difficult to address just one thing as a cause for that change. But there were several elements working together from several sources. One, of course, we still have a 17% home delivery rate with independent midwives. And one thing was truly obvious that there was a better cooperation between the primary care midwives and gynecologists in hospitals. There were faster referral and action protocols in case of obstetric emergencies. There were awareness of decreased fetal movements. Actually, I wrote the first combined guideline with the College of Midwives and Gynecologists on decreased fetal movements in Holland. The fetal monitoring, also mentioned, was improved by education. Another effect, of course, is an higher uptake of prenatal screening and higher activity of programs, and actually more decisions for termination of pregnancy early in pregnancy in case of severe congenital anomalies, which, of course, don't get into the statistics and will drop your numbers. We have a nationwide policy of not putting more than one embryo back. So the multiple gestation rate dropped immensely. And of course, that was my thing, we invented the structured and we implemented the structured perinatal mortality and also morbidity audits in all obstetric units in the Holland. There were about 75 at the moment. And we organized a group, and I went to all 75 units and trained multidisciplinary groups in doing those audits, which identified issues to improve. And then, of course, in the next year or so, implementation plans came on. So the local groups identified the recommendations and tried to implement it in their local collaboration units. So that was a foundation we founded. It called Perinatal Audit in Holland. It was a joint effort. It was of the government and the professional colleges, the pathology, the midwives, the general practitioners, pediatricians, gynecologists were all involved. The government put money in there, and we had a 3-year focus on several topics. So the first 3 years was the term perinatal mortality, and there was a focus on perinatal asphyxia. Later on, late preterm deaths were added. Also pediatric topics were added, like hyperbilirubinemia. And now, these 3 years, we had 2 other topics there, early neonatal collapse. And what is more and more increasing is that couples request for requests for care outside guidelines, which is a huge problem now getting into Holland. You know, people after cesarean want to deliver at home in the garden and whatever. Yeah, you are laughing, but that's a real issue. So we made reports, we made fact sheets, and we did recommendations for improvements, and they were implemented. Well, an audit is, of course, analyzed. It's not a medical review. That's different. You're all used to medical reviews about how a case went on and whatever. But an audit is looking at the processes, what happened, and if something didn't happen, what went well. You should not forget to mention what went well, but also what should have been done differently and how came that about. It's a root cause analysis. It's asking why, until you can't get any further, and that's your basic cause. And of course, you're measuring practice, you compare cancer standards, you identify opportunity for improvement, you suggest change, and you implement that change. And that's easier said than done, because implementing change is one of the most difficult things in healthcare. You know, especially doctors are very resilient to change, because one way or the other, they don't want to admit that they have done it wrong all the years before. But that, the concept of increasing knowledge is difficult. And then, of course, the audit cycle goes again. So, we want to improve the quality of care by an audit procedure, in a review of what happened, and to evaluate the care process. So we have an analysis of substandard care factors we want to learn. And the main question is, where should our care have been different? Where did it deviate from protocols of normal care? And of course, also, that happens, of course, have there been any medical errors made? There are multidisciplinary groups. They choose their own cases. They're all anonymous, so no patient data or no names of people are involved. And after presentation of the case, the group is deciding what should have been done differently and try to analyze how that came about. That's always then the issue of sensitive issues about things that have done horribly or possibly have done wrong. And of course, talking about medical errors is scary. is difficult, sometimes terrifying. People are afraid for litigation issues, and even sometimes it's forbidden to talk about it. So the challenge is to get that group in such culture and such atmosphere that these things can be discussed without shame and blame. Because the basic mantra is we want to learn this. Everybody makes mistakes. And it's not that every day that in the morning we stand up, so now we're going to kill a few babies today. No, of course not. That happens. Many small things make big disasters. But the question is, and we should do an inquiry, is how did that came about and what can we do about it to prevent it? And my adagium is also that if you find something that was causative for the death and it can happen again tomorrow, you should solve it yesterday. So, how do we talk about medical errors? And that, of course, is built with emotions. That is, of course, okay. How do you build a respectful, friendly, open-minded, unthreatening climate? Non-judgmental, focused on behavior, observe facts. And one of the things we came about is that you need an independent chairperson who is trained to guide you through that meeting. And the other thing is that you need to train those groups, because it's not normal. It is not not so much normal. It is not obvious that everybody is used to talk about these kind of things in these groups. You need to train them in advance to be prepared for talking about difficult issues. So the results were, after training all of the Netherlands and getting those audit meetings, and actually from 2009 onwards, there's still 3, 4, 5 times a year in every hospital. The average number of people there is about between 20 and 50 people, midwives, nurses, doctors, pathologists, pediatricians, sometimes even ambulance personnel, so first responders if it's necessary. And you know, the independent, respected chairperson is absolutely essential. So we train them separately. They have separate training for those chairpersons. But those teams need to be trained in advance. The methodology and the communication, that's not rocket science. We took that from all kinds of psychological things, but that's not difficult. But those sessions are quite sometimes heavily covered with emotions, and that's fine as long as there's peer support for people. And you know, nowadays usually it's not necessary that the people involved, the caregivers involved, make themselves known. But actually, at the moment, it's more the rule than the exception, that people say, "Yeah, I was there, and at that time, my decision was made because of this and this and this." And how afterwards, yeah, that was a wrong decision. But what was the basic thing that made me do that? Proper preparation for each case. That takes a lot of time. It also takes a lot of personnel. And the other thing is that those improvement points, they need to be implemented, because everybody, you need that positive vibe to sustain that quality cycle. You know, if you come next year there and nothing's changed, then the motivation of people, of course, is gone very quickly. The challenges were mainly organizational. How do you get the people? How do you get the meetings together? Some funding. You need some funding for getting the training done. As I said, we are very used to talk about medical reviews, but not so much about the processes. Always an interesting example that, you know, we are very bad at documentation in the patient notes. Even when things go wrong, we hardly write things down. And there was a certain case that, you know, there was the women in labor, and the nurse had at the telephone very difficulty trying to get the consultant in because he was somewhere else, we're having dinner or whatever. And that's not in the notes. But the lady who's lying there in labor heard the conversation, and she doesn't lie. So that kind of information is essential to get a proper view of what happened and where the possible delays were. But the biggest thing, of course, is, and still one of the reasons it's still ongoing, is still a lot of people are motivated, is that the internal motivation is still present. You have to be only a couple of times at the birth of a deceased child, and you said, "I don't want this ever happen again." Any tool should be simple, so you should evaluate, give feedback, but you should celebrate your successes. And we got a lot of examples from that. One unit who didn't, for instance, monitored the maternal heartbeat together with the CTGs. They put it in, they called it Measure Mama also. They had candy to do it and whatever, made a huge project out of it and was very successful. And at the moment, of course, over the last years, we asked parents, of course, also for their input and discuss how, in the best way, to give them also feedback of the results of these meetings. It's not a role for the audit group because it's anonymous, but it's a role of the primary caregiver for the parents themselves. So, conclusion is how do we reduce stillbirth? We should reduce risk factors. There's sometimes care issues. Sometimes you need food medication, treating hypertension, but mostly, actually at the moment, I think it's mostly public health issues. And that is where the underprivileged groups in your society come in, and the smoking, for instance, and the maternal age, lower social class. Yeah, that are other things which, for the medical point of view, are difficult maybe to intervene. Well, one last thing, we did a special study on suboptimal factors in care for refugees because they had, as I said, up to 10 times more pregnancy complications. And what, of course, you see there is that those groups that influence the decision to seek care, they have low sometimes healthcare abilities or knowledge about the healthcare system. So there's a 3 delays model. Is the care setting, the accessibility of the services, the factors that influence a woman's ability to identify and reach appropriate medical faculty, and of course, it's the quality of care. And one of the things which shocked me most is that a lot of caregivers don't like these patients. Just let's say it honestly. And in that way, they find it a problem of giving the proper care to these underprivileged groups. And the conclusion of this also, so we took a lot of audit cases from the national database and looked at the specific at the refugee population, and the number of suboptimal factors was dramatic and alarming. And well, there's now, of course, as a consequence, projects underway to see how we can change this. So prevention, proper registration, we should know where we talk about, you should meet your numbers, you improve your quality of care, and you should reduce your risk factors, and you should do audits. Thank you.
Thank you so much, JJ. I'm Jess Page. I am a local here to Utah, and I've been here a long time. And I'm fortunate today to get to speak a little bit about perinatal audits and where the gaps are from a United States perspective. As has been a theme throughout the day, the United States is a little fragmented in a lot of ways. But in regard to how we handle our fetal deaths or stillbirth tracking is only one of them, and it's a big one. So my disclosures are that I don't really have any traditional disclosures, but as many of you know, I feel really passionately about getting patients an appropriate evaluation for stillbirth and see that as sort of essential to this overall focus. And that is part of the issue with perinatal audit. If you don't know what happened, if you don't have a cause of death, it's really hard to figure out how we can improve things. So that's, we will talk a little bit about that in part here. And as another sort of framework for this conversation, you know, I am learning about your experience, where you come from, and developing this wonderful system in which you can actually study you know, cases of stillbirth and figure out system-wide targets. I sort of see the U.S. system and office locally as part of that, is at kind of the infancy of this, given our proximity and lack of a structure. So currently, there is not a uniform system in the United States for tracking causes. I should say there's not a uniform system for evaluating cases of fetal death, where all cases are cataloged, studied, areas for care improvement identified. That's not something that happens on a nationwide level. There are different policies in different states, but many states also, probably most states, lack a uniform system for this as well. In Utah, we do have our perinatal mortality review, but those programs really focus on maternal mortality, which is obviously very important, as well as infant mortality, those deaths that occur in the first year of life. And there's not really, there is no monitoring system or formalized mechanism for evaluating and analyzing fetal deaths. We do have one mechanism in place that I would be remiss not to point out that is great that our state does engage in, and that's called our SOARS program, or Study of Associated Risks of Stillbirth. And this is a program that our state has ongoing, in which families are sent a survey following the loss of a baby at 20 weeks or greater. And they study prenatal, postnatal care, social support and stress, grief and bereavement support, services offered by the hospitals after stillbirth occurs, tests that may have been offered to the family, any other maternal exposures, chronic health conditions, and then also insurance information. And so this is a great source for information on families that have experienced stillbirth, but is, of course, the patients also need to fill this out, send it back, and it's sort of a limited view. It really does not take into account all of the medical data or a systematic approach for reviewing it. So currently, we do not have a formal process for reviewing the results of a stillbirth evaluation with subsequent family counseling regarding what did we find, what may have happened here, what could we do differently in the future. And if we can't even do that for individual families, doing that for a population is not possible. So this is sort of where I see the gaps coming, in my experience in stillbirth care and research and quest for care improvement. So as we know, we start with the stillbirth, and then after that, we need to get to effective care and counseling. And this is where one of the first gaps comes up, having excellent provider and patient education and support. Because this is sort of that first critical piece. We need to take care of our patients. We need to give them the appropriate tools to understand what happened. And as many of, probably everybody here knows, that whether you've been on the patient side of this equation, the provider side, this takes practice, this takes knowledge, this takes time. This can't be rushed with families. And depending on where you are, you may or may not have a lot of tools and support for getting this done, for providing that excellent care to families going through this and advising them on the appropriate tests to help them understand what led to my baby passing away. So that's the first gap that we're working on. And then, so we get our evaluation complete. We then need to review it in a systematic way. We need this formal fetal death audit. And so I kind of think of an audit in terms of these individual patient cases with the aspirational goal of a population level audit of causes and targets for prevention. We need people to then take this information for every family that has this happen to them and go over it. Figure out, what could we have done differently? What should we do differently in the future? See if we have any ideas about what may have caused the death of their baby and help provide some closure to those families. And then that helps us with, obviously family counseling, as I just said, giving them some effective risk reduction strategies and things to think about in the future, if that is in the cards for that person. And all of this, I feel, is sort of circular as well, because if we get to this point, then we can get some stillbirth rate reduction, right? We talked about a lot of the gaps and the disparities in rates of stillbirth. There's gaps and disparities in getting evaluations completed and appropriate counseling. We know this. We have preliminary data from our state showing that patients in rural communities are less likely to be counseled to have fetal autopsy after delivery. Many because of those barriers that getting a baby to primary children, having a provider that feels comfortable talking about that. There are so many levels at which we have a lot of work to do. thinking about the fetal death audit itself, say that we have a patient that does have an evaluation performed, and now we want to do the audit. We want to have them talk with the provider to go over these details. This is another large area for work in our population in our model. Right now, this is contingent upon them having a care provider that can connect them with one, usually me, Bob, or Nate. That's usually about it. Someone in maternal fetal medicine or obstetrics that has interest and experience in doing cause of death analyses. And so there's a lot of disparity there. Many people do not have, wide knowledge of referral pathways for this. Patients may not have access, may not have appropriate insurance coverage, so many things. Additionally, maybe they couldn't get a full evaluation because of associated costs. We are fortunate here in Utah that perinatal autopsy is a covered expense, but sometimes genetic testing and other testing that can be helpful is not covered. And then again, the logistics of getting to MFM for a referral and visit, and just getting this systematic process going. Right now, that really does not exist. That is a huge gap. And again, educating our providers so that they know, this is what we should do after stillbirth. This is how we take care of families. And this is how we as consultants can help you in the current state. And hopefully in the future, we'll have a formalized process. Because I see, if we had a formalized process for monitoring all fetal deaths, having an appropriate evaluation, systematic review for causes, so that we could then identify these risk reduction strategies, targets for prevention, and then ultimately reduce our rates. I think it all sort of comes together. As we have no big sister for this, let's talk is short. Thank you.
So thank you very much to both of you for laying out what's possible and where we are right now. We have time for a few questions. I wonder if anybody has got anything that you'd like to ask. Yes, 1 and 2.
I don't mind, but I felt it's good that you participate at Stillbirth with 25% at least, and then 47% at persons, right? And when I read that study, you said a lot about institutions, and it seems that we have something there done to help prevent or find place. Am I wrong, or is there something?
Thank you so much for asking the question. In that study where we evaluated cases of stillbirth that were well studied and had thorough workups in all of them, and tried to think about, gosh, how many of these could we have potentially prevented with, whether it's a preterm birth risk reduction strategy, perhaps it's enhanced antenatal monitoring. That was sort of the mindset of that analysis. And so I think that's, the fact that up to 25% of cases are potentially preventable, I think that speaks to some of the wider system issues that could, need to be addressed from a policy perspective, getting all patients appropriate prenatal care and screening for placental insufficiency. And acknowledging that our toolkit for that is relatively limited. We've heard about some of the tools today that are in some of the bundles internationally. Things, where we were measuring BUBA, monitoring fundal height as a screening tool for fetal growth restriction, fetal movement monitoring, but then also just access to care and making sure that if we do see signs that can be potentially intervened upon, whether it's for preterm birth risk reduction, whether it's for signs of evolving placental insufficiency, that we can address those. That would definitely be part of what I think is needed in the United States, with just broader access to quality healthcare for our patients. We also are really in need of better risk stratification tools. It's really hard right now to figure out who in our population has a really high risk of a stillbirth and who's at really low risk. and to effectively utilize interventions that can help our patients who are at high risk while not harming a larger population with unneeded intervention.
Hi, I'm Kyle Bess, and my question is more so for Dr. Page. I just wanted to highlight being a bereaved parent, you having openness to state that there are failures in our system. Having had the medical system personally fail me and my husband, directly causing the loss of our twins, it just gave like a sense of, I just had such a great sense of gratitude for your work, for you being willing to stand up there and say like, okay, we have faults. What can we do to be better? So if you wouldn't mind just speaking to that, like what are some interventions that you and your crew have done or implemented currently here in Utah to avoid situations of loss for parents?
I think in terms of so I think there's kind of two ways to look at that, right? There's population level, like how do we work to reduce the incidence of stillbirth? And I think that really gets to providing like excellent, highest quality, excellent care that we can to everybody that we interact with, and getting that care to all patients. I think that's always one of our goals. And so we do that, as a broader healthcare team, always advocating for that in our facilities. But I think, in terms of my own personal work, I have focused more on families who have experienced a stillbirth. How can we take the best care of them so that we can then understand what happened, take better care of them in future pregnancies, and do what we can to reduce risk. And so to that end, I have been working with in our community to provide better education to providers on how to talk to families about fetal autopsy in particular. I think as one of the most useful pieces of our evaluation, it's also one of the hardest ones for both providers and patients to think about and go over. And so that's been a big target for our care, is educating all of our care providers about how this works, how to interact with families. This group of individuals has been incredible in helping me to spread that word. We're talking to the residents about it this week. So, I think there's so many different ways to approach this, but yes, that's one. We also made a new order set, so it's easier for providers in the middle of the night to know, oh, this is what I should click on in order to do this. With all kinds of little things that to that end that hopefully can lead to better changes.
Yeah, I can add to that in my experience is that parents actually important two things. One, they want that you be open and honest to what happened. The second thing is that you should do everything possible to prevent other people having it. And so what we do feedback is when people are usually months in postnatal care, whatever, that we feedback to them what kind of things we learned and what improvements. And it can be very simple, that can be in the order of having the right telephone number on the right place, because someone took half an hour to find the right telephone number, or usually it's much more complicated. That it's a chain of events, and then it's very difficult to define good improvements. But we try to feedback that to the parents.
Thanks, guys. With regard to trying to provide better care to underprivileged patients who speak a language other than my very poor example of English, I find translation systems in the way. And when I meet with a patient who doesn't speak English, who's had a pregnancy problem or has a pregnancy problem, that's a real barrier. Does anybody have any genius ideas here?
Well, we were in Holland very lucky that all the translator services were budgeted away. There were budget cuts, but 2 years ago, fortunately, that came back. I can phone and translate 24 hours a day, and that is a certified translator at any moment, in any situation.
I even think that's a little cumbersome, though. That's one of my points. And I would almost prefer someone come in the room, please. And that's a difficult situation to arrange.
I'm afraid that's all the time that we have, but we've got a lot of things that need to happen in the US, clearly, not just related to perinatal audits. So thank you very, very much to this panel. We have another set of issues to grapple with in the next panel, which is on equity issues related to perinatal pathology after stillbirth. So we have a fabulous panel who's come up.
So this session is entitled Perinatal Audit of the Tool for Improving Equity and Outcomes and access to perinatal pathology for stillbirth. And we are delighted to have an all-star panel here. I can't stress how important perinatal pathology. I can't stress how important perinatal pathology is, and this page and also JJ have really shown us in two studies showing the most important, by far, single contributor to finding a cause of stillbirth is placental pathology, and the second most important by far is autopsy. So we can't say how important it is. I think, in the United States, we're terrible at doing autopsies. Only about 20% of cases have autopsies. And just like everything else, there's considerable racial disparity in terms of, and ethnic disparity, and where you happen to live disparity, and every other kind of disparity in who gets offered an autopsy and who actually chooses to do it. So it's going to be terrific to have this panel here. We have Jess Comstock, who is our go-to perinatal pathologist in the University of Utah for all things clinical and research. And then we've got Jane Dahlstrom, who's a perinatal pathologist in Australia. She has too many accolades to list, other than to say that we're lucky to have her here. We've got Drusilla Roberts, who is the head of obstetric and perinatal pathology at Mass General Hospital and Research Institute, who also has too many accolades to list. We're really fortunate to have her here. And then we have Nathan Blue. Nathan is one of our junior faculty. So, again, terrific researcher in placental insufficiency, growth restriction, and risk stratification for stillbirth. And he's also been great in seeing patients with stillbirth. And we already know Debbie Haynes, who is our rock star advocate, who's really fighting to overcome some of the barriers to obtaining autopsy in the United States. So thanks.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I too would like to acknowledge that we are meeting on traditional lands and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and acknowledge the First Nations people in the room. So this is the outline of my talk. And what I'd like to just highlight is that this talk is available to anybody who would like it, because I provided a lot of links to resources in the talk. So in terms of our definition of stillbirth in Australia, yes, we have a baby who hasn't breathed the breath of life that is born at 20 weeks gestation or more and or weighs 400 grams or more, so slightly different to the US. Our stillbirth rate, on average in Australia, 6 babies are still born every day, which is less than 1% of babies born. Our stillbirth rate in 2022 was 7.9 stillbirths per 1,000 births and 85% in the antepartum period. What's a little bit disappointing is over the last 20 years, we really haven't seen much change in our stillbirth rate, and most of our stillbirths are in the extreme premature group. As we've talked about already, in terms of our stillbirth rates, they're much higher in women who don't access or have limited access to antenatal care, who live in very remote areas, who are a First Nations group and are most disadvantaged. So what about perinatal pathology? So when we're talking about that term, we're talking about the perinatal autopsy or postmortem, which is the examination of the baby after death, and placental assessment. When we look at our national perinatal and mortality data collection, we know that nearly all families are approached about whether they would like to have any testing done. However, our autopsy rate for stillbirth is around 41%, and our placental assessment is around 82%. We know that there's a big geographical difference, being much lower in some states than others. In my own, it's around 66%. We also know that Indigenous women are much more likely to consent, much less likely to consent to autopsy than non-Indigenous women. And we also know that in our unexplained antepartum fetal death group, only 50% of families agree to an autopsy. So what are we trying to do to improve equity in perinatal pathology in our country? I think first and foremost, like we've heard today, is advocacy, particularly from our parent and community groups, but also a number of other groups. We had a recent Sentinel event, which was when Senator Christina Keneally was able to advocate to have a Senate inquiry into stillbirths in 2018. And this was a woman who'd had a stillbirth herself. This generated a report of some 187 pages, of which many people who are in the room here from Australia contributed to. But what was more important was that we were able to have a document produced, which is a national stillbirth action and implementation plan, an investment by the federal government of $52.4 million. We are now in the second year of annual reporting, and if you look at the areas of action 11 and 12, you'll see that there's KPIs about improving investigation and also tracking progress to reduce inequity. So a second area that we've been focusing on, much of this as a result of the federal government funding. They allocated $3 million to stillbirth education and awareness, and this is partnering with the federal and state governments and a number of educational institutions and tailoring the kinds of education to parents, the community, health professions and health organisations. Because we know from the literature it's very complex why families do not consent to some kind of perinatal investigation. So in terms of the funded educational resources for families, there's now a number of First Nations and multiple language documents that are available, so both written publications as well as visual resources. And I've put lots of links to those for anyone who's interested in learning more. Also importantly, through the work that Vicky's been doing in Stillbirth CRE, we've had an update in our nationally endorsed evidence-based guidelines for clinicians about stillbirth investigations, giving important information to clinicians about which tests to order, explaining the issues of options about autopsy, costs, and importantly, how to approach consent. We've also had an uptake in the improved course that many of you are going to be exposed to tomorrow. And it is really important because it provides uniform messaging about the value and barriers of performing perinatal pathology. My own college, the Pathology College, has been really engaged. They were allocated $750,000 by the federal government to increase public awareness around perinatal pathology services. They've done this through podcasts, publications, and getting lots of pathologists to be interviewed by various women's magazines, something I never thought I'd be doing. The third area has been about investment in perinatal pathology services. And again, our college has had a central role, as has a number of other organisations. The federal government allocated some $13 million to increase the number of perinatal pathologists as well as perinatal loss coordinators across the country. Money has been allocated to increase resident awareness of perinatal pathology as a subspecialty in varieties of ways that I've documented there, and also to increase education resources and opportunities for pathologists to subspecialise in perinatal pathology. Another really important bit of advocacy our college has been involved with is around making sure there are no costs to families, and this includes our non-permanent residents. So sometimes we have asylum seekers and other people who do not have a Medicare number, but everybody should not have to pay for autopsies. And so there's a lot of work going on there, and also increasing the rebate for a placental assessment. Some other things that we have that I think helps us deliver a high quality, well-resourced perinatal autopsy service is we have a single accreditation for our services. We also have single medical registration, so I can go anywhere in the country to do an autopsy. Equally, babies are allowed to cross borders if we need to do that because of a shortage of pathologists in one state or another. We also have national laws for consent, although unfortunately we still have some state-based modifications. Finally, the fourth area that we're trying to improve equity in perinatal pathology is through data collection, reviewing of stillbirths and research. So we have both territory and state-based multidisciplinary team reviewing all deaths. They're classified with one system, ZADS, and we also highlight contributing factors to highlight inequities if we so notice them. We have implemented a national perinatal mortality audit, and the government has provided quite a lot of funding for various research initiatives. So in summary, equity in perinatal pathology for stillbirths is complex and multifactorial. Education is key. Adequate funding for services is crucial, and more research is needed to assist with evidence-based decisions. Thank you.
Really hard to be asked to talk about autopsy and then being told I only have 10 minutes to talk about autopsy, because autopsy is what I do. And I like to talk about it. And I talk about it to a lot of groups, and I can go on ad nauseam. So I'm not teaching you about autopsy per se, kind of talking about the sideline of it and why is it sometimes so hard to get an autopsy. And I'm talking about that from the perspective of the clinical staff side of things as opposed to the patient side of things, though both of those, of course, go together quite a bit, and the umbrella kind of covers everything. From my standpoint, I see two main problems. There's more, but these are the two that stand out to me. Is one, in Utah anyway, it's the clinician, it's the OB or the midwife or the ICU physician who is consenting that family for an autopsy to be performed on their baby. It's not the person performing the autopsy. Now that's different. There are some states where it's the pathologist that talks to the family about autopsy, but where we are in Utah, people who are consenting to the autopsy aren't performing the autopsy. So if the family has questions about anything, they don't always know because they're not the ones doing it. If you're going to go get heart surgery, you're talking to your heart surgeon, right? So it's a little different there. Also, patients are often talking to their nurses on the floor. You know, you're seeing your nurse multiple times a day when they're coming to talk to you. You might see your doctor once a day when you're actually in the hospital. Kind of depends on what's going on. So you're talking to your nurses. You have questions about that, and the nurses often don't. Well, they also don't have the information about autopsy. So parents are asking a lot of questions, and they may not be asking them to what might be the best people. Two of the most common misconceptions that I see here because of that is one, the cost. In Utah, I think pretty much everywhere in Utah, but most of Utah at least, is autopsies are free to families. And I hear it constantly, weekly, that like, oh, I didn't get an autopsy because it would cost too much, or a clinician talked about like, well, I didn't want to get an autopsy because it cost so much. It's like, no, it doesn't. It doesn't cost that family anything. I don't want to say absolutely zero because there's sometimes a question about genetic testing and if that's going to get charged to the family or not. Usually, if I'm doing it as part of my autopsy workup, it's not getting charged to the family. So there is no charge. So there's really not a reason to not get one. Occasionally, I'll have it's been quite a while since it's happened, but a family actually called me and they're like, well, we wanted an autopsy, but the doctor wouldn't order one. I'm like, what does that mean? Like, you don't just sign paper and you get it. You know, it doesn't need order, it doesn't need pay for, it doesn't need insurance, authorization or anything like that. So not always sure where some of that comes in. So I feel like I walk around with a banner sometimes saying autopsies are free, just because I want people to understand that that's what it is. Another misconception is about the actual incisions that are performed on the body during the autopsy. I some of the worst things I've heard said come from people who, of course, don't do them. They're like, oh, if you do an autopsy, you won't get a baby back to bury. And I'm like, wait, whoa. Why would you ever say that? Because the one is just not true anywhere. Any incisions that we do are covered by clothing, by normal clothing, not even special clothing, just any normal clothing that you would put on that baby. Incisions are covered. You can do the head incision and still have an open casket ceremony. I know a lot of people who have stillbirths aren't getting as many open casket ceremonies as happen on life force, but it still happens. But you want to have a presentable child. We can do a head incision and remove the brain and still have that presentation be good. Now, if you're turning a big baby over and looking, sure, you'll see an incision, but it's hidden by a hat, it's hidden by a pillow, the baby's laying down. But the people who are consenting aren't the ones doing the incisions. They don't know how those go. So sometimes they can't answer those questions as well. But incisions are always well hidden. So how have we tried to adjust these problems? I am going all over the place. I'm talking with my MFM OB physicians, other OB-GYNs. I'm trying to get everywhere so that they know what autopsy is. I've given ground rounds lectures. I've sent out emails. I answer phone calls. A lot of people have my cell phone number and they're texting me like, hey, I've got this question about an autopsy that I just don't know. And I tell people that it's okay to reach out to me. I'm teaching them about the cost. I'm teaching them about the incisions. I'm giving them pictures of what it looks like. I'm inviting them to come to the autopsy suite and see an autopsy with me. That happens less on the OB surface, but more on the ICU surface, where they're able to see what I do and how we gently handle these babies for autopsy. I talk about the timing of the autopsy, like I can do that autopsy within a day or two and you can have your baby back pretty quickly. It may take 3 months to get the report back finally, but like the actual autopsy doesn't really take all that long. The kinds of information that can be obtained in the autopsy, sometimes people have questions and it's like, that's not something I can answer. And sometimes I can't even tell the cause of death, but I can rule out a lot of things, which I think helps a lot of folks that they've at least tried everything they can to look and you can rule out a lot of things. I've done handouts for L&D nursing staff. That's actually gone over kind of plus minus. I think some people like it and some other nurses are like, this is not my job. I'm like, okay, well then when your patient asks you a question, make sure you tell them to talk to their doctor about it. Like if you don't want to give out information, don't give out any information. You don't want to give out misinformation. And so I'm still trying to kind of get myself in there with the nursing staff, but that's mostly, I think, now going to have to go through my MFM friends and my OB friends to try and get that done. But as much as I'd love to teach, my pathology residents about how to do autopsies, I really like just getting out to the clinicians to teach them as much as possible about autopsies so that they can talk intelligently to their patients about it. That's all I have to say. I'm not sure how intended.
Afternoon. It's quite an honor to sit with this set of amazing clinicians. And it was such a pleasure to be invited here from this force of nature there. And all you people were brave, and I respect you, and I really hope that you get something out of this that you can take with you. My talk is going to kind of be a review from the first two talks, but a little different angle. You've seen this map before, and the reason I bring it up is if you look at sub-Saharan Africa, it's trouble. And if you look at North America and Europe, it's not so bad, but we think of it as terrible, right? It's still. But what I want to talk about is we haven't really talked about timing of stillbirth and how important that is to figure out what. So most or a large percentage of African stillbirths are intrapartum. So if you want to prevent the high rate of stillbirths, you have to improve access to medical care. And that would really decrease the stillbirth rate there. Most of the stillbirths, or a large percentage of them in Western countries, are anti, whole different set of differential diagnoses. And if you want to prevent those there, you have to know what is causing them. And that's the only way you can figure out how to prevent them. So this is my one slide on disparities. I want to talk a little bit about racial inequality of workup of stillbirths, of the number of stillbirths, the number of doctors, and perinatal pathologists. But what I like to say, the second bullet point, there are huge racial disparities in stillbirth rates and maternal mortality in this country. But it's not race, it's racism. That's something we need to work very hard on in this country. And one thing that we really need a lot more diversity in the medical workforce. So this is obviously, we want to prevent stillbirths. And it's been said that at least 25% of stillbirths in this country are preventable. That's a lot. The preventable stillbirths, of them, almost all of them, or a great percentage of them, are due to placental insufficiency. So most of my work is placental pathology. So I'm kind of biased, but I'm going to talk a little bit about the placenta and how important it is. And here is another thing about the preventability of stillbirths by gestational age. Okay, so we heard about a few international studies, but there are very few of them. The investigation of causes is very limited. I'm on a big study in Massachusetts to classify stillbirths in the state. We're looking at all stillbirth records, and I'm looking at the data, and I'm trying to figure out what the most likely cause is. And it's shocking to me that almost all of them have almost no clinical data. The placenta wasn't examined, there was no autopsy, and there was no clinical diagnosis or differential diagnosis. So the obstetrician or obstetrics writer didn't even write down what they thought was. There is nothing. So this big study is going to just have a lot of empty data. And we've got to change that. And then the last point is one of my big drives, is that there are very, very few perinatal pathologists. And sometimes the placenta goes to pathology, and the pathologist has no clue about placental pathology. And that's our own fault. We don't teach it well to the residents. They get almost no exposure. So they get a placenta from a stillbirth and they sign it out as placenta. Please.
You know, immature placenta.
Sometimes they say trimescular umbilical cord, but that's pretty much it. So I want families and obstetrics providers to know that if they don't have a perinatal pathologist on their staff, to send it to one of the few of us out there as a consult. We will do it pro bono if the patient doesn't have insurance. Most insurances pay for placental examination. And I think it should be required for stillbirths or neonatal deaths. Centers just should go. So here's the top 2 common causes of stillbirth in this country: placental, and so 24%, big amount, but that's why all the placenta should be looked at, and umbilical cord issues. The umbilical cord is completely least in the placentas, and it has not been studied as much as the meat of the placenta, the parenchyma. So we're just learning more and more about things in the umbilical cord that are associated with sudden death in utero. And there's things we can look for. And then there's all these other things that are less important, but the last bullet point, hoping to change, that up to 60% of especially termed stillbirths remain unexplained after a complete examination. But as you heard, we can rule out a lot of things, and we can say that everything was developing normally. And that can be of some comfort to families, not the amount of comfort that I would like to give to families, but at least there was no anomalies that were unaccounted for that could go on. So the most important tools is the placenta, the placenta, the placenta. It has to be sent. And other things are microbiologic cultures and antibody tests on the mother. And if the baby is going to an autopsy, that should be done there too. The baby or fetal autopsy provides a lot of information as well, as I just said, not everything, but it can provide surprises that are clinically relevant as to cause of death, and it can rule out things that might recur. In Massachusetts, we always do a karyotype, and that's free with an autopsy, and we always do microbiologic cultures, which are also free, and the autopsy is also free. And as I said, the placenta is almost always covered by insurance. So this is my only picture. I have to show one. This is a nice normal placenta. And I think, as you can see, the umbilical cord has a twist in it. So one of the big things that's coming up is hyper-twisted cords are very much associated with sudden death in utero. And it hasn't really been looked at for very long. So that's one of the things that I teach. Look at the number of coils in the cord and look for kinks. So placental pathology is the most likely cause of death. It can predict maternal or pediatric immediate and future outcome. Specific infections. There's some things in the placenta that are associated with demise that recur very commonly. And if you can look at the placenta, it's going to recur the next crisis. So that's a very important benefit of looking at the placenta. So how can we improve this field, perinatal pathology? As I said, I think all placentas for any pregnancy loss should be sent to pathology. It shouldn't be a question. It should be automatic. I think that all obstetric providers should be aware of the benefits of perinatal pathology. They should know that the placenta is important, and they should know that the autopsy is important. And as we just heard, they should know something about the autopsy so they can explain it, or they should call us. I'm happy to come see the family, and I have, to explain what we're going to do. And ask them if they want any restrictions. And we have just started a policy where we get post-mortem MRIs. You can see a lot, almost as much as a dissection. So that's very helpful for some families who really don't want any decisions. And other restrictions can apply. You can say, gross examination is just looking at the baby only. You say obtaining tissue for karyotype and microbiology only. So we won't do the rest of it. And you can restrict however you want. And that is something that the obstetric providers should know and should tell their family. And this is a shameful thing. About the racial inequalities in this country. The maternal mortality rate and the stillbirth rate is twice as high in people of color than in whites. And there are way more white doctors than people of color. And to make a generalization, many people of color don't trust the medical system. Partly for that reason. So they are reticent to do something that is recommended to them by a white doctor who they don't trust. So I think if a obstetric provider is available, who is a person of color, that's who should go and talk to the patient, even if they've never met that person before. Because all of the providers should be versed in talking about perinatal pathology to families. And so it's just a shameful part of our country that that's true, but I feel hesitant to make this recommendation, but I think it really does. And that's mine. I put my email address on there, so the providers here can email me anytime if you have a question about the case. I'm happy to look at it, pictures by email. Okay, thank you.
Falls to me without that little. To open up this particular session, I do have a few questions that I wanted to ask. I know it's not
on the top mute.
On the top mute. Yeah, see? No. Someone's turned something on. Hello. All right. So I thought what I'd do is just ask two members of our panel who haven't spoken a question and then open up to the audience. Does that sound like a plan? Hopefully you'll agree. So I guess my first question is a bit of a research one. So I thought I'd ask Nathan. So Nathan, what is one research question that you feel needs answering in the USA to provide a better understanding of inequity in perinatal pathology?
Thank you. So my name is Nathan Blue. I'm a maternal fetal medicine doc here and a gigantic nerd. So this question for me. It's hard to choose one, so I'm gonna do two questions. Okay, two research questions. I think that even the easiest things to dispel are the misconceptions about autopsy, which is why it's so illuminating when Jess Comstock talks and is so helpful for our clinical staff. But even after you remove all the misconceptions, people will still have reservations or objections even to autopsy that are based on their own personal values and belief systems and experience and trust. And that is okay. The best that we can do is offer them all of the information to help them make a decision that suits their needs. And so I think that the research question, though, is we need to know what the reservations are that are specific to people's cultural backgrounds. So that we can, at the very least, dispel the misconceptions, address the reservations, help them get culturally appropriate care to make that decision. So that's the first thing. And then the second thing I think is much simpler and easier. And that is, I think that we could pretty easily put a dollar amount on how much it would cost to fund autopsies for everybody in our country. And that seems like, offering autopsy here in Utah, it's such a privilege to say, like, there will be no cost. And I think that is a really wonderful thing that we have, that we can do for people. But it is just adding insult to injury when someone is facing this scenario. And just to get the basic information to them requires potentially an unknown and large cost, which is just the way our healthcare system works. And so to me, that's sort of unconscionable. And I feel like we should be able to get everybody access to at least a basic workup, and putting a dollar amount on that would be a fairly simple way to know what our starting point is.
I think they're great questions. So I'm going to now ask Debbie, our stellar star here. So of what you have heard in this session, what is one message you would like to see action on in your community or institution?
I think everything that I've heard here today is needed to address our country's stillbirth crisis and improve outcomes for families. I think we definitely need to be training clinicians and nursing staff to be able to have these much needed conversations with grieving, shell-shocked families. And I also think that we need improved resources for families on how valuable the information is that they will get from these testings, regardless of whether it's, cause of why their baby has died, or, immediate health concerns of the birthing parent, or, management of subsequent pregnancies, and for many, actually, closure. But at the end of the day, what we need is to have more trained perinatal pathologists, because until we have, an increased number of trained professionals that are well equipped to perform these fetal autopsies and placental examinations, we're going to remain greatly limited. And so I think that is, a huge piece of this puzzle that I would love to see more of, which is why we need to get the Stillbirth Health Improvement and Education for Audit Act passed this year, because it will fund, it would authorize funding for a perinatal pathology fellowship just for this reason. So thank you.
Okay, I can see a hand up at the back, so please say who you are, so I don't know everybody, and then go forth.
Hang on. This is
we love you.
You guys have so many here.
Hi, I'm one of our rare perinatal pathologists in Utah. Recently recruited, but do you have ideas that you've learned through your work in another country how we can recruit? Because we are very short on pediatric pathologists, much less perinatal, which is a subspecialty within a subspecialty.
Yep, so I have lots of ideas. I go to the links on my talk and you'll see some of the initiatives that we introduced. I mean, one of the things is about having exposure. So we introduced a number of scholarships for our trainees who are doing general surgical pathology to spend time either in Australia or overseas. So one of them's going off to France and another one's going down to Victoria. It kind of depends on what is what they like, but there's a dollar value to it. And I think getting that really intense exposure in units that you know are excellent can be really transformative. And I know for myself that I didn't have the traditional pathway to become a perinatal pathologist. I was did general surgical pathology, and it was actually because of the fact that a fetal medicine unit started in our city. I come from the capital of the country. I have to tell you, even though it didn't have a fetal medicine unit back in the 1990s. Anyway, and I realised there was a need, but I didn't have anybody to train me, so I then had the opportunity to go and do a fellowship actually in another city in Sydney, and later on I had an opportunity to go to France. So I think that's one really important initiative, to have funded scholarships to give in these kind of exposures. Another way is to make it compulsory to actually get exposure to perinatal pathology as part of your training. So every surgical pathologist that comes through our department, and we have 6 or 7 a year, they actually end up spending 3 years or more getting exposure to autopsy pathology as part of the rotation system. And I think 2/3 of the junior perinatal pathologists in our country are now come from our department. So they're just 2 initiatives. I don't know how it would translate here, but got to try, don't you? Yes. Please say who you are too, thanks.
Hi, my name is Barbara Reyes. I'm a doula. I work with an organization called Unidad Materna in Utah. And we work a lot with the uninsured population here in Utah. And so my question is, when you say that all autopsies are free, does that even include the uninsured or undocumented families?
Yes, as long as your prenatal care was at, well, for Utah specifically, at University Hospital or within the Intermountain Healthcare System. Even the other, like St. Mark's Hospital system, they kind of contract with the university, so that covers the vast majority of Utah. Yes. So as long as you've been getting your care in one of those systems, it will work. A lot of times, even if you're getting care at, a clinic, an outside clinic, you still will often come to the hospital to deliver the child.
Right. Okay.
So if you've been out at, Dr. Joe's OB clinic and you have a stillbirth and you come to LD Hospital in Salt Lake City to deliver, well, now you're in the care of LD Hospital, so now your autopsy is free.
Okay.
So.
And sorry, can I wanted to ask about a placental examination as well, because as we mentioned, most insurances cover that. How would an uninsured family be able to go about getting a placental examination?
I'm very fortunate to work where I work, and they would still examine the placenta at no cost. But that is not true over the whole state. The physicians, the pathologist fee can be slashed, and just the technical stuff can be hard, but it's still a rather significant charge for some families. But a lot can be gained by somebody in the labor room just looking. What color is it? What does a cord look like? Is there any big plots behind it? And that can be extremely helpful.
Can I take a picture and just email it to you?
Yeah.
Are you coming to Improve tomorrow?
Yeah.
This is core business. Can I just say that to you? This is core business. Core section of that workshop is exactly that. You will learn it all tomorrow. So yeah.
It's ready. So I just
like reflecting on the theme of fragmentation, it's so interesting to see most of our international colleagues talking about national programs and most of our American colleagues talking about state level or institution level. And I sat in a few of these, and it's pathology where always you feel it the most because there are so few of you. And so I was wondering, and this might be a question for you, Sam, but no pressure. But when this your center that you're launching, is this potentially like a place where the great experts that exist would be having, is it a resource hub where you could be doing things like sharing the talking points you just mentioned of how to explain it to parents, or also saying things like, here's sort of your menu of options. You don't have to go the whole way. The L&D brochure, and then maybe additionally like referrals for clinicians. You don't have the pathologist on staff here. Here's how you refer it out. Is that something?
Well, I would just say that the people who are here in the room today, which is the experts up at the table and the experts down here, this is what the center is all about, is trying to bring people together and trying to, as I've been saying to our international colleagues, stop learning from you as much as we can and learn about all the stuff that's being done so mouth-wateringly, fabulously in other places, and try to bring that learning here and also from other states. Our colleague Marcela and in Minnesota, all kinds. There are people from here from all over the country, and everybody's doing something great somewhere, and everybody has something to learn somewhere. So I would say that that's certainly an aspiration of our center. That's why we're
Are all of our talks available in PowerPoints?
Yes. Obviously we'll ask the question. Yes, this is being recorded, and we're going to share the recordings and etc.
Can I just add one other thing? I do just want to point out, prior to COVID, we had one of the few trained perinatal pathologists in the country living in New Jersey with me, and she was a huge Stillbirth champion. She actually was an OB that went into perinatal pathology because she just was sick and tired of delivering stillborn babies. And so we organized, one day I was at the bookstore and I was looking through a KISS series, which is the Keep It Simple Stupid. And I asked her, I'm like, do you think we could do grand rounds and you just kiss it? And she's like, what? I'm like, keep it simple, stupid. Just give these pathologists 3 to 5 things that they should be looking for. And we would be so lucky if we had the same 3 to 5 things that everyone, bit of information that everyone was collecting. So she was amazing and did grand rounds at many of the birthing facilities in our state. The PATH departments were clamoring for her to come. And so I just want to throw it out there that, the way I looked at it, it would be pay it forward. They would take this information wherever it is they went to go work or wherever they went to go teach. And at least, there were a few more people that had a little bit of a better understanding. Not as complete and thorough as all of your trainings, but just a thought that I also feel like that was tremendously helpful as well.
You have 1 minute. I forgot to say a very important thing. Ultrasound, perinatal ultrasound. They never look at the placenta or umbilical cord unless they're looking at where it's inserted. So I think that that's a huge thing that can be changed and can be very helpful because you can see a lot of things. You can see a small placenta, you can see infarcts, you can see hematomas. And that's something that families can also do when they're getting the ultrasound. Ask, how's the placenta look? I don't know why it's been ignored all this time, but I think it's just right for a helpful something.
Dan?
This is it. Sorry.
I can't do it. There is a international classification of potential pathology. It started in Amsterdam in 2014 in an ISA conference, and it has been fully worked out. And if every pathologist will report those items, which is noted there, you get a standardized report.
I'm all about Amsterdam. I love it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I did.
So huge thanks for awesome.
So we have one more panel, which I'd like to invite to come up, please. Danielle and Bob for a conversation about the role of the Utah Department of Health and Human Services in pregnancy.
We've been very fortunate in Utah to have a great working relationship with our state health department, and they have a particular interest and expertise in stillbirth, which makes us really fortunate. And there's a relatively unique program here that doesn't exist in our state called SOARS, which has been in sort of a stillbirth add-on to the trans data that many of you may be familiar with. So we have Nikki Engelect, who's the manager of the Maternal Health Program Office in Maternal Child Health, and she currently serves as the principal investigator for the Utah study of the associated risk of stillbirth, which we usually don't use that name as a source. And then we have Danielle Uribe, who's the data manager for this program, as well as for the grant. So she's the one who actually does all of the work. They're going to tell us about source.
Good afternoon, thank you. Yes, my name is Begay, and I am the program manager for the Maternal and Infant Health Program at the Utah Department of Health. And thank you for inviting us to speak today on our stillbirth efforts at the state health level. I'm going to start. Some of you may know in 2022, the Utah Department of Health and the Utah Department of Human Services merged through a state statute, and we are now known as the Utah Department of Health and Human Services. Our vision is all Utahns have fair and equitable opportunities to live safe and healthy lives. In the Office of Maternal Health, so just a little hierarchy of our building, I am the program manager for the Maternal and Infant Health Program. That program is housed within the Office of Maternal Child Health. Also in that office, we have the Utah Women's and Newborns Quality Collaborative, which you guys may have heard of as UWEEK, and I'll talk about a little bit more later. Within maternal and infant health, we do PRAMs and SOARS. That's where our perinatal mortality review program is. We have programming around maternal mental health, education and support for preconception health, and lots of other different women's health and healthy moms and babies is what we aim for. And then also within the maternal child health, we have the WIC program for infants and children, and that's giving healthy, nutritious foods to moms and babies and families. And they also have breastfeeding support within the WIC program. So a lot of the framework that we have that forms what we do within the Office of Maternal Child Health is this 10 essential public health services. And we really focus kind of on the first four pieces of the pie there. So our roles, we do assessment education services, conduct ongoing assessment of the health needs of the end-stage population to drive positive outcomes. We inform and educate the public and families, as well as convene and mobilize partners. Among them, the University of Utah faculty and staff in the different healthcare systems around our state. We get our funding through a variety of different sources, federal, state. The biggest funding is our block grant that we get, the Maternal Child Health Block Grant. And the purpose of this is to enable us as Utah to provide and ensure mothers and children's access to quality maternal and child health care services. Every 5 years, we do a needs assessment. We have just started our next 5 years needs assessment. So I imagine many of you in this room are going to be asked these questions through our provider assessment, or you'll see it through the community come through. I encourage you, if you do see it, to fill it out. Because what that does is that it helps guide the state for the next 5 years of what our priorities are going to be in the maternal and child health realm. And We will build our national performance measures. We'll develop evidence-based strategies off of that needs assessment. And one of the outcomes that we are looking at, we are thinking about, is the stillbirth rate in Utah. If that is a question on our needs assessment, it can come out that as a state, we want to prioritize stillbirth, and we can use our block grant funding to do some stillbirth education. So if this isn't important to you, please be on the lookout for that needs assessment. I'm happy to share links if we need to. The U Week, we were covered. There's a special program I want to point out just a little bit. It is a statewide network of health professionals, hospitals, and clinics dedicated to improving health outcomes for Utah women and infants. They use a lot of evidence-based guidelines and quality improvement processes. They have a lot of different projects happening right now. Kind of the big current ones they're implementing maternal safety bundles from the Alliance of Maternal Innovation. We are currently working on perinatal mental health safety bundle right now. They are providing training opportunities on respectful maternity care and postpartum trauma, birth trauma. They also have a great maternal resource page that you can find that it's over 900 resources across Utah that are free, low cost. People who receive the services don't have to be documented. So they put a lot of work into that resource page. And what we're here to talk about is our study for the associated risks of stillbirth. So our SOARS study, and I will pass it over to Danielle to talk a little bit more about what SOARS is and some of the data we have so far.
Hi everyone, my name is Danielle Yerby. I am the data manager for Utah Programs and Utah SOARS. Anytime I get to talk about SOARS, I get really excited. Utah is up until this year one of the few states to have a SOARS survey. Ohio was the other for a while, and this year there's been some funding to some other states and cities are starting to look at implementing a SOARS, but it has been something that's been very special. It's coming to Utah that I've been getting to look and I really am going to try and provide a very brief overview of the SOARS survey and then just share some of our key findings related to provider supports and the experiences that families have within the hospital following stillbirth. So what is SOARS, also known as the Study of Associated Risks of Stillbirth? If anybody's familiar with the PRAM survey or the Pregnancy Risk Assessment Monitoring System, it was based on that. And then just with some modifications to the survey questions, some of the methodology, as how the families are contacted, how many times they're contacted. We wanted to make sure that it was sensitive to families that have experienced a stillbirth. It was first established in 2016. It began in 2018 to be distributed, and it's been distributed ever since then. So it is sent to every Utah resident over the age of 15 that experiences a stillbirth. And the mailings begin about 2 to 4 months after the stillbirth occurs. It's usually closer to 2 or 3. And the only other really exclusion criteria that we have, we don't send a survey if the fetal death certificate is missing certain variables. Birth dates for the mom seems to be a common one. And then also if it was filed too late, that's very rare. I believe is a year that I've been here. It's happened one time that it wasn't on time to be included in the sample. And then we also perform an extra check before anything it's mailed to the family to make sure that the mother is still alive and that she hasn't passed away, so that we avoid sending a survey to a home that may have experienced, a fetal death and a maternal death. So all moms receive a necklace designed by a local Utah artist. And this is even if they choose not to participate, it's not an incentive. Every mom gets it, and it includes a card that explains the significance of the pendant. We do get a lot of comments on our survey specifically about the necklace and how much they appreciate it. And then some of the topics are about health prior to pregnancy, insurance status, any infections, complications, substance use, and intimate partner violence. And then we also asked about services offered during the hospital stay, level of support, and any testing that was done. So the purpose of this analysis was to determine the level of provider support felt by participants following their stillbirth, identify hospital services that were offered to families and how these services may influence feelings of support, and then also identify any maternal outcomes that may be influenced by having adequate provider support. Before I get into that, I do want to acknowledge there's been so much discussion about health equity and disparities today. I do want to just acknowledge why that type of research can be difficult in Utah just based on our demographics. So this shows for the time period that we have data for currently is 2018 to 2021. So white non-Hispanic mothers were 71% of live births and 74% of fetal deaths. So just based on the source data that we have right now, we don't have enough to really stratify it by race and ethnicity. We should be getting 2 more years of data hopefully soon. And that's definitely one of our top priorities is to be able to do that work. It just gets really difficult when you have a population like Utah to do that sort of analysis. So for some overall results, for the data set that we have now until 2021, we had 520 responses, so the response rate of 54%, which for is really good for a survey like this. I think Grams usually shoots for 50%, so for us to be above that is really great. 86% of the fetal deaths occurred prior to delivery. Maternal blood testing was the most commonly performed test, and a fetal autopsy was the least common at 22%. So when we asked about services that were offered, having the chance to hold their baby, receiving impressions, funeral resources, other mementos, and peer support resources, those were all offered to at least 90% of moms. And the least common services offered were visits with the religious leader, being able to bathe their baby, and a baptism. Those were offered to less than half of moms. So 46% of moms reported that they had attended grief counseling. Among those who did not attend grief counseling, the most common reason was that they just felt like they didn't need it. I will say it's not an option on the survey, but we get a lot of comments from moms saying that they may want it in the future, but they're just not ready for it right now. So when we do have the opportunity to update our survey, I think that would be one of my priorities is to include that because it seems like they're not finding the right answer. The least common reasons for not knowing where the groups were, financial concerns, and not having any groups near them. So in terms of provider supports, 87% felt like they were adequately supported by their doctor or midwife, 96% felt supported by their nursing staff, and 78% felt supported by their grief counseling staff. So for the rest of this presentation, just for the purposes of time, I'll be focusing on the doctor or midwife support specifically. So looking at selected maternal outcomes, postpartum health visits and seeking grief support were more common for moms who did report adequate support from their doctor or midwife. Interestingly, at least I thought it was interesting, the rate of autopsies was the same for both groups. So what I wanted to look at after that were the reasons why autopsies were not performed for those families. And I found that for those who did not feel supported, 27% of them listed a communication issue as the reason that they did not have it performed. Either they weren't asked, they felt like they didn't get enough information, or they weren't asked appropriately. They were just confused by the process, and that's why it wasn't done. And that was only 14% of those who did feel supported. And then other reasons that were listed, financial concerns, personal or religious reasons, and just not thinking it was needed. And from our perspective, our goal isn't to pressure families to making a decision that would go against their personal beliefs. We just want them to have all the information they need to make that decision, and to have that information communicated to them appropriately. So next, I wanted to look at hospital experiences that may have influenced whether or not they felt supported. So moms reported being given lactation information and instruction at higher rates than those who did not feel supported. We do have moms who say that they were not given any information or they weren't even aware that it was possible that they could have their breast milk come in after they left the hospital. So just having that counseling can be really helpful. And the biggest difference that I found was with moms who felt supported and their doctor discussing what may have happened to their baby with them. That was 55% who did not feel supported compared to 90% of moms who did feel supported. And again, that says what may have happened. It doesn't say what did happen or they know exactly what happened, because a lot of times they're not. But it's just taking the time to have that conversation that I think is really the key factor. And then looking at some of the services offered that I mentioned earlier. So some of the big differences that I saw really offers of cooling beds, having those available, social worker visits, and having family photos being available. Those seem to be things that have a really big difference. But I believe the biggest one would be 70% of moms who didn't feel supported said that they had the chance to stay with their baby in the same room compared to 90% of moms who did feel supported. So that seemed to really make a difference. And then I did want to end just on some written comments from source participants. We have a back page like the PRAM survey. We did get a lot more comments than the PRAM survey. So I think 2 different participants who had 2 different hospital experiences. My hospital had amazing nurses that made all the difference, except for one. When she was there, it made things worse. She wouldn't touch the baby, and you could see she wasn't comfortable, making it worse. The hospital also has called to ask how breastfeeding is going, which is hurtful to see. It was just another patient that they didn't take notes or care for. And then compare that to another participant who said, I was treated with the highest amount of respect and care during my experience. I was provided a pro bono photographer. I had about 10 hours to spend time with my baby. We dressed her, took footprints, and took as much time as we needed with her. They held my baby after we left until the funeral home came to collect her body. So then brief discussion about our next steps. Really want to focus a lot on provider support. We have a really great steering committee. So hopefully that's something we continue doing work on. It is important to think about things like lactation education and how the information is being communicated with families. The importance of just having a cooling bed available, even if families decide that they don't want to use it, being able to room with their baby, and then just having the discussion about what might have happened. Once we do receive our 2022 and 2023 data, hopefully soon, we do plan to conduct a more thorough analysis of this. But I will say that the data that I shared today from 22 and 2021, it is available for analysis by anybody who's interested. So if you are interested, please feel free to reach out to me. I'd be more than happy to work on that with you. We can hopefully get some data requests going. And then the QR code will also take you to just more information about SOARs, and you can also view a full copy of the survey as well.
To both of you were speaking about SOARs, and I wonder if anybody has any questions.
Thank you very much for that. You had a response of 54%. Any information about what's the differences between the responders and non-responders?
So that's something that I'm just starting to look at. We're hoping to put together analysis
Area or different zip code or.
We found that overall, or at least I've looked mostly at race and ethnicity. So it is fairly representative. The one group that we see lower response rates from compared to the rest would be Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander. So that's one area we're looking at, but we're hoping to do something with our SOARs and our PRANS data. SOARs gets really tricky with the small numbers. So we're hoping that if we kind of look at them together, it would be a little bit easier to analyze.
Thank you for a really interesting session. So at the moment, what happens is a death is registered and then your department contacts about the survey. Is that how people find out about it? So the clinical staff at the hospital give families a heads up that that's what is going to happen for every death in the state.
It used to be, yes.
Okay.
We when the survey first started, we partnered with Share Parents. They were very supportive of us. As the years went on and all of that, I think we lost that. I don't know if hospitals are still talking about it. The way our survey goes out is that it's not just a survey that's sent out very first. We do send out a condolence card saying you can expect the survey, and then about a week later they will receive the survey. We're really mindful of when that goes out. We try to avoid the big holidays, Mother's Day, Christmas, so they're not getting these reminders during kind of like maybe those heightened emotional times. So,
but it would be helpful, surely, wouldn't it, if everybody who experienced a loss was told that this is something that will happen and you can expect to be contacted in the next few months?
Yes, it would be helpful. And when we did start the survey back in 2018, I believe our response rates were around 80% because they were expecting that. Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No. I just one for you guys. It's really striking the difference between the moms who felt supported and moms who didn't feel supported. It's quite different. So how does, maybe I should really answer this question, but how does data depart the SOARS survey and go into practice change? And maybe it's more of a question for our clinician friends, but
since I've joined the team, I think the biggest thing has just been the steering committee. My steering committee is really amazing. And I know there's a lot of great work being done specifically on autopsies. So I'm hoping that is very closely related to provider support so that there is work that's going to be done on both fronts as well. And speaking of the steering committee, I would like to extend the invitation for anybody who wants to join our steering committee to join our steering committee. We are picking it back up and trying to figure out best way to use source data. And we would diverse voices are much appreciated in those conversations.
Okay, thank you very much. For the second break, our afternoon break, for 15 minutes, and I did want to remind you again, it's the last chance to add your thoughts to the back of the room on the flip charts, thinking about recognizing and rebuilding and recovering. So please do take some time during your 15 minutes. We'll meet back at 3:30. Thank you. Drs. Alex, Hazel, and Bob Silver. So I'm going to hand it over right now to Alex.
Hi, I'm welcome to the middle of the afternoon, and I'm going to try and explain a little bit about it and discuss some of the findings of the Affirm study. And I was a co-investigator on this. So for those of you who aren't aware of the Affirm study, the Affirm study was what we call a step wedge cluster trial. And this is a little bit of a conglomeration of a quality improvement project. So you've got something that you want to roll out, and a randomised control trial where you do it in a staged fashion so you can compare before and after, but it's not as simple as just drawing a line in the sand and just saying everyone did it and everyone didn't do it and then everyone does it. And it's a bit more robust. Now, the intervention in Affirm was written information for women and education for clinicians, and a standardised management of women who presented to hospital with decreased fetal movements. Now, that sounds really nice and easy, but actually it ended up being a little bit of a messy comparison. So the control group, a bit like I discussed earlier with saving babies' lives, were doing nothing. To the control group, we were giving information by 28 weeks of gestation, that if mums were concerned about a reduction in their movements after 28 weeks, they should contact their maternity unit. They weren't encouraged to formally count fetal movements. Every woman should have a non-stress test to exclude fetal compromise, and you should do an ultrasound scan only if mums had risk factors for stillbirth or growth restriction. And there was no recommendation for delivery. So in a firm, it was the same thing, except the leaflet had to be given by 20 weeks, and then there was no gestation specified on the leaflet. Everybody had an ultrasound scan. And then if you had recurrent reduced movements, you had twice weekly non-stress tests, weekly like a volume and number like an artery Doppler. So it was much more intense. And then it was a consider induction for women on their first presentation over 40 weeks, and consider induction for women with recurrent reduced fetal movements less than more than 37 weeks. So the advantage of the affirmed study and the stepwise cluster design is you can do a really big study. And one of the challenges that we have with our stillbirth prevention studies in low burden settings, I know we've said this, there's always been more stillbirths than we want, but realistically, in high income countries, we are in low burden settings, is the studies need to be massive. And by massive, I mean hundreds of thousands of women. So a firm had hundreds of thousands of women. And part of the problem was when we did the power calculation, we were crazy optimistic about how much effect a firm was going to have. So actually it was powered based on a 30% reduction in stillbirths after 28 weeks, which as a junior researcher, I kind of thought that's a lot, but I was quite junior in the room, so I just didn't say anything. And actually, so what we saw was that the stillbirth rate on the intention to treat analysis was 10% lower, so the adjusted odds ratio was 0.9, but it ranged from a 25% reduction to a 7% increase. So if you look at that in terms of a typical maternity unit in the UK, which is about 3,500 births, on average, there would be 5 fewer stillbirths a year, but it might be as much as 11 fewer, so up to 3 more. Sorry, I'll go back. Sorry. We then did an on-treatment analysis, which essentially showed a 12% reduction and a tighter confidence interval, but it still crossed 1, so it wasn't statistically significant. So that is, that's really frustrating. So even with massive numbers, we've still got an uncertain answer because it crosses 1. Now, the other thing we had is that what we showed was there were more cesareans, more inductions, which I think we've alluded to already. Now, part of the reason that we can see that is because those things are much, 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 much more frequent than stillbirths. So our study is way more powered to show those things. So it's really tricky. So we've got our study design is a little bit out of kilter because it's very difficult to show a reduction in stillbirth. It's really easy to show an increase in intervention. So what we then try to do is we try to do an economic analysis. And Liz Camacho is a very talented health economist. And she took the data, and what we actually needed to do was to, we used all of the study sites and we looked at what is the cost of intervention. And actually the intervention was we had to train health professionals, we needed to give leaflets to women. But the biggest cost by a long way was the unplanned antenatal attendances and also the induction of labour. So you can see that in the study sites, the direct costs were greater, and the cost of stillbirth per stillbirth avoided was about £190,000, which is a significant investment, and we need to sort of think about what that means. Now, this is a cost matrix. So what we did is we said, we know that a firm was underpowered. So what we did is we used a Monte Carlo simulation. So we ran the trial again and again and again to see what the actual the results might be. So overall, 74% of the time, the results would mean that there were fewer baby deaths. But what we're really interested in, so this top right corner tells us that 56% of the time, the results mean that it would cost more, but there would be fewer baby deaths. And that kind of makes sense because it's quite unrealistic to expect that we can have fewer baby deaths without spending any resource to do that. And now, so I think just to put it into context, we think about other disorders. So gestational hypertension, to manage that is £7,800 per case. But to detect and manage gestational diabetes is also about £200,000 to prevent one stillbirth. So we've got to be careful when we talk about things that sound like they cost a lot of money, because actually things like gestational diabetes, now none of us would suggest in the room that we should abandon gestational diabetes screening because it costs a lot of money. So we do have to think about that. When we did it, we didn't do this. A group did a systematic review meta-analysis after Affirm, and they found that there was a reduction in perinatal death, but it touched one with studies that looked at increased movement awareness. So what would I say? So firstly, the summary for Affirm, we can do large studies. One of the challenges we had is that the adherence to intervention varied in Affirm sites, and we needed lots more process outcome measures. So you've got to know whether people are really doing what they say they are. I think there is likely some effect in stillbirth reduction, but I don't think it's a solution in isolation. And as I said, Affirm was underpowered, but the subsequent modelling does suggest benefit. But I think we need to be really careful that it's not a reason for induction of labour in isolation less than 39 weeks. And we specifically, Zan wanted me to talk about health inequality. Compared to pregnancy, Ingvar Wadderstad did some really nice work in Sweden, which their biggest migrant population is Somali women. And their Somali population had worse outcomes than the women born in Sweden. Their babies were more likely to be small for gestational age. They were also more likely to have a prolonged pregnancy. But they were 5 times less likely to contact services with complaints about reduced movements. They basically showed that there were various issues that related to things like, again, women born in Africa are much less likely to present and women with lower educational levels. And they did a really nice qualitative study that showed that individualised information based on women's understanding would increase the possibility that these pregnant women would seek care. They also used a lot of verbal communication within that community to see if it would make a difference. And just recently in Manchester, this is hot off the press. So we have a project called DAISY, which stands for Digital Animation in Service Improvement. If you type in DAISY and stillbirth into your phone, you will find the video. And these were co-developed with non-English speaking communities. And we assessed the knowledge of stillbirth risk factors before and after seeing the film. And it was really clear that before they saw this animation, a bit like your Safer Baby, Bangle, Baba Bangle, that there were really big gaps in those communities. Nobody knew anything about left-sided sleeping. Either-sided sleeping. The knowledge about fetal movements was rock bottom. So actually all the stuff that we're putting out there about this doesn't reach those communities. And you can see that we had a knowledge score about the symptoms and things they knew related to stillbirth, and in every single participant, and the one at the bottom actually just didn't default, she defaulted from follow-up, so really that 0 was a loss to follow-up rather than a knowledge got worse. Everybody else improved after watching the film. And a bit like your story about someone listening, we had mums who had reduced movements, they went back, they watched the film again because they weren't sure. And so I think trying to address those inequities is a really important thing about reduced movements. That's me.
All right, so I'm going to talk about the My Baby's Movements trial, which was kind of a sister trial to Affirm, and I'm going to touch on equity, well, what we have on equity. So before I start, I'd also like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today, and I hope I pronounce these correctly, but these are the homelands of the Shoshone, Paiute, Cochiti, and Ute tribes. I hope that's correct. Pay my respect to elders past and present, and acknowledge and celebrate First Nations and Indigenous peoples' connection to family, country, and culture. So just before we talk about fetal movements, hopefully you can see this, if it's actually working. Just see that actually moving. Okay, no, that's fine. That's supposed to be a little video of fetal movements, just to show how obvious they are to the pregnant women. Okay, so I'm going to start off with the guidelines that we had in Australia and New Zealand prior to this randomised controlled trial. This was the second national guideline that we had. This was in 2016, and we had a management pathway for reduced fetal movements once a woman presented to hospital. And this was in place in varying ways, but was in place across the country before we actually ran this trial. I'm not going to go into all the detail about the stepped wedge cluster trial, but essentially the same design as Affirm in terms of the trial design. There were 3 to 4 hospitals in each of the clusters, and essentially the timing of when you actually went into the intervention was what was randomised rather than the individual intervention. So at some point, everybody gets the trial intervention. What was that intervention? Something strange has happened to my slides here, but the intervention was increased awareness and education, and one of the components of that was a mobile app called My Baby's Movements app. And so you can see there, you would go on, it would tell you a little bit about the app, what it was for, and then you could click through and actually get more details. So what's happening, what's normal, what to do if you're worried. And there was also some additional things in there in terms of actual counters if you wanted to use those things. At the same time, we had awareness in terms of written leaflets, and these were all translated for the purposes of the trial. They're now in around 30 languages. I think during the trial we had around 21 languages. There were clinician education tools, and this is an e-learning, but we also had things like webinars, and we had sessions at each of the sites with each cluster, and you can see one of the teams there. What happened for each site is they got told about their randomisation timing around a few months before. They were prepped in terms of site visits and the intervention and awareness by the NBM and their local team. And then just 1 month prior to starting, there were some audits so that we could actually see what was happening in terms of local practice in that hospital. Then they went into the intervention period, repeated those audits 6 months after, and then there was a final data extract, which was of routine data, was supposed to be seamless and speedy. We'll come back to that. All right, this is our concert statement. So we started off with just over 300,000 in this trial, and you can see as you go through some of these births and deaths had to be removed in terms of the fact that they were termination for medical anomaly or a congenital anomaly, or we did not know the gestation of the birth, so we couldn't do our sort of primary outcome. So in the end, we were able to analyse around about 150,000 in each arm of the trial, intervention and control. So I'm going to show you a bit of data now, and hopefully we'll still get through it all. It's still got 5 minutes and 40 seconds to go, so we should be all right. So for most things in terms of maternal characteristics, we really didn't have an imbalance, but you can see quite near the top of that table, there were twice as many Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women in the control arm. And that was just related to the timing of randomisation of one of the sites that had a high Indigenous population. So that wasn't really something that actually we could really have done anything about. They came in quite late in terms of the steps of the clusters. Everything else is quite similar in the overall trial report. The primary outcome was stillbirths at 28 weeks gestation and beyond. And you can see there a very small difference, 2.2 per thousand compared to 2.4 per thousand in the control arm. So that is the adjusted analysis, and you can see that crosses one and is not significant. The unadjusted analysis, that was 0.91, almost identical to affirm, so a sort of 9% reduction. But on adjustment for calendar time and other important factors, some of the socio-demographic factors, you can see that there is no significant difference. But interestingly, when we adjusted for all of the factors, the most important thing here was time. So we had a significant difference between the first 18 months of the trial and the second 18 months. So basically, the interventions that were already happening were actually bringing down that stillbirth rate, and the addition of the trial on top didn't have an added advantage, essentially. What about some of the secondary outcomes? So you can see there, induction of labour and caesarean section, and we know from affirm that they both went up. And perhaps because we had this existing pathway in place, we didn't see significant increases. But you can see there, we've got a pretty high caesarean section there. In Australia, it's still going up. It's at about 35, 36% now, but no difference in the trial. But there was a difference here in neonatal outcomes, and they were all significant. So there was a reduction in a composite adverse neonatal outcome and a reduction in the number of babies that were admitted to a nursery and that stayed in a nursery for more than 48 hours. You can see, again, not significant, but close to was this potential reduction in small for gestational age at 40 plus weeks. So what about the data we had on equity? Well, we have been able to look at those who were registered for the app by their sites and their socioeconomic status. So this is the deprivation quintile there on the left. You can see those that were registered whereas about 45,500 versus those that were not. Now, this is in that intervention arm. This was part of the intervention, but you can see that actually only less than half actually registered for the app. And the women that were living in the most disadvantaged areas, so the top two there, CIFA 1 and 2, were more likely not to be registered. So 50% more likely not to be registered for this app. And then we've looked, this is a publication by Sarah Skalecki in ANSJOG recently, and this is looking at what about the women that actually used the app? So they didn't all get registered, and there were these discrepancies in equity that we didn't see in the overall trial. What about the ones that actually used the app? And you can see here that the women who actually used the app were more likely to not be smoking. They were more likely to be born in Australia, and they were less likely to be an Indigenous Australian. In those 13,000 that did use the app, and I'll just highlight these so that we don't need to go through it all in detail, but there does seem to be some benefit in health outcomes for those who did use the app, but it's such a small number compared to that sort of 300,000 that are in the trial. But in those who used the app, and bearing in mind there were differences, but these are adjusted analyses, they were less likely to have an SGA baby, and they were a little bit different there in terms of their induction of labour, so a little bit more likely to have an induction of labour, but they were less likely to have a preterm birth. We had some differences in early term birth, but significant, but actually in terms of percentages, not that different. And they were less likely to have some of those neonatal outcomes like admission to the nursery. Okay, so in summary, Again, very similar to Affirm. With this design in a low burden setting, you can get a very large sample size. You can get pragmatic, routinely collected data. However, we had significant delays of getting this data. So this trial finished in 2019, and the publication for this was actually 2022, Vicky, 2021 in BJOG. So it took some time to get that routinely collected data across the country. We did have these existing guidelines, and is what's the most important is the guideline and the QI process or the trial. The process outcomes were really important. They're harder to collect. They have manpower and you need audits, but they are actually really important, and we've got some useful information there. The phone app on its own is clearly not enough. Not enough people use it, not enough people download it. Did seem to have some benefits. We needed significant champions for site engagement. So one of the sites in Melbourne had about a 60% download rate of the app compared to the sort of 5 to 10% that actually happened overall. But they did a huge amount of work to make that happen. And also they were quite a new hospital and they didn't have other competing things happening. So they got all in. It was their first big study, essentially. We know now we've got very skilled now at consumer engagement, and we do that for everything we do. And I think in hindsight for My Baby's Movements, we probably could have done that better at the very beginning. We do need a cost effectiveness analysis, and it's on the way. And lastly, as I've mentioned already, women who use the app were more likely to be born in Australia, higher SES, and in their first pregnancy. And if they didn't use the app, they were more likely to smoke and to be of Indigenous background. And a huge number of people and teams and places have helped with this trial, and we're still learning from it to date. Thank you.
That's what I'm spending start. That's totally fine. We are just getting it set up, but I'll go ahead and introduce myself. I'm Heleine Price, CEO of a nonprofit called Healthy's Birthday that's based out of Jamuna, Iowa. And in just a second, you'll see some images and some data related to the impact of our program. We were started and founded out of loss by 5 women who all endured the loss of their daughters to stillbirth in the early 2000s in Iowa. And as they didn't know each other before they met, but they all had completely healthy pregnancies until the very end when they weren't. And they all kind of looked at each other and said, what are we going to do to keep other families from joining our club? And they found some research out of Norway that actually Alex and Vicky were a part of that showed a 30% reduction in Norway's stillbirth rate by simply educating and empowering expectant parents to get to know your baby's normal movements in the 3rd trimester and to speak up to your doctor if you notice a change. When they saw that education from Norway and the wonderful reduction in stillbirth, they said, we can, let's try this in Iowa. Thank you so much. Let's try this in Iowa. And even if we just save one baby, it would be worth it. So these are just some of the lives and babies who have arrived safely because of the campaign. They came to call it Count the Kicks. They took that research from Norway and turned it into a mom-centered campaign. So Count the Kicks is a highly effective evidence-based stillbirth prevention program. It's a proven early warning system for moms. Families in 36 U.S. states and in 6 countries and their doctors have reached out to us to tell us that the program helped their baby arrive safely. These are our founders. Jan on the left, her daughter Grace was born still due to placental infarcts. Jan, whose daughter Jaden would have been 21 last week, she had a filamentous cord insertion. That was the cause of her stillbirth. Kate in the middle, her daughter actually had congenital heart defects. Her daughter lived 8 days, but could not sustain life after that. Janet and Tiffin on the right, both of their daughters, Grace and Madeline, had true knots in their umbilical cords. They didn't know each other before they lost their daughters, but they came to know each other and their families. They lost their daughters within months of each other. And in fact, Janet and Tiffin on the far right went to the same church together and lost their daughters within 7 weeks of each other, and didn't even know each other at the time, but were connected by their pastor and mutual friends along the way. And so that's the beginning of this work in this organization. One of the things I should share is the stillbirth data. This is just slightly different than what was shared earlier, only because this is a 5-year average, and I believe what was shared earlier was the most recent on record in 2020. So this is a 5-year average from 17 to 22. Families are 15 times more likely in the U.S. to endure a stillbirth than they are to endure the loss of their baby's SIDS. So in the U.S., in this 5-year average, 1 out of every 177 pregnancies ends in stillbirth. And as you can see, unacceptable racial disparities persist. You can see them on the screen, so I won't read them all out to you for the sake of time. So we do not ascribe to the outdated 10 and 2, even though it says count the kicks. It's not 10 and 2 or counting. As long as your baby gets 10 movements in 2 hours, your baby's just fine. That is extremely outdated, and research has proven that something that is more effective is getting to know your baby's normal movement patterns, the strength of your baby's movements, the frequency, and to speak up to your doctor if you notice a change. And so I just want to be clear that we are not 10 and 2. And so this is what the founders of our organization created with a soft launch in late 2007, early 2008. They took that Norway research to the Iowa Department of Health and Human Services. They worked with a local marketing firm as well. And with their lived experiences, helped guide what they wanted the program and the education to look like. They wanted it to be bright and empowering. They wanted it to be something that a mom, a partner would pick up instead of something that was dark and scary and just words. And this is more of what it looks like. So we have posters, we have brochures, we have app download reminder cards. These are all available right now in English and Spanish on our website at counttthekicks.org. nationally. In some states, like Maine, where we launched about 1.5 years ago, they added additional languages. So we actually have Count the Kicks printed education in 9 languages in Maine, because it was anytime they actually launch any kind of public health campaign in Maine, it has to be in those 9 languages, which is very exciting and wonderful that they do that. We also have these at-a-glance educational materials, which are about, these were birthed about 5 years ago, that they have even less wording than those original or traditional printed pieces of education. Both are available on our website, but the reason for the existence of the at-a-glance materials are for anyone who may be very new to this country, who may not have English as their first language. These are picture-based, minimal wording, easy to understand. Get to know your movement, tell your doctor if something is off, and there happens to be a free app available with it. And so related to our printed education, because we kind of wanted to share with you what is the uptake of our program in this country. So as I mentioned, it was a soft launch in 07-08 timeframe, but the most recent data, so in 2023, we sent out over 1 million pieces of printed education across the country. It's OB clinics that order them, birthing hospitals, childbirth educators, labor and delivery units, midwives, doulas, public libraries order them and have them during story time or toddler time. But the vast majority that order them are birthing hospitals and OBGYN clinics. This year so far, as of the end of September, we have sent out over 640,000 pieces of material. So we're on pace to be about the same as we did in 2023, a little over 1 million pieces of printed education are going out across the country. One of the things I should say that we don't know the answer to, and I wish we did, was, so since we're here talking about equity, what I would love to know, we know all of their zip codes, we know all of their addresses actually, because that's how the materials get to them. So we know their zip codes. We know if they're going to under-resourced zip codes or high-resource zip codes. What we don't know is if these are, how many hands of white women are they landing in versus the number of hands that they're landing in women of color. And so we would love to know that. But essentially, a hospital orders them, and there's no way to know then if it was given to, what the breakdown is between race and things like that. So that's something that we don't know that I wish we did know. We just recently added digital education in 13 languages on our website. So it's something that you can find digitally instead of these printed education. And so we just recently, in the last few months, started tracking the intake of those as well, which we did that based on demand. A lot of people, especially since COVID, are not always handing out printed brochures anymore. It is something digital that they're texting moms or including in emails or in their portals. The reason why the map looks this way is a variety of reasons, but really we started in the Midwest. Obviously, Iowa's in the Midwest, then we branched out to a lot of Midwestern states, Nebraska, Illinois, Ohio, things like that. So there's a good saturation in the Midwest, mostly because that's just where we are. After that, we knew the worst stillbirth rates in the country are in the South. And so we made a strategic and concerted effort that we wanted to partner with as many people in the South next as we could, because that's where the worst rates are. And so some of our early adopters in the South were the states of Georgia, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas came on in recent years. And so that's why you see a greater saturation in the Midwest and in the South. In the West, we have a lot of work to do. And in Texas, we have a lot of work to do. So as I mentioned, our materials, those printed materials are available anywhere. Anyone in this country can order them, but they are only free in states where we have funding. And so I'll show you where we have funding, which states we have funding in that make them totally free. So obviously when they're free, it eliminates a huge barrier to implementing the program. Even though hospitals tend to have a lot of money, it's still a barrier for them to implement them. So this is our free app. It is available in 21 languages. And what you do is, through the evidence of ACOG, so to pay attention to your baby's movements at 28 weeks or starting at 26 weeks if you're high risk. This is where moms can go and have their free kick counting session. And all they have to do, it's so simple to use. You tap that little teal footprint every time they feel a movement, a kick, a jab, a roll, a poke, a swish, but not hiccups because those are involuntary. And all this education, they go through a carousel before they start using the app. So every time they tap that little footprint, the app is timing how long it takes that baby to get to 10 movements. And then after you go through your session, you can then rate the strength of your baby's movements on a scale of fluttery to fierce. So ranking on a scale of 1 to 5, the strength of your baby's movements. And so after you do that, moms will see what the average amount of time was for their baby that day. So this baby is around 15 minutes each day. It goes 15 minutes, 16, 17, 15, getting to know what is their baby's baseline, because every baby is different. Research shows that all babies are different from each other. And so this baby's average happens to be 15 minutes. And then on another screen, they would see how mom has her perception of her baby's strength as well. So if all of a sudden this 15-minute baby takes 4 hours to get to those 10 movements one day, that's a cue, a visual indication that something has changed for that baby that day, and they need to call their provider. They need to speak up and tell their doctor that something is off. So they can download their history, they can share it with their provider, they can take it in during prenatal appointments. Related to the equity conversation that we're having today, we have heard from a lot of women of color who use this app that say, I noticed a change in my baby's movements, and when I went to my doctor, I've normally been dismissed or was dismissed when I was on the phone, and I just went right in and I showed them the data. I proved to them that I've been paying attention, and they finally took me seriously. So it's an advocacy tool for moms as well. I should actually stop and let you know that we also on this app, in states where it's funded, because it does take some development time, that we have a social drivers of health survey on this. So if you're in certain states, it's about 10 states right now. After your second kit counting session, it asks you a series of 4 to 5 questions. Do you need access to nutritious food? Do you need access to safe housing? Do you need access to mental health counseling? And if they say yes, that they would like access to any of that, we take them to a resource in their zip code to get them free access to an OB on their bus line, mental health care, access to a food pantry near them, and things like that. And then we share the data back with our funding partners. So our funding partners know what expectant parents in their state, what are some of the greatest needs of the expectant parents in their state. We also collect zip code, race and ethnicity, and email addresses of app users. Those are only the 3 things that are required. So we know the zip code of all of our app users. It has been downloaded in 140 countries, and it's been downloaded over 600,000 times so far for expectant parents to use in their pregnancy. And so I'll show you the race data in just a second related to our app users. We also have what we call a finished pregnancy survey at the end, which is voluntary, but we have thousands of moms taking it that let us know their birth outcome. So after someone has not been using the app for about 3 days, it makes an assumption that perhaps you had your baby. And so we ask the app user, we send a push notification, what is the outcome of your baby? And so research has been done on our app users with their permission. We have had research done on outcomes of our app users. One of the things that I would also share is we just released a new feature called Ask Anna, and it is a function where you can click on an icon and you can ask her any question you want. And it's an AI assistant, basically. So we're starting to infuse AI into our stillbirth prevention work. And so there are things in there you could go in and ask Anna, my baby hasn't moved all day, what should I do? And she would say to you, you need to go to your labor and delivery right away. You need to tell your doctor and you need to be seen right away. Or it may say something like, should I drink juice? My baby's not moving as much today. Should I drink juice? And it would say, no, do not drink juice. That is a myth to get your baby to move. That's an artificial way to get your baby to move. If you're concerned about your baby's movements, you need to tell your doctor. And it is curated only from 5 research studies. It is not curated from Dr. Google. It is not even curated from WebMD. It is created from 5 vetted research studies by our medical advisory board. And so they're getting evidence-based advice and guidance. That Ask Anna work and our AI work was highlighted at the Clinton Global Initiative in New York just a couple of weeks ago. We were chosen as commitment makers for our work in stillbirth prevention through the Clinton Global Initiative, and part of our AI work is featured there, and some research that we're going to be doing related to stillbirth prevention and AI. And so because this is all about equity, I wanted to show you in 2023 the increase that has taken place among women of color using our app. So this is just 2023 data and then 2024 data through September. So comparing 2023 and 2024, the red bar is African American women, or women who have chosen that or identified as African American or Black. And then the teal bar is Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander. The yellow bar is American Indian or Alaska Native. The green bar is Hispanic women, purple is Asian women, and then black is those who identify as 2 or more races. And so app users who identify as black, their app usage has increased 180% year over year. And this is only through September, so we still have 3 months left. Native Hawaiian, other Pacific Islander has increased 48%. American Indian or Alaska Native has increased 112%. App users who identify as Hispanic or Latino increased 128%. Those who identify as Asian, 217% increase. And those who identify as 2 or more races increased by 95% over year. And we are averaging more than 11,000 new app users each month this year. Anywhere from 11 to 12,000 new app users is our average right now. Related to equity, we know that not all moms have smartphones, not all moms have great access to broadband or Wi-Fi or internet access. So we have the low-tech version of our app, which is this movement monitoring band. And we partner with home visitors across the country. These are in WIC clinics, a wide variety. OBGYN clinics order them, birthing hospitals order them, and you essentially do the same thing. So there's a little how-to card that comes with them in multiple languages, and basically you do the same thing that you would do on the app. Every time you feel a movement, a kick, a jab, or a roll, you go from 1 to 10. So you time how long it takes your baby to get to 10 movements, and then you know how long on average each day. So if your baby's normal is 4 minutes to get to 10 movements each day, and all of a sudden your 4-minute baby takes 5 hours, that's a big change for your baby, and you need to go to your hospital, your doctor, and let them know that something has changed. And so that kind of information and guidance is on the postcard. We also, every time we launch in a state, we sit down and we have a strategy session. We look at the data, we look at the county level data, the race level data in that state, and we say, where do we need to be most? Who needs to hear about us most? So instead of taking an all-in-one approach, we learn about the data, we learn about the race data and what it's showing us. So for instance, this is how that strategy session with the health departments inform our work. We can place billboards if that health department has funded billboards. This is an example of a billboard that dots the freeway in Las Vegas. It was funded by our insurance company partner and that state Silver Summit. And these are all across freeways in Las Vegas and Orlando and other places where they've been funded by our partner. And the images that are on them are meant to reflect the audience in which we're trying to reach in that community. Another thing that we do when we launch in a state is just start with a pure mail and email campaign. And so we have, the first thing we do is a letter that is typically signed by the chief, the person who has brought the program to that state. So it might be the head of Title V in that state, that MCH director. It could be the chief medical officer in the insurance company, that they just simply write a note and the partner logo is on top. It's co-branded and they say, we need all of us to raise awareness about stillbirth prevention. Here is the issue in our country. In our state, we're losing 300 babies every year. And one proven way to save more lives and to prevent preventable stillbirths is to educate on fetal movement monitoring and count the kicks. We believe in this, and so we know that we're going to help reduce the stillbirth rate with your help. And here's how we're going to do it. Here's our goal. And then on the back are the educational materials that gives them information on how to order them, a QR code that takes them straight to the website to order those. Alex, in February of 2023, published research on the uptake and intake of Count the Kicks in Iowa, compared to neighboring states of Minnesota, Missouri, and Illinois. And there's a link, you'll get these slides later, but there's a link if you would like to read that study. But one of the things that was highlighted in the study is that the stillbirth rate in Iowa went down 1% every 3 months for an entire decade, from 2008 to 2018, which was much faster than the US population average at that time. So here it is on a graph. The red line is the national trend, the national stillbirth rate from CDC Wonder. The teal dots are Iowa's stillbirth rate. And as I mentioned, we launched in 2008 with a soft launch. So if you can see, 2008 is where it's the second highest teal dot from the left there. So fairly close to the national average. And then you can see the trend line down. Obviously, there are years that it fluctuates. Right now in this country, we're at a 70-year high for congenital syphilis, which is obviously a contributor to stillbirth. So there are lots of factors that go into the stillbirth rate. But overall, in Iowa, our stillbirth rate has gone down to near record levels with the implementation of Count the Kicks. And what we're seeing is that we are sending in the right women at the right time. I know that when we enter into states, sometimes there's concern. Are you just going to flood the ER, or are you going to flood labor and delivery with moms that are so concerned about their baby's movements? And here's the thing, is that moms are already paying attention. Even if they don't know about counter kicks, they're in tune with their body. They are in tune with their body and their baby, and they know when something is off. We have that gut feeling, right? All counter kicks is doing is allowing expectant moms to get to know their baby and kernel and empowering them to speak up if they notice a change. And so related to this data and the work that Alex did in the BJOC study, it is important to note that obviously there are some years that are fluctuating. So if you see like 17, 18, and 19, where it's kind of weird nationally and it's kind of weird in Iowa too, it's our understanding that some data collection was changing at that time. And so we've been told that that could be an example of some of the fluctuations there. But overall, the trend line is down. We also know Alex took into account other confounding factors. So things like obviously syphilis outbreaks, but one of the things that he looked at that could lead to an increase or a decrease in a state stillbirth rate. In Iowa, during the time frame that he studied, 08 to 18, factors like the smoking rate and the obesity rate in Iowa increased, despite having our stillbirth rate continue to go down. Smoking and obesity went up at the same time. And so despite all of that, we also, ACOG ranks Iowa dead last for access to obstetricians. We have maternal care deserts. We continue to have birthing hospitals closed at alarming rates. And despite that, we still have one of the lowest stillbirth rates in the country. This is a look at the white stillbirth rate and the black stillbirth rate in Iowa. We do not have equity in Iowa. That is our dream. That is our goal, to have equity in Iowa, where hopefully there is no stillbirth rate. We know that not all stillbirths can be prevented. Our mission and our goal is to prevent as many as we can that are preventable. And our goal, of course, is to have equity in stillbirth. So the red bars that you see there is our black stillbirth rate, and the teal bar is our white stillbirth rate. Both are on the decline, but still there's not equity and there is more work to do. These are our current states, expansion states, in case you're interested. So states that are in yellow are full implementation of county kicks statewide. The teal states are specific counties only. So like in California, for example, we are in LA and San Bernardino and in Fresno, but we are not statewide, meaning there's no funding statewide. So if you go onto our website in California and want to order for LA, you can. But if you wanted to order for San Francisco, there's no funding in San Francisco yet, and so you wouldn't be able to order there. Here are our funding partners in each state. It's kind of hard to read because it's kind of small, but the vast majority of our funding is from state health departments across the country. But I think our secondary funding and continuing to increase is insurance company funding or health foundation funding. They want to improve outcomes. They want to economically improve their bottom line by getting more babies here safely, and that's why they invest in our work. I know we started late, so I will fly through these super duper fast. We were just published in MCN about how to implement Count the Kicks in your state. We have a partnership with A1 where they have put out a practice brief in February of this year, and in early next year, January, February, they're actually putting out for the first time in this country a management pathway. There is no uniformity in this country in how to address a mom who comes in with the change in fetal movement in this country, but we have partnered with A1 who has 25,000 OB nurses in their membership to create a pathway of what to do when a mom comes in and with the change in fetal movement. I will really just wrap it up right now. One of the things we also know is that Count the Kicks has proven benefits beyond stillbirth prevention. Fetal movement monitoring has proven benefits. Things like identifying pregnancy complications that threaten the mother's life. We're increasing gestational age and reducing NICU stays. I'd be happy to share my personal story with you. My son, I was 30 weeks pregnant. When I noticed a change in my son's movement 14 years ago, I was 30 weeks pregnant, noticed a change and told my doctor. Luckily, she took me seriously, ran some tests, and she noticed I was in very active early preterm labor at 30 weeks along. But because we caught it early enough, I spent 4 days in the hospital and then went home on strict bed rest with a daily pill called Procardia that helped stop my contractions. It all worked. My son was born completely healthy. In the 40th week of our pregnancy, was not a second in the NICU. He was totally healthy and needed no intervention whatsoever. And we know that through this white paper, that you can see the other things that this is improving, not just preventing preventative stillbirth. We're identifying things like the start of a placental eruption, and preeclampsia that's gone undiagnosed, things like that. Moms are telling us that without this intervention and this awareness, that they would have had otherwise a different outcome. So I'll wrap up. These are there if you need them, and then I'll save the summary of challenges for some other time. Thank you all.
Okay, all right. Can we just say thank you very much to that panel? I'm sorry it's been distracting.
So much. And we do have one more panel right now on research in equity, in stillbirth equity. And so if Sega and Naomi, let's see, Sega, Naomi, and Sarah, where's Sarah? There you are, come on up. Yeah, okay. I know it's the end of a long day, but there's still more that, you know, sort of more that we have an opportunity to learn from, and I hope that you can kind of hang in there with us over the next couple of sessions. So, right, we're switching laptops as well. I'm sorry. So anyway, I'd like to introduce Dr. Sega Semasi Workalemaku, who is a genetic epidemiologist at the University of Utah, and Dr. Naomi Riches, who is a member of the Stillbirth Research Program here at the U, and Sarah Lopez, who is a senior clinical research coordinator also at the University of Utah. We're just almost there, I think. Yeah, Naomi and Sarah, you want to come sit here while you're waiting? And I'll hand it over to Sega. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much. I just want to thank the organizers of this symposium, excellent symposium, the families that are here, and friends that come to visit us from far away. I want to thank everybody. I'm very excited to share with you a little bit about what we do here at the University of Utah, and also highlight our research team here. So as mentioned, I'm a researcher focused on investigating genetics in complex issues like stillbirth. So a big part of what we do here is called study familial and genetic determinants of stillbirth, emphasizing families here, if I can point, emphasizing families here with the inclusion of dads, moms, babies, and siblings. So our effort includes investigating inherited factors to in families by including other members of the family, including the dad and siblings. So these are kind of a micro level investigation to find genetic causes to explain to grieving families, not only that, but also inform clinical guidelines for prevention in future pregnancies. Of course, you know, stillbirth is complex, which means that there's many factors that contribute to it. It's also relatively common. So often for complex and multifactorial issues like stillbirth, population-based data is critical. So I just want to highlight a couple of slides to tell you a little bit about what we do here in Utah and the teams involved in this to generate population-based data in stillbirth. So a big part of what we do is to understand how stillbirth affects families here. We just heard from Dr. Page earlier. She's one of our providers who's also involved in stillbirth research. She and I initially requested data from the Utah population database. And initially, this is the shape of the state of Utah where we are right now. Initially, our project was to look for a familial aggregation, to understand familial aggregation using this data for stillbirth. And this is kind of highlighted here using the pedigrees. So what we did is we looked for a fetal, we used the state's fetal death certificates to identify stillbirth and match those with live birth from birth certificates. And initially, so we wanted to understand the inherited predisposition to stillbirth. And this is by no means a comprehensive investigation of all families that have suffered stillbirth, but it was a good starting point. And part of that effort is also to enroll families to understand how it affects them. So I urge folks to reach out to our investigative team, Dr. Silver and Dr. Branch, and to
just for one of the
okay. I'll use this. Everybody can hear me okay? Okay, thank you. So I urge everybody to reach out to our investigative team to enroll in this study, because we're currently enrolling not just in Utah, but families who have been affected by unexplained stillbirth. So so what I want to mention actually is what we're doing using this data. So one of the unique things about this data is we have maternal geographic data linked with these stillbirth and live birth, meaning geographic locations during the time of stillbirth, prior and also prior to the stillbirth. That allows us to investigate geographic disparities, so what areas are most affected by stillbirth. So I just want to show a couple of slides to tell you what we've done using that data. And if anybody can't hear me, please raise your hand in the back. Try to speak up. So given this population here, again, this is state of Utah, given this underlying population here, warmer colors indicate densely populated areas. Highlighted there, over there is Salt Lake City, and some of the other metropolitan areas. Given this underlying population, we found a significant cluster of stillbirth, indicated by this elliptical shape here. When you zoom in this significant cluster, you start to notice that this is up and down the west of this line over here. So currently we're in slightly northeast of Salt Lake City. So this cluster is happening in the southwest of us, and a little bit in the north, in the city of Ogden, here in the West Valley City. Again, the density numbers, these are numbers of counts of stillbirth, accounting for space-time clustering. And these are sparsely populated would be in blue, and densely populated would be in warmer colors in yellow. And Rebecca is one of our geospatial analysis experts who has helped us in this project. When you look at the estimated risk, so for individuals living in this cluster that I just showed, there's a 1.2-fold increased stillbirth risk associated with that compared to individuals or families living outside that cluster. And this data is currently unpublished. We're working with our resident, Dr. Dublin, and our medical student, Kennedy, to get this data published. Importantly, this cluster really highlights areas that might be underserved and important to look into for intervention. And we're currently trying to understand what explains this cluster, and also try to relay some data, air-pollution data. Is it access to care? Is it persons living in highly pollutant, contaminated areas? And is it racial and ethnic disparity? Is it historic redlining and so on? So to that end, we're collaborating with Dr. Debbing, who's one of our providers, also involved in health policy research and health equity research. And of course, Dr. Zan Leisher was one of our main drivers of stillbirth prevention efforts to try to really understand and expand in other states like Arizona. We heard this morning about the increased incidence in Fort Defiance. Dr. Cohen is one. I'm sorry, I don't have her picture on here, but she's one of the providers at Fort Defiance who's also collaborating with us to understand geospatial clustering. And Dr. Equalito is also working with us. We're also expanding this kind of work to include the state of Georgia with the help of Dr. Christensen Lindquist. Dr. Naomi Reaches, you'll hear from, is interested in looking at environmental contaminants. And this would be critical. So this kind of collaboration is really important when you think about guiding policies to inform policies, but also to implement strategies to intervene in areas that are most affected by stillbirth. And the other component of this is healthcare expenditure. We know from this is one of our systematic review, we know there's a lack of quality data on economic burden of stillbirth, both tangible and intangible burden of stillbirth. And to address, and part of that issue is lack of quality data that we need to generate using the state records. And what we're doing to address that gap is we're working with experts, Dr. Jawish, who's collaborating with us, and his student, Bella Kennedy, our medical student, to address, to close gaps in understanding the psychosocial, the unmeasurable impact, but also the measurable cost that's affecting families. Dr. Rothwell, who's our VP for research, is also contributing to this tremendously. And we also heard from Dr. Hazel, who's helping us, was way ahead of us in generating this kind of cost data, quality data. And we're really fortunate to have him collaborate on this with us. And I'm sorry I didn't mention Stacey Fletcher and David Haynes, who have really played an instrumental role in connecting us with other folks who are working nationwide, working on generating quality data. So all of this to say is we have a common goal. We want to generate quality data for stillbirth, like it's being done for other issues like cancer and late stage diseases. And there's no reason we can't do that for stillbirth. And there's really three-fold for equitable investigation of stillbirth. We have demonstrated that the audit benefit when including dads and family members to investigate what generally causes stillbirth. And then we are also generating data to address environmental contributors to stillbirth and also economic and psychosocial burden of stillbirth. And this is really the only way to do this is to have population-based data and collaboration across institutions. And this is not exhaustive names, but I just want to emphasize the teams that are helping us achieve our goals, the staff and the clinical team and the research team as well. And we're also funded by the NIH and a couple of foundation grants. And I encourage families to participate in our familial genetic determinants of stillbirth study. And I urge people to contact our investigative team to involve not as a parent, but as a researcher, you feel free to contact me, take a snapshot and contact me to collaborate. So thank you very much.
I have a little cold, so I'm sorry if I sound like raspy. But today I'm going to be talking to you about improving equity through the use of the Stillbirth evaluation decision aid. Is that better? Full disclosure, this project actually wasn't started off as an equity project, but it's very easy to see how this could hopefully improve equity. So earlier today, Dr. Jawish kind of discussed about the mental health impacts of a stillbirth. You know, mothers are about 2 to 8 times more likely to experience mental health outcome than someone that's had a live birth. And then we had a wonderful panel who talked about the stillbirth evaluations, the autopsy and genetic testing, things like that help classify stillbirth. But these can also help parents deal with their loss. And sorry, apologize. Unfortunately, as also mentioned earlier, these evaluations do remain underutilized. And about 21% of stillbirths get an autopsy during the pregnancy. So here, Dr. Jessica Page, who was talking to us earlier today, had done an evaluation. This was unpublished, but hopefully it seems to be published. And this is looking at how many people in the different categories are offered stillbirth, and those who have choose to get one by the different race ethnicities. And you can see here that among Pacific Islanders, this particular group has more than double the rate of stillbirths, but are getting far fewer autopsies. And this is some of the things that we'd like to know about. What are the reasons for declining an autopsy, and how can we potentially improve that? And so, one of the reasons why making a decision is really difficult is for the obvious one. It's a really challenging time. You're grieving. It's a very highly emotional place. And so the process of making a decision when under duress is not necessarily straightforward or purely rational. You've got high levels of stress with reduced rational decision making, as well as reduced memory information. And this can interfere with that ability to weigh the costs and benefits of making a decision. And so a lot of times what people do is they'll pass on a better decision for one with immediate rewards. So there are other factors, of course, that impact an individual's decision making, and this is how they process their emotions, individual interpretations of the situation, their personality traits, and cultural background. So now all of these variables are compounded when you're also dealing with health literacy. Health literacy, for those of you who don't know, is the ability of a person to find, understand, and use health-related information. Low health literacy impacts participation in the decision-making process, and it can actually reduce the it can impact their health outcomes. So individuals under duress, so now
All of this can lead to worse health outcomes and is more apparent in minoritized or lower socioeconomic individuals who are also dealing with other health disparities. And this is where a decision support tool can come in. So a decision support tool, sometimes they're called decision aids. I'll probably just call it a decision aid for the rest of this talk. These are tools that help patients make a decision when they don't have their best option. And this image right here, I borrowed this from the Ottawa Decision Support Framework and kind of altered for a little bit for simplicity. So these decision aids are meant to help clarify the decision that's being made to the person, because sometimes an individual may not even understand that they have a decision. They increase knowledge about the decision they're making and clarify personal values. And hopefully the outcome is an informed, value-driven decision where a patient feels supported. And another aspect is that with a decision aid, sometimes this facilitates conversation with a provider and can improve shared decision. So for the aim of our study was we set out to create a decision aid for stillbirth evaluations that was informed by parents. For our methods, so we recruited participants who had received stillbirth care at the University of Utah. They had to be greater than 18 years old age. And unfortunately, I only speak English, so all these interviews were done in English. And this could actually impact the accessibility of this to people that are non-native English speakers. Invitations about the study were emailed out to eligible patients and then followed up with a phone call about 2 weeks later. And then participants could opt out by email or phone at any time. So it was a qualitative research study, and we used a semi-structured interview guide to help facilitate phone conversations. And questions were centered around, what were the facilitators and barriers to getting stillbirth evaluations? We also asked for recommendations to create a stillbirth decision aid. And we recorded these, we audio recorded these, transcribed, and then uploaded to the software to use for qualitative content. For our results, so we had 19 participants that were interviewed. They were mostly white, well-educated, and of higher socioeconomic status. So again, this could impact the reach of our decision aid to both people, minoritized and non-English speakers. 13 out of the 19 participants chose to get one or more of the stillbirth evaluations. 4 chose not to get any of the evaluations, and 2 were not offered. We asked participants why they did or did not consent to getting either autopsy, placental histology, or genetic testing. And these are some of the barriers that we identified. They wanted to protect their baby from harm. They wanted to spend more time with their baby. Cost, or the most common was actually they believed they already knew the cause of death before they were even offered exams. So unfortunately, as we heard earlier, some of these are based off of misconceptions. The image of the CSI crime scene where the autopsy is, mutilates a baby. That's not true. Here at the University of Utah, we cover the cost, and that also came up. So this is something that hopefully can be corrected in the future. Top facilitators were having strong belief in science, wanting to inform the information to inform future pregnancies, altruism, basically wanting the information to help others, something wanting to know why. And then we did have one woman who actually said that they saw the provider treating their baby with respect, and they also felt like this was a facilitator to choosing an autopsy. Oops, sorry. So for some reason I can't see what's happening on this screen, but sorry. Well, that's okay. I have notes. I can read them out loud. So next we asked for the recommendations to create the stillbirth evaluation decisioning. And the top recommendations that were made by participants were provide a brief description of the evaluation option, a timeline of events that were related to their care and their decision, and cost information. There were a few things that participants felt like should not go into the decision aid, and that was, visuals of the actual procedures and then clinical language. Yes, perfect, thank you. No, we're not. That's okay. So when we did ask participants how they'd like to receive their educational material, and there was a theme that kept on showing up over and over again, and that was basically slow down. Slow down when presenting the information, and don't rush the patient into making a decision. So when is the best time to educate parents? This would be after they've had the time to process their loss a little, but also while in the hospital. We had a couple of participants that they said they had, they received a pamphlet, they went home and got a phone call, and they felt like this was not ideal. So we also had a variety of suggestions on the format of how to present this information about autopsy and other evaluations. And the most common was have a one-on-one conversation with the provider or someone who would take the time to really explain their options. Thank you. With some sort of reading material for reference. Other participants also suggested using like an educational video or website, but then there was worry that the information could be, the content could be triggering the visuals. So, guided by the Ottawa Decision Support Framework that I mentioned earlier, we took all of these patient recommendations and actually created a decision aid. And I wanted to just take a screenshot of the first 2 pages. Right from the start, we wanted to be supportive of parents that, they've just been given horrible news. And another thing that kept on coming up was that a lot of parents felt like they weren't validated in their loss. A lot of comments were made to them like, this wasn't, at least it wasn't real baby, or this wasn't, it would have been so much worse if it, baby died after it was born, after it was alive. And so we wanted to incorporate this and acknowledge that they are still parents and they really have suffered a loss. So I also want to comment on the design. We didn't want to overwhelm with unnecessary images or, extra information that they might not need. So we kept the language very simple. It's easy to understand. And this information is hopefully accessible to those that have lower health needs. Additionally, that we sprinkled a few quotes throughout the booklet. And these are from parents that have gone through this, that we interviewed for this study. This is to provide, perspective of people that have gone through this experience before. To keep the information balanced, we did include quotes from parents that, chose an autopsy or another evaluation and those that declined. All right, and then lastly, well, they're not quite lastly, but this is the last page from my booklet here. We didn't go into a lot of detail about the actual procedures. We do give some information like the incisions that, like Dr. Comstock had talked about before. They're easily hidden with clothing and cap. And so they can still have an open casket funeral. Now, we still had a lot of questions that remain. And so these are things that I hope to answer in the coming years. One of the things that I'd like to know is, will the use of a decision aid change the, impact the uptake of stillbirth evaluations? I have some decisional metrics like regret, deliberation, and shared decision making that I'm interested in learning about. We do need the providers to be satisfied. So I'm curious, are the providers' interactions improved because of these decisioning? And then lastly, and the most relevant to this topic, to this symposium, is does this translate to other languages and cultures? And I'm actually really excited because at the end of this month, I'm meeting with the Genetic Science Learning Center. We're going to update this to be Spanish as well. So we're going to hopefully have a new decision aid that we can hand out to people that are not native English speakers. Well, at least for Spanish to start. And so that's the end of my presentation. I'd love to thank my team, especially my mentor, Dr. Erin Rockwell. She's the one that designed and then I'd also like to thank my department, the OBGYN Research Network, the Genetic Science Clinical Center, and especially the Mothers and Fathers.
And so those of you probably know me or have at least emailed me at some point. I'm the Senior Clinical Research Coordinator here at the University of Utah. I run a team of 5, and we run about 30 different studies amongst my team, either related to stillbirth or pregnancy loss. So I'm going to just kind of do a quick perspective on recruitment and actual enrollment, because a lot of studies can be done on mass data, but there's a lot more negative challenges when we're actually enrolling patients face to face. So the biggest challenge is that most things are just done in English. So our consents are in English, our flyers are in English, our brochures are in English, our website's in English, everything's in English. And this obviously excludes a huge demographic. So this is a big barrier because some places, some academic centers don't actually have translation services to help them translate their materials, but there's also added cost to that. So if you didn't plan ahead on your budget to incorporate this into your study, you might not be able to afford the translation services down the road. And then also it might take a little bit longer to get IRB approval. So if you do have funding and you kind of do it down the road, then you have to kind of submit an IRB amendment and get it redone. And so you're kind of missing this whole timeline where you're not enrolling people that can speak English. Another option too is interpreters, which are fabulous, and we love all the work that they do. But it has its own challenges as well. This is an added time. We have to wait for them and try to time when the patient wants to be seen. You can imagine, especially with a stillbirth case, we always want to be sensitive to when the patient's ready. And so sometimes it's really hard to line that up with the interpreter, who's also dealing with the clinical demands as well, which should always take priority. And we tend to disrupt clinical flow. Now, clinic is great and they are always so welcome, but busy days and sometimes we're just trying to sneak in. So it's really, really hard when you're trying to get an interpreter to sneak in with you as well. And then there are virtual interpreters too, but this is another barrier in the sense that not everybody has access to the technology needed to have that interpreter services. And sometimes connection can be really poor. And this can really disrupt the whole flow of your consent process and making sure the patient really understands what you're doing for the study, what the study entails, and to make sure that it's right for them. And then, of course, cultural sensitivity. We always want to incorporate that into our studies, but it's not always easy. We really always want to try to get people from that community to help us incorporate this. But sometimes we don't know who to talk to or who to ask, or, we don't want to take all of their time either, because a lot of times they're doing this voluntarily. And so it's just a big barrier for us. So for researchers, what I would say is if you're designing a research study, if at all possible, incorporate parent voice into this. Parents want this. I've heard some people say, well, we don't want to burden the parents, but many, many parents actually find this very healing, as that's been mentioned earlier, to participate in research, because even though they might not be able to find answers for their own situation, many times women have told me, if I can prevent one other woman from having this situation happen to them, that's worth it to me. And they just want to see the needle moved, because so many of them are told, hey, we really don't fully understand what's still going on with this. And most parents are shocked by that. And they're just like, how is there not research being done on this? So parents are thrilled to do this. They want to be a part of this. So for researchers, ask parents, see if they're willing to participate. If you can create a steering committee or an advisory committee, try to make sure it's inclusive of those parents too, and what's representative of your local community or the demographic that you're trying to look at as well. And then for parents, sometimes it's really daunting to even know where to start. So I'll show you a CRE actually did this beautiful, beautiful PDF that you can download for free. There's that QR code. And it's really just about helping parents navigate
participating in research, how to really determine if this is right for you and what to expect. Because we don't want anybody to be blindsided by all of this either. And we don't want to cause more harm when we enroll participants. We really want to make sure that they're our number one priority. We want to make sure they're taken care of. And then, of course, many academic centers do some flower studies. So sometimes you can just Google your local one. So like the University of Utah, we have our page right there, and we try to keep it as current as possible of all of our current studies. And then another big one, if you're in the US, is join our Stillbirth Advocacy Working Group. We've been trying to create this network in the US to bring all of researchers, clinicians, parents, everybody together to talk about stillbirth. And so we've created this really nice network of 150 people on this email list. So if you're a researcher, you can send us your flyers or your information, and I can send this out to this group. And if you're a parent, we have sent out a few things about, we need parents on this steering committee or this advisory committee for research. But then we also send out current research studies that you can participate in. So it's a nice way to stay moving. And then lastly, sorry, I probably went a little fast, sorry, Zen. But lastly, I just want to say thank you. I'm always amazed by all of the parents that are just so willing to participate in research. It's truly amazing, and we couldn't do it without them. And we've dealt with parents that at every stage of their loss. I mean, sometimes we're in the room literally hours after they found out their baby has no heart tone anymore. Or sometimes we're dealing with families that have been years and years out. And I'm always amazed by just how amazing these families are. They're just so willing to participate, and they're eager, and they just genuinely care about helping prevent this from happening to another family. And then, of course, I have to thank my team. They're amazing. They say that all the time. They're always just hustling and running around our massive campus. And I just couldn't do it without them. They're awesome. And our whole entire research network, all of OBGYN, and everybody in our whole department of OBGYN has been so supportive of our research and creating the center and the symposium. I can't tell you how many people have done us a favor for this to make it all happen. So I'll pass off to Sarah to close up.
So I just wanted to thank the panel very much. We have one final activity. So thank you so much to the three of you, Dr. Sega and Naomi and Sarah. Great. All right, just a few more minutes. So I'd like to introduce our very final session with Susannah Wahi. Sue is a research manager in our Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, supporting our new Stillbirth Center's Core for Justice and Community Engagement. And she's also the manager for our department's Committee for Culture, Resilience, and Community Partnership.
Thank you, Jan. I know it's been a long day, everyone. I promise we're wrapping it up very soon. I'm walking over to our flip charts here in the back. There's one on the left side and one on the right side. Thank you to everyone who wrote something on here. Then we'll touch in a few minutes on exactly what we are going to be doing with these thoughts. We would like to take a few minutes right now for you to come up and add something. If you've already added, please, you can still come again. Maybe you've had other thoughts and ideas that have come to you as you've heard panelists speak. I would like to ask that side of the room to please go to that end, this side of the room to come to this end. You can write on your sticky notes and bring that up. So the idea is we have 3 R's, and at the beginning of the session today, the Resiliency Center, Jamuna Jones and Jake Van Epps went over the 3 R's we have. So that stands for recognize, recover, and rebuild. Recognize covers what is a barrier to providing or receiving better stillbirth care. Then we cover what is needed to heal and grow that is missing, rebuild, what actions can be taken. So Zen, we'll keep an eye on the
I'm going to keep an eye on the time. We'll just have 4 or 5 minutes. Please, I know we've all been sitting for a while. Please stand up if you want to and go back to the back of the room. You don't have to if you don't want to. If there's anything you'd like to add, please do so now. We'll wait for about 4 minutes.
People are wine. You're on the same side. It's a feeling when it's a bad
Yeah. You don't have to lie. You don't want to get dressed. So it's just very
Yes, like statements.
Come back and for yummy jumps anyway. Yeah. The surface of the right it's not yeah, and to the grandfavorite
Okay, we're going to bring everybody back for the last few minutes. Yep. All good? Thanks. So, just a minute, Sue. So, yeah, so what we want to propose is to build a stillbirth equity scorecard for the United States that we hope could potentially become a tool for accountability to strengthen equity in stillbirth prevention and care. And we wanted to start from your voices and your ideas, from all the thoughts and suggestions that you shared on the flip charts throughout today. Your thoughts on recognizing barriers and recovering through stating what we need to heal and grow could help us to become a more supportive community for stillbirth equity. And obviously your thoughts on rebuilding through action can help us to set goals and measure our progress in closing those equity gaps in stillbirth prevention and care. So we definitely do not have time for a full working session on that, but Sue is going to share a little bit of what you have all been contributing. So Sue, what are you seeing there?
Okay, I will read the words that you all have written on here. I'll start with recognize on this side of the room. I read stigma, taboo, fear, segmented care, sustainable funding for bereavement services, systemic racism, and trust in the medical system. So that was recognized. I'm moving to recover. Provider awareness of programs to help grieving families. We have no provider involvement. Societally and culturally normalizing and recognizing stillbirth as birth. I'm moving on to rebuild. Weaving parent voice in clinical care and research. Include parents in all developments in care. I'm going over to the other side of the room.
And as you do, Sue, so some of what I'm hearing, I can imagine could be turned into indicators to measure progress in stillbirth equity. Obviously, structural racism is a massively complex issue that has many ways. There are many, many different approaches that could be used to measure the impact of racism on stillbirth prevention and care. I think you also mentioned integration of parents into research. That's something that can be measured and quantified, and we can see progress in that.
Okay, going on to recognize on this side of the room. Better training for clinicians and nurses on how to talk about perinatal autopsies. Issue is not race, it's racism. I think that's just underscoring something that was said in one of the panels today. Moving on to recover. Me time. Allow peer support to speak to parents at the time of loss about autopsy. Rebuild. Again, those are actions that can be taken. Take time to heal. Don't jump back to your norms. You have been hurt. Let yourself heal.
Let yourself heal. Question mark. The mic died.
Yeah. It's cosmic.
Tell us something.
Right, it is. But so training on autopsy for providers to know how to talk to parents, that's something that can be quantified. And peer support, the number of peer support programs that exist, and the degree of outreach to different communities of those peer support programs are also things that can be quantified. So the point is that we can bridge the gaps between the wellness framework that we learned about this morning and measuring equity in stillbirth prevention and care. So that's what we're hoping to go for. We will be sending out an evaluation form afterwards, as you would expect, and that will include a question about whether you'd like to be involved in this year-long collaborative and participatory process to come up with hopefully a scorecard. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Bob, where you are, for the last word. We promise.
Yeah.
This is the last word microphone. All right. Anyway, thank you all for hanging in there through a long day, and thanks to all of our speakers. So, just again, a lot of people made this possible. So thank you to the sponsors, the Natalie Fund, Intermountain Health, Cambia Foundation, all for sponsorship of the Symposium, and the Iris Fund for additional sponsorship of the center. Thanks to all of our partners, HHMI, Intermountain Health, DHHS, Fort Defiance, the Australian CRA Tommies, Manchester, Groningen, and more. We can't possibly thank everyone, and we've got a lot of folks up on the list, but I really want to acknowledge Stacey Fletcher, who has done an amazing job of pulling in all of the parents and leading the parent voices and being heard throughout the center. Another big call out to Sarah Lejeune and Sarah's team, all of whom have been spending their weekend with us. So Ashley, Danae, Rose, Isaac, and Inez, and then Becca, Claire, and Ashley for marketing, and Eric and Michelle and Mandy for finance and logistics. And thanks to our community partners and leaders of our new center. So everybody now, please go to the courtyard just outside the west entrance for our remembrance and appreciation ceremony. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for the flabbergasted with people that are hanging out to do this. Thank you.
Okay, don't go to the courtyard. Sorry, it's really windy out there, so we're gonna move it in here. And so, just give us 2 seconds to hook up a microphone. We would love everyone to stay. Part of this is an appreciation for the clinicians. So 5 minutes, that's what we need. Dad's gonna bolt the door shut. Dad's been pushing you in here all day today. Now we're gonna bolt the door and lock you in here.
See, I think you just went hard through. You just went like shopping, looking at my coach stuff. I think that's what happened to you. It's all just a big
That's everybody, huh?
It's very crazy.
Okay, we're ready. I feel like a teacher should clap me hands. So welcome to our memorial appreciation ceremony. We gather tonight surrounded by mountains on this beautiful University of Utah campus. Thank you. This is an institution dedicated to stillbirth research, prevention, and answers. This symposium was about closing the gaps in bereavement care, equity in medical systems, and coordinated research outcomes. As we close this amazing conference, we take a moment to remember the reason that we are here today. We want to remember the babies who were stillborn and who left us too soon. Today, approximately 60 babies across the country will be stillborn. Globally, a baby is born still every 16 seconds. As we pause to think of our babies and the babies around the world, I also want to honor and show respect and appreciation for the many researchers and clinicians who are standing here by our sides, fighting this fight every day with us. Over and over this year, as a parent, I have paused in appreciation, in awe at the many, many people who I have met who care so much and have dedicated their lives to fight this cause. I was on a call one afternoon with Valerie, Chee, a brilliant midwife from Australia whose perspective and respect for others has taught me great things to share. Her comment gave me the idea for a theme for tonight's ceremony, Uniting Under the Stars. Soon our sky will be filled with stars, but Valerie's comment about stillbirth and stars made me pause and reflect on the symbolism and beauty that we find in the lives of our treasured babies. So I'm going to turn the time over to her for just a minute to give us an explanation.
Yes, so Stacey just asked me to share some of my Nyunga culture when it comes to stillbirth and bereaved and parents and families. I am a bereaved man, so 2 of my nieces actually experienced stillbirth. And all of my siblings' children, are my grandchildren. So in our language, they're called star babies, Jindamala, and you might have noticed also that Jibberpepini also means star baby, but that's in a different language on the other side of the country. So it's obviously very appropriate in a lot of nations in Australia. But with our babies, they are babies that have passed back to the dreaming before they are born. And the ancestors receive them back into the earth, and their spirit goes up into the stars. And what happens is we feel them below, and we feel them above, and we see them above. And if you can imagine weaving, regardless of whether the baby is in our arms or not, there's always a space for them in our family, and they are always remembered, and they always hold that space as part of our belonging and our connection.
Thank you, that's perfect. Thank you. So you've each been given a candle holder. If you haven't, raise your hand, and these guys are more than willing to bring you one. I want to go around, first of all, for the parents in the room who have lost a baby or a child, and I want to give you the opportunity to light your candle and just say out loud your baby's or your child's name as we're here. And so if we can do that first, if we can have the parents stand up, and we'll kind of weave this way and this way, that way. So maybe start with Sam. You can light your candle when you say name. Wow. Yeah. Tonight we want to not only honor our babies, we want to honor these amazing people standing with us. Many of whom are parents themselves. As I've had the honor to work closely with many of those gathered tonight, I witnessed goodness and dedication and fearless passion. Working as a caregiver, a clinician, a researcher who focuses on stillbirth is a noble endeavor. Tonight we want to say that we see you. We appreciate you, we honor you, and you are our heroes. As parents, we have endured losses that have broken our hearts and changed our lives forever, but we were not alone. You were here with us. You held our hands, you taught us how to mourn, you helped us say hello and goodbye, you conduct research, you seek compassionate care, you, like us, want to end preventable stillbirth in this world. Your light adds to our light, and together we can shine a light on pregnancy and infant loss. Together we become so bright that the world will turn to us to see what is happening and what we're doing. one voice is not enough, but a choir of voices results in change. So I would ask the rest of you who are here tonight, if you would be willing to light your candle and just say aloud what job you have in this, how you're tied to Stillbirth as you light your candles with us. We can start on the same side. Everyone in this room is with us. Go ahead.
Researcher. And
There's husband slash helper on all of these events.
Let's see what's coming back up.
both mom and part of the grade.
Obstetrician taking care for couples who experience prenatal loss.
Researcher who, with a clinical background in delivery, found myself in the magazine team. Baby doctor and researcher and more babies than I enjoy. Midwife, researcher, working in prevention. I have a good
Researcher, hoping to find answers.
Second, I agree with the same candle. An obstetrician and a researcher also.
I'll go in obstetrician and researcher. Researcher and on behalf of all stillbirths due to eclampsia and HELLP syndrome. Peer educator. Advocate and fundraiser for the university and a mom for children and teenagers.
Medicine, perinatal breathing coordinator, looking to provide support to families and to help strengthen compassionate care.
Hey, Stacey, I know your name.
Yeah, researcher and mom. Research.
leading social worker and educator. They were doc and director of the Rainbow Clinic at Columbia. Birth, postpartum, and stillbirth to birth.
Igual, nada researcher, and I feel completely honored and privileged to be involved in this.
And the support specialist.
Clinician, researcher, and educator.
Nonprofit leader and mom hoping to make stillbirth a maternal health tragedy of the past.
Did we get everyone in that corner? So I want to turn some time out now, just quickly over to my daughter Heleine. I'm not going to do this. Her brother Benjamin, my son, was stillborn 17 years old. Our final message tonight is one of equity, of inclusion, and of the power in working together. One light creates change. A world full of light changes everything. Tonight we gather from around the world to imagine the possibilities of a world without preventable stillbirth. I hope that you take these lights home with you. Place them, they're small to go in your suitcases. Place them in your homes, on your work desks, and in your labs. When you see it, remember tonight. Remember gathering under this beautiful sky, these beautiful mountains, and remember it is shining with others who have the same mission that will help save our babies. Imagine what we can do together. Imagine a world without preventable stillbirth. There's Heleine.
Please feel free to sing with me so I'm not alone. There's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. Above us only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. There's no country. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for. And no religion. Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I am not the only one. I hope someday you will join us, and the world will be as one.
imagine there's no stillbirth. I wonder if you care. No need for grief or sorrow. United with a plan. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. You say I'm a dreamer, but I am not the only one. I hope someday we'll join us, and the world will be as one.
Thanks, everyone.